This is Audible.
Capital. A Critique of Political Economy by Karl Marx. Volume 3. The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole. Edited by Friedrich Engels. Read by Derek LePage for Ukemi Audiobooks. Part 1. The conversion of surplus value into profit and of the rate of surplus value into the rate of profit. Chapter 1. Cost, Price and Profit. In Volume 1 we analyze the phenomena which constitute the process of capitalist production as such, as the immediate productive process, with no regard for any of the secondary effects of outside influences. But this immediate process of production does not exhaust the lifespan of capital. It is supplemented in the actual world by the process of circulation, which was the object of study in Volume 2. In the latter, namely in Part 3, which treated the process of circulation as a medium for the process of social reproduction, it developed that the capitalist process of production, taken as a whole, represents a synthesis of the processes of production and circulation. Considering what this third book treats, it cannot confine itself to general reflection relative to this synthesis. On the contrary, it must locate and describe the concrete forms which grow out of the movements of capital as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront each other in such concrete shape, for which the form of capital in the immediate process of production, just as its form in the process of circulation, appear only as special instances. The various forms of capital, as evolved in this volume, thus approach step by step the form which they assume on the surface of society, in the action of different capitals upon one another, in competition, and in the ordinary consciousness of the agents of production themselves. The value of every commodity produced in the capitalist way is represented in the formula commodity value equals constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, or C plus V plus S. If we subtract surplus value from this value of the product, there remains a bare equivalent, or a substitute value in goods, for the capital value C plus V, constant capital plus variable capital, expended in the elements of production. For example, if the production of a certain article requires a capital outlay of £500, of which £20 are for the wear and tear of instruments of production, £380 for the materials of production, and £100 for labour power, and if the rate of surplus value is 100%, then the value of the product equals 400C plus 100V plus 100S equals £600. After deducting the surplus value of £100, there remains a commodity value of £500, which only replaces the expended capital of £500. This portion of the value of the commodity, which replaces the price of the consumed means of production and labour power, only replaces what the commodity costs the capitalist himself. For him, it, therefore, represents the cost price of the commodity. What the commodity costs the capitalist and its actual production cost are two quite different magnitudes. That portion of the commodity value making up the surplus value does not cost the capitalist anything, simply because it costs the labourer unpaid labour. Yet on the basis of capitalist production, after the labourer enters the production process, he himself constitutes an ingredient of the operating productive capital, which belongs to the capitalist. Therefore, the capitalist is the actual producer of the commodity. For this reason, the cost price of the commodity necessarily appears to the capitalist as the actual cost of the commodity. If we take K to be the cost price, the formula commodity value equals C plus V plus S turns into the formula commodity value equals K plus S. That is, the commodity value equals cost price K plus surplus value S. The grouping of the various value portions of a commodity which only replace the value of the capital expended in its production under the head of cost price expresses on the one hand the specific character of capitalist production. The capitalist cost of the commodity is measured by the expenditure of capital, while the actual cost of the commodity is measured by the expenditure of labor. Thus, the capitalist cost price of the commodity differs in quantity from its value, or its actual cost price. It is smaller than the value of the commodity, because, with commodity value equals K plus S, it is evident that K equals commodity value minus S. On the other hand, the cost price of a commodity is by no means simply a category which exists only in capitalist bookkeeping. The individualization of this portion of value is continually manifest in practice in the actual production of the commodity, because it has ever to be reconverted from its commodity form by way of the process of circulation into the form of productive capital, so that the cost price of the commodity always must repurchase the elements of production consumed in its manufacture. The category of cost price, on the other hand, has nothing to do with the formation of commodity value or with the process of self-expansion of capital. When I know that of the value of a commodity worth £600, 5/6 or £500 represent no more than an equivalent of the capital of £500 consumed in its production, and that it can therefore suffice only to repurchase the material elements of this capital, I know nothing as yet either of the way in which these 5/6 of the value of the commodity, which represent its cost price, are produced, or about the way in which the last sixth, which constitutes its surplus value, was produced. The investigation will show, however, that in capitalist economics the cost price assumes the false appearance of a category of value production itself. To return to our example, suppose the value produced by one labourer during an average social working day is represented by a money sum of 6 shillings. Then the advanced capital of £500 equals 400C plus 100V represents a value produced in 1,666 2/3 10-hour working days, of which 1,333 1/3 working days are crystallized in the value of the means of production, equals 400C, and 333 1/3 are crystallized in the value of labor power, equals 100V. Having assumed a rate of surplus value of 100%, the production of the commodity to be newly formed entails a labor expenditure equal to 100V plus 100S, equals 666 2/3 10-hour working days. We know, then, see Capital Volume 1, Chapter 9, that the value of the newly created product of £600 is composed of 1. The reappearing value of the constant capital of £400 expended for means of production, and 2. A newly produced value of £200. The cost price of the commodity, equals £500, comprises the reappearing 400C and 1/2 of the newly produced value of £200, equals 100V. That is, 2 elements of the commodity value which are of entirely different origin. Owing to the purposive nature of the labour expended during 666 2/3 10-hour working days, the value of the consumed means of production amounting to £400 is transferred from these means of production to the product. This previously existing value thus reappears as a component part of the value of the product, but is not created in the process of production of this commodity. It exists as a component of the value of the commodity only because it previously existed as an element of the invested capital. The expended constant capital is therefore replaced by that portion of the value of the commodity which this capital itself adds to that value. This element of the cost price, therefore, has a double meaning. On the one hand, it goes into the cost price of the commodity, because it is part of the commodity value which replaces consumed capital, and on the other hand, it forms an element of the commodity value only because it is the value of expended capital, or because the means of production cost so and so much. It is quite the reverse in the case of the other element of the cost price. The 666 2/3 working days expended in the production of the commodity create a new value of £200. One portion of this new value merely replaces the advanced variable capital of £100, or the price of the labour power employed. But this advanced capital value does not in any way go into the creation of the new value. So far as the advance of capital is concerned, labour power counts as a value, but in the process of production, it acts as the creator of value. The place of the value of the labour power that obtains within the advanced capital is taken in the actually functioning productive capital by living, value-creating labour power itself. The difference between these various elements of the commodity value, which together make up the cost price, leaps to the eye whenever a change takes place in the size of the value of either the expended constant or the expended variable part of the capital. Let the price of the same means of production, or of the constant part of capital, rise from £400 to £600, or, conversely, let it fall to £200. In the first case, it is not only the cost price of the commodity which rises from £500 to 600C plus 100V equals £700, but also the value of the commodity which rises from £600 to 600C plus 100V plus 100S equals £800. In the second case, it is not only the cost price, which falls from £500 to 200C plus 100V equals £300, but also the value of the commodity, which falls from £600 to 200C plus 100V plus 100S equals £400. Since the expended constant capital transfers its own value to the product, the value of the product rises or falls with the absolute magnitude of that capital value, other conditions remaining equal. Assume, on the other hand, that, other circumstances remaining unchanged, the price of the same amount of labour power rises from £100 to £150, or, conversely, that it falls from £100 to £50. In the first case, the cost price rises from £500 to 400C plus 150V equals £550, and falls in the second case from £500 to 400C plus 50V equals £450. But in either case, the commodity value remains unchanged, equals £600. One time it is 400C plus 150V plus 50S, and the other time 400C plus 50V plus 150S. The advanced variable capital does not add its own value to the product. The place of its value is taken in the product rather by a new value, created by labour. Therefore, A change in the absolute magnitude of the variable capital, so far as it expresses merely a change in the price of labour power, does not in the least alter the absolute magnitude of the commodity value, because it does not alter anything in the absolute magnitude of the new value created by living labour power. Such a change rather affects only the relative proportion of the two component parts of the new value, of which one forms surplus value and the other makes good the variable capital, and therefore passes into the cost price of the commodity. The two elements of the cost price, in the present case 400C plus 100V, have only this in common, that they are both parts of the commodity value that replace advanced capital. But this true state of affairs necessarily appears reversed from the standpoint of capitalist production. The capitalist mode of production differs from the mode of production based on slavery, among other things, by the fact that in it the value, and accordingly the price of labour power, appears as the value or price of labour itself, or as wages. Capital Volume 1, Chapter 19. The variable part of the advanced capital, therefore, appears as capital expended in wages, as a capital value which pays for the value, and accordingly the price, of all the labour expended in production. Let us assume, for instance, that an average 10-hour social working day is incorporated in a sum of money amounting to 6 shillings. In that case, the advance of a variable capital of £100 represents the money expression of a value produced in 333 1/3 10-hour working days. But this value, representing purchased labour power in the capital advanced, does not, however, form a part of the actually functioning productive capital. Its place in the process of production is taken by living labour power. If, as in our illustration, the degree of exploitation of the latter is 100%, then it is expended during 666 2/3 10-hour working days, and thereby adds to the product a new value of £200. But in the capital advanced, the variable capital of £100 figures as capital invested in wages, or as the price of labour performed during 666 2/3 10-hour days. The sum of £100 divided by 666 2/3 gives us 3 shillings as the price of a 10-hour working day, which is equal in value to the product of 5 hours' labour. Now, if we compare the capital advanced on the one hand with the commodity value on the other, we find 1. Capital advanced, £500, equals £400 of capital expended in means of production, the price of means of production, plus £100 of capital expended in labour, the price of 666 2/3 working days, or wages for the same. 2. Value of commodities, £600, equals £500 representing the cost price, £400 price of expended means of production plus £100 price of expended 666 2/3 working days, plus £100 surplus value. In this formula, the portion of capital invested in labour power differs from that invested in means of production, such as cotton or coal, only by serving as payment for a materially different element of production, but not by any means because it serves a functionally different purpose in the process of creating commodity value, and thereby also in the process of the self-expansion of capital. The price of the means of production reappears in the cost price of the commodities, just as it figured in the capital advanced, and it does so because these means of production have been purposively consumed. The price or wages for the 666 2/3 working days consumed in the production of these commodities likewise reappears in the cost price of the commodities, just as it has figured in the capital advanced, and also because this amount of labour has been purposively expended. We see only finished and existing values, the portion of the value of the advanced capital which go into the making of the value of the product, but not the element creating new values. The distinction between constant and variable capital has disappeared. The entire cost price of £500 now has the double meaning that first, it is that portion of the commodity value of £600 which replaces the capital of £500 expended in the production of the commodity, and that secondly, this component of the commodity value exists only because it existed previously as the cost price of the elements of production employed, namely, means of production and labour, that is, as advanced capital. The capital value reappears as the cost price of a commodity because, and insofar as, it has been expended as a capital value. The fact that the various components of the value of the advanced capital have been expended for materially different elements of production, namely, for instruments of labour, raw materials, auxiliary materials, and labour, requires only that the cost price of the commodity must buy back these materially different elements of production. So far as the formation of the cost price is concerned, however, only one distinction is appreciable, namely, that between fixed and circulating capital. In our example, we have set down £20 for wear and tear of instruments of labour. 400C equals £20 for depreciation of instruments of labour, plus £380 for materials of production. Before the productive process, the value of these instruments of labour was, say, £1,200. After the commodities have been produced, it exists in two forms, the £20 as part of the value of the commodity, and £1,200 minus £20, or £1,180, as the remaining value of the instruments of labour which, as before, are in the possession of the capitalist. In other words, as an element of his productive, not of his commodity, capital. Materials of production and wages, as distinct from means of labour, are entirely consumed in the production of the commodity, and thus their entire value goes into that of the produced commodity. We have seen how these various components of the advanced capital assume the forms of fixed and circulating capital in relation to the turnover. Accordingly, the capital advanced equals £1,680. That is, fixed capital of £1,200 plus circulating capital of £480, of which £380 is materials of production and £100 is wages. But the cost price of the commodity only equals £500, £20 for the wear and tear of the fixed capital, and £480 for circulating capital. This difference between the cost price of the commodity and the capital advanced merely proves, however, that the cost price of the commodity is formed exclusively by the capital actually consumed in its production. Means of production valued at £1,200 are employed in producing the commodity, but only £20 of this advanced capital value are lost in production. Thus, the employed fixed capital goes only partially into the cost price of the commodity, because it is only partially consumed in its production. The employed circulating capital goes entirely into the cost price of the commodity, because it is entirely consumed in production. But does not this only prove that the consumed portions of the fixed and circulating capital pass uniformly, pro rata, to the magnitude of their values into the cost price of the commodity, and that this component of the value of the commodity originates solely with the capital expended in its production. If this were not so, it would be inexplicable why the advanced fixed capital of £1,200 should not, aside from the £20 which it loses in the productive process, also contribute the other £1,180 which it does not lose. This difference between fixed and circulating capital with reference to the calculation of the cost price, therefore, only confirms the seeming origination of the cost price from the expended capital value, or the price paid by the capitalist himself for the expended elements of production, including labour. On the other hand, so far as the formation of value is concerned, the variable portion of capital invested in labour power is here emphatically identified under the head of circulating capital with constant capital, that part of capital which consists of materials of production, and this completes the mystification of the self-expansion process of capital. Footnote. In Capital Volume 1, Chapter 9, we have given the example of N.W. Senior to show what confusion this may create in the mind of the economist. End of footnote. So far we have considered just one element of the value of commodities, namely the cost price. We must now turn also to the other component of the value of commodities, namely the excess over the cost price, or the surplus value. In the first place, then, surplus value is the excess value of a commodity over and above its cost price. But since the cost price equals the value of the consumed capital into whose material elements it is continually reconverted, this excess value is an accretion in the value of the capital expended in the production of the commodity, and returning by way of its circulation. We have already seen earlier that, though S, the surplus value, springs merely from a change in the value of the variable capital V, and is therefore originally but an increment of variable capital, after the process of production is over, it nevertheless also forms an increment of C plus V, the expended total capital. The formula C plus V plus S, which indicates that S is produced through the conversion of a definite capital value V advanced for labour power into a fluctuating magnitude, that is, of a constant magnitude into a variable one, may also be represented as C plus V plus S. Before production took place, we had a capital of £500. After production is completed, we have the capital of £500 plus a value increment of £100. Footnote. From what has gone before, we know that surplus value is purely the result of a variation in the value of V, of that portion of the capital which is transformed into labour power. Consequently, V plus S equals V plus delta V, or V plus an increment of V. But the fact that it is V, the variable capital alone, that varies, and the conditions of that variation are obscured by the circumstances that in consequence of the increase in the variable component of the capital, there is also an increase in the sum total of the advanced capital. It was originally £500 and becomes £590. Capital Volume 1, Chapter 9. End of footnote. However, surplus value forms an increment not only of the portion of the advanced capital which goes into the self-expansion process, but also of the portion which does not go into it. In other words, it is an accretion not only to the consumed capital made good out of the cost price of the commodity, but to all the capital invested in production. Before the production process, we had a capital valued at £1,680, namely £1,200 of fixed capital invested in means of production, only 20 of which go into the value of the commodity for wear and tear, plus £480 of circulating capital in materials of production and wages. After the production process, we have £1,180 as the constituent element of the value of the productive capital, plus a commodity capital of £600. By adding these two sums of value, we find that the capitalist now has a value of £1,780. After deducting his advanced total capital of £1,680, there remains a value increment of £100. The £100 of surplus value thus form as much of an increment in relation to the invested £1,680 as to its fraction of £500 expended during production. It is now clear to the capitalist that this increment of value springs from the productive processes undertaken with the capital, that it therefore springs from the capital itself, because it is there after the production process, while it is not there before it. As for the capital consumed in production, the surplus value seems to spring equally from all its different elements of value consisting of means of production and labour. For all these elements contribute equally to the formation of the cost price. All of them add their values, obtaining as advanced capital to the value of the product, and are not differentiated as constant and variable magnitudes of value. This becomes obvious if we assume for a moment that all the expended capital consisted either exclusively of wages or exclusively of the value of the means of production. In the first case, we should then have the commodity value of 500V plus 100S, instead of the commodity value of 400C plus 100V plus 100S. The capital of £500 laid out in wages represents the value of all the labour expended in the production of the commodity value of £600, and for just this reason forms the cost price of the entire product. But the formation of this cost price, whereby the value of the expended capital is reproduced as a constituent part of the value of the product, is the only process in the formation of this commodity value that is known to us. We do not know how its surplus value portion of £100 is formed. The same is true in the second case, in which the commodity value equals 500C plus 100S. We know in both cases that surplus value is derived from a given value, because this value was advanced in the form of productive capital, be it in the form of labour or of means of production. On the other hand, this advanced capital value cannot form surplus value for the reason that it has been expended, and therefore constitutes the cost price of the commodity. Precisely because it forms the cost price of the commodity, it does not form any surplus value, but merely an equivalent, a value replacing the expended capital. So far, therefore, as it forms surplus value, it does so not in its specific capacity as expended, but rather as advanced and hence utilized capital. For this reason, the surplus value arises as much out of the portion of the advanced capital which goes into the cost price of the commodity, as out of the portion which does not. In short, it arises equally out of the fixed and the circulating components of the utilized capital. The aggregate capital serves materially as the creator of products, the means of labour, as well as the materials of production and the labour. The total capital materially enters into the actual labour process, even though only a portion of it enters the process of self-expansion. This is perhaps the very reason why it contributes only in part to the formation of the cost price, but totally to the formation of surplus value. However that may be, the outcome is that surplus value springs simultaneously from all portions of the invested capital. This deduction may be substantially abbreviated by saying pointedly and concisely in the words of Malthus, quote, "The capitalist expects an equal profit upon all the parts of the capital which he advances," unquote. Malthus, Principles of Political Economy, 2nd edition, London, 1836. In its assumed capacity of offspring of the aggregate advanced capital, surplus value takes the converted form of profit. Hence, a certain value is capital when it is invested with a view to producing profit, or there is profit because a certain value was employed as capital. Quote, "Capital is that which is expended with a view to profit," unquote. Malthus, Definitions in Political Economy, London, 1827. Suppose profit is P. Then the formula commodity value equals C plus V plus S equals K plus S turns into the formula commodity value equals K plus P, or cost price plus profit. The profit, such as it is represented here, is thus the same as surplus value, only in a mystified form that is nonetheless a necessary outgrowth of the capitalist mode of production. The genesis of the mutation of values that occurs in the course of the production process must be transferred from the variable portion of the capital to the total capital, because there is no apparent distinction between constant and variable capital in the assumed formation of the cost price. Because at one pole the price of labour power assumes the transmuted form of wages, surplus value appears at the opposite pole in the transmuted form of profit. We have seen that the cost price of a commodity is smaller than its value. Since commodity value equals K plus S, commodity value equals cost price plus surplus value, it follows that K equals commodity value minus S. The formula commodity value equals K plus S reduces itself to commodity value equals K, or commodity value equals commodity cost price only if S equals 0, a case which never occurs on the basis of capitalist production, although peculiar market conditions may reduce the selling price of commodities to the level of, or even below, their cost price. Hence, if a commodity is sold at its value, a profit is realized which is equal to the excess of its value over its cost price, and therefore equal to the entire surplus value incorporated in the value of the commodity. But the capitalist may sell a commodity at a profit even when he sells it below its value. So long as its selling price is higher than its cost price, though it may be lower than its value, a portion of the surplus value incorporated in it is always realized, thus always yielding a profit. In our illustration, the value of the commodity is £600, and the cost price £500. If the commodity is sold at £510, £520, £530, £560, or £590, it is sold respectively £90, £80, £70, £40, or £10 below its value. Yet a profit of £10, £20, £30, £60, or £90 respectively is realized in its sale. There is obviously an indefinite number of selling prices possible between the value of a commodity and its cost price. The greater the surplus value element of the value of a commodity, the greater the practical range of these intermediate prices. This explains more than just the everyday phenomena of competition, such as certain cases of underselling, abnormally low commodity prices in certain lines of industry, etc. See Capital Volume 1, Chapter 20. The fundamental law of capitalist competition, which political economy had not hitherto grasped, the law which regulates the general rate of profit and the so-called prices of production determined by it, rests, as we shall later see, on this difference between the value and the cost price of commodities, and on the resulting possibility of selling a commodity under its value at a profit. The minimal limit of the selling price of a commodity is its cost price. If it is sold under its cost price, the expended constituent elements of productive capital cannot be fully replaced out of the selling price. If this process continues, the value of the advanced capital disappears. From this point of view alone, the capitalist is inclined to regard the cost price as the true inner value of the commodity, because it is the price required for the bare conservation of his capital. But there is also this, that the cost price of a commodity is the purchase price paid by the capitalist himself for its production, that is, the purchase price determined by the production process itself. For this reason, the excess value, or the surplus value, realized in the sale of a commodity, appears to the capitalist as an excess of its selling price over its value, instead of an excess of its value over its cost price, so that accordingly the surplus value incorporated in a commodity is not realized through its sale, but springs out of the sale itself. We have given this illusion closer consideration in Capital Volume 1, Chapter 5. Contradictions in the general formula of capital. But revert here for a moment to the form in which it was reaffirmed by Torrance, among others, as an advance of political economy beyond Ricardo. Quote, "The natural price, consisting of the cost of production, or in other words, of the capital expended in raising or fabricating commodities, cannot include the profit. The farmer, we will suppose, expends 100 quarters of corn in cultivating his fields, and obtains in return 120 quarters. In this case, 20 quarters, being the excess of produce above expenditure, constitute the farmer's profit. But it would be absurd to call this excess or profit a part of the expenditures. The master manufacturer expends a certain quantity of raw material, of tools and implements of trade, and of subsistence for labour, and obtains in return a quantity of finished work. This finished work must possess a higher exchangeable value than the materials, tools, and subsistence, by the advance of which it was obtained." Unquote. Torrance concludes therefrom that the excess of the selling price over the cost price, or profit, is derived from the fact that the consumers, quote, "either by immediate or circuitous barter, give some greater portion of all the ingredients of capital than their production costs." Unquote. R. Torrance, An Essay on the Production of Wealth, London, 1821. Indeed, the excess over a given magnitude cannot form a part of this magnitude, and therefore the profit, the excess value of a commodity over the capitalist's expenditures, cannot form a part of these expenditures. Hence, if no other element than the value advance of the capitalist enters into the formation of the value of a commodity, it is inexplicable how more value should come out of production than went into it, for something cannot come out of nothing. But Torrance only evades this creation out of nothing by transferring it from the sphere of commodity production to that of commodity circulation. Profit cannot come out of production, says Torrance, for otherwise it would already be contained in the cost of production, and there would not be a surplus over this cost. Profit cannot come out of the exchange of commodities, replies Ramsay, unless it already existed before this exchange. The sum of the value of the exchanged products is evidently not altered in the exchange of these products, whose sum of value it is. It is the same before and after the exchange. It should be noted here that Malthus refers expressly to the authority of torrents. Malthus, Definitions in Political Economy, London, 1853, although he himself has a different explanation for the sale of commodities above their value, or rather has no explanation at all, since all arguments of this sort never, in effect, fail to be reduced to the same thing as the once famed negative weight of phlogiston. In a social order dominated by capitalist production, even the non-capitalist producer is gripped by capitalist conceptions. Balzac, who is generally remarkable for his profound grasp of reality, aptly describes in his last novel, Les Paysans, how a petty peasant performs many small tasks gratuitously for his usurer, whose goodwill he is eager to retain, and how he fancies that he does not give the latter something for nothing, because his own labour does not cost him any cash outlay. As for the usurer, he thus fells 2 dogs with 1 stone. He saves the cash outlay for wages, and enmeshes the peasant, who is gradually ruined by depriving his own field of labour, deeper and deeper in the spider-web of usury. The thoughtless conception that the cost price of a commodity constitutes its actual value, and that surplus value springs from selling the product above its value, so that commodities would be sold at their value if their selling price were to equal their cost price, that is, if it were to equal the price of the consumed means of production plus wages, has been heralded to the world as a newly discovered secret of socialism by Proudhon, with his customary quasi-scientific chicanery. Indeed, this reduction of the value of commodities to their cost price is the basis of his People's Bank. It was earlier shown, Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 9, that the various constituent elements of the value of a product may be represented in proportional parts of the product itself. For instance, if the value of 20 pounds of yarn is 30 shillings, namely 24 shillings of means of production, 3 shillings of labour power, and 3 shillings of surplus value, then this surplus value may be represented as 1/10 of the product, equals 2 pounds of yarn. Should these 20 pounds of yarn now be sold at their cost price, at 27 shillings, then the purchaser receives 2 pounds of yarn for nothing, or the article is sold 1/10 below its value. But the labourer has, as before, performed his surplus labour, only this time for the purchaser of the yarn, instead of the capitalist yarn producer. It would be altogether wrong to assume that if all commodities were sold at their cost price, the result would really be the same as if they had all been sold above their cost price, but at their value. For even if the value of the labour power, the length of the working day, and the degree of exploitation of labour were the same everywhere, the quantities of surplus value contained in the values of the various kinds of commodities would be unequal, depending on the different organic composition of the capitals advanced for their production. Footnote: the masses of value and of surplus value produced by different capitals, the value of labour power being given and its degree of exploitation being equal, vary directly as the amounts of the variable constituents of these capitals, that is, as their constituents transformed into living labour power. Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 11. End of footnote. Chapter 2. The rate of profit. The general formula of capital is money to commodity to increased money. In other words, a sum of value is thrown into circulation to extract a larger sum out of it. The process which produces this larger sum is capitalist production. The process that realizes it is circulation of capital. The capitalist does not produce a commodity for its own sake, nor for the sake of its use value or his personal consumption. The product in which the capitalist is really interested is not the palpable product itself, but the excess value of the product over the value of the capital consumed by it. The capitalist advances the total capital without regard to the different roles played by its components in the production of surplus value. He advances all these components uniformly, not just to reproduce the advanced capital, but rather to produce value in excess of it. The only way in which he can convert the value of his advanced variable capital into a greater value is by exchanging it for living labour and exploiting living labour. But he cannot exploit this labour unless he makes a simultaneous advance of the conditions for performing this labour, namely means of labour and subjects of labour, machinery and raw materials. That is, unless he converts a certain amount of value in his possession into the form of conditions of production. For he is a capitalist, and can undertake the process of exploiting labour only because, being the owner of the conditions of labour, he confronts the labourer as the owner of only labour power. As already shown in Capital Volume 1, it is precisely the fact that non-workers own the means of production which turns labourers into wage workers and non-workers into capitalists. The capitalist does not care whether it is considered that he advances constant capital to make a profit out of his variable capital, or that he advances variable capital to enhance the value of the constant capital, that he invests money in wages to raise the value of his machinery and raw materials, or that he invests money in machinery and raw materials to be able to exploit labour. Although it is only the variable portion of capital which creates surplus value, it does so only if the other portions, the conditions of production, are likewise advanced. Seeing that the capitalist can exploit labour only by advancing constant capital, and that he can turn his constant capital to good account only by advancing variable capital, he lumps them all together in his imagination. And much more so, since the actual rate of his gain is not determined by its proportion to the variable, but to the total capital, not by the rate of surplus value, but by the rate of profit. And the latter, as we shall see, may remain the same and yet express different rates of surplus value. The costs of the product include all the elements of its value paid by the capitalist, or for which he has thrown an equivalent into production. These costs must be made good to preserve the capital, or to reproduce it in its original magnitude. The value contained in a commodity is equal to the labour time expended in its production, and the sum of this labour consists of paid and unpaid portions. But for the capitalist, the costs of the commodity consist only of that portion of the labour materialized in it for which he has paid. The surplus labour contained in the commodity costs the capitalist nothing, although, like the paid portion, it costs the labourer his labour, and although it creates value and enters into the commodity as a value-creating element, quite like paid labour. The capitalist's profit is derived from the fact that he has something to sell for which he has paid nothing. The surplus value, or profit, consists precisely in the excess value of a commodity over its cost price, that is, the excess of the total labour embodied in the commodity over the paid labour embodied in it. The surplus value, whatever its origin, is thus a surplus over the advanced total capital. The proportion of this surplus to the total capital is therefore expressed by the fraction S over total capital. We thus obtain the rate of profit. Surplus value over total capital equals surplus value over constant capital plus variable capital. S over total capital equals S over C plus V, as distinct from the rate of surplus value, which equals surplus value over just variable capital, S over V. The rate of surplus value measured against the variable capital is called rate of surplus value. The rate of surplus value measured against the total capital is called rate of profit. These are two different measurements of the same entity, and, owing to the difference of the two standards of measurement, they express different proportions or relations of this entity. The transformation of surplus value into profit must be deduced from the transformation of the rate of surplus value into the rate of profit, not vice versa. And, in fact, it was rate of profit which was the historical point of departure. Surplus value and rate of surplus value are, relatively, the invisible and unknown essence that wants investigating, while rate of profit, and therefore the appearance of surplus value in the form of profit, are revealed on the surface of the phenomenon. So far as the individual capitalist is concerned, it is evident that he is only interested in the relation of the surplus value, or the excess value at which he sells his commodities, to the total capital advanced for the production of the commodities, while the specific relationship and inner connection of this surplus with the various components of capital fail to interest him. And it is, moreover, rather in his interests to draw the veil over this specific relationship and this intrinsic connection. Although the excess value of a commodity over its cost price is shaped in the immediate process of production, it is realized only in the process of circulation, and appears all the more readily to have arisen from the process of circulation, since in reality, under competition in the actual market, it depends on market conditions whether or not and to what extent this surplus is realized. There is no need to waste words at this point about the fact that if a commodity is sold above or below its value, there is merely another kind of division of surplus value, and that this different division, this changed proportion in which various persons share in the surplus value, does not in any way alter either the magnitude or the nature of that surplus value. It is not alone the metamorphoses discussed by us in Volume 2 that take place in the process of circulation. They fall in with actual competition, the sale and purchase of commodities above or below their value, so that the surplus value realized by the individual capitalist depends as much on the sharpness of his business wits as on the direct exploitation of labor. In the process of circulation, the time of circulation comes to exert its influence alongside the working time, thereby limiting the amount of surplus value realizable within a given time span. Still other elements derived from circulation intrude decisively into the actual production process. The actual process of production and the process of circulation intertwine and intermingle continually, and thereby invariably adulterate their typical distinctive features. The production of surplus value and of value in general receives new definition in the process of circulation, as previously shown. capital passes through the circuit of its metamorphoses. Finally, stepping beyond its inner organic life, so to say, it enters into relations with outer life, into relations in which it is not capital and labour which confront one another, but capital and capital in one case, and individuals, again simply as buyers and sellers, in the other. The time of circulation and working time cross paths, and thus both seem to determine the surplus value. The original form in which capital and wage labour confront one another is disguised through the intervention of relationships seemingly independent of it. Surplus value itself does not appear as the product of the appropriation of labour time, but as an excess of the selling price of commodities over their cost price, the latter thus being easily represented as their actual value, while profit appears as an excess of the selling price of commodities over their immanent value. True, the nature of surplus value impresses itself constantly upon the consciousness of the capitalist during the process of production, as his greed for the labour time of others, etc., has revealed in our analysis of surplus value. But 1. The actual process of production is only a fleeting stage which continually merges with the process of circulation, just as the latter merges with the former, so that in the process of production the more or less clearly dawning notion of the source of the gain made in it, that is, the inkling of the nature of surplus value, stands at best as a factor equally valid as the idea that the realized surplus originates in a movement that is independent of the production process, that it arises in circulation, and that it belongs to capital, irrespective of the latter's relation to labour. Even such modern economists as Ramsay, Malthus, Senior, Torrens, etc., identify these phenomena of circulation directly as proofs that capital, in its bare material existence independent of its social relation to labour which makes capital of it, is, as it were, an independent source of surplus value alongside labour and independent of labour. 2. Under the item of expenses, which embrace wages as well as the price of raw materials, wear and tear of machinery, etc., the extortion of unpaid labour figures only as a saving in paying for an article which is included in expenses, only as a smaller payment for a certain quantity of labour, similar to the saving when raw materials are bought more cheaply, or the depreciation of machinery decreases. In this way the extortion of surplus labour loses its specific character. Its specific relationship to surplus value is obscured. This is greatly furthered and facilitated, as shown in Capital Volume 1, Part 6, by representing the value of labour power in the form of wages. The relationships of capital are obscured by the fact that all parts of capital appear equally as the source of excess value, or profit. The way in which surplus value is transformed into the form of profit by way of the rate of profit is, however, a further development of the inversion of subject and object that takes place already in the process of production. In the latter, we have seen, the subjective productive forces of labour appear as productive forces of capital. On the one hand, the value or the past labour, which dominates living labour, is incarnated in the capitalist. On the other hand, the labourer appears as bare material labour power, as a commodity. Even in the simple relations of production, this inverted relationship necessarily produces certain correspondingly inverted conceptions, a transposed consciousness which is further developed by the metamorphoses and modifications of the actual circulation process. It is altogether erroneous, as a study of the Ricardian school shows, to try to identify the laws of the rate of profit with the laws of the rate of surplus value, or vice versa. The capitalist naturally does not see the difference between them. In the formula surplus value over total capital, the surplus value is measured by the value of the total capital advanced for its production, of which a part was totally consumed in this production, and a part was merely employed in it. In fact, the formula surplus value over total capital expresses the degree of self-expansion of the total capital advanced, or, taken in conformity with inner conceptual connections and the nature of surplus value, it indicates the ratio of the amount of variation of variable capital to the magnitude of the advanced total capital. In itself, the magnitude of value of total capital has no inner relationship to the magnitude of surplus value, at least not directly. So far as its material elements are concerned, the total capital minus the variable capital, that is, the constant capital, consists of the material requisites, the means of labour and materials of labour, needed to materialize labour. It is necessary to have a certain quantity of means and materials of labour for a specific quantity of labour to materialize in commodities, and thereby to produce value. A definite technical relation depending on the special nature of the labour applied is established between the quantity of labour and the quantity of means of production to which this labour is to be applied. Hence there is also, to that extent, a definite relation between the quantity of surplus value, or surplus labour, and the quantity of means of production. For instance, if the labour necessary for the production of the wage amounts to a daily 6 hours, the labourer must work 12 hours to do 6 hours of surplus labour, or produce a surplus value of 100%. He uses up twice as much of the means of production in 12 hours as he does in 6. Yet this is no reason for the surplus value produced by him in 6 hours to be directly related to the value of the means of production used up in those 6 or in 12 hours. This value is here altogether immaterial. It is only a matter of the technically required quantity. It does not matter whether the raw materials or means of labour are cheap or dear, as long as they have the required use value and are available in technically prescribed proportion to the labour to be applied. If I know that X pounds of cotton are consumed in an hour of spinning, and that they cost A shillings, then of course I also know that 12 hours spinning consumes 12 X pounds of cotton, equals 12A shillings, and can then calculate the proportion of the surplus value to the value of the 12 as well as to that of the 6. But the relation of living labour to the value of means of production obtains here only to the extent that A shillings serve as a name for X pounds of cotton, because a definite quantity of cotton has a definite price, and therefore conversely a definite price may also serve as an index for a definite quantity of cotton, so long as the price of cotton does not change. If I know that the labourer must work 12 hours for me to appropriate 6 hours of surplus labour, that therefore I must have a 12-hour supply of cotton ready for use, and if I know the price of this quantity of cotton needed for 12 hours, then I have an indirect relation between the price of cotton, as an index of the required quantity, and the surplus value. But conversely, I can never conclude the quantity of the raw material that may be consumed in, say, 1 hour, and not 6, of spinning, from the price of the raw material. There is, then, no necessary inner relation between the value of the constant capital, nor therefore between the value of the total capital, equals C plus V, and the surplus value. If the rate of surplus value is known and its magnitude given, the rate of profit expresses nothing but what it actually is, namely, a different way of measuring surplus value. Its measurement according to the value of the total capital instead of the value of the portion of capital from which surplus value directly originates by way of its exchange for labour. But in reality, that is, in the world of phenomena, the matter is reversed. Surplus value is given, but given as an excess of the selling price of the commodity over its cost price, and it remains a mystery where this surplus originated, from the exploitation of labour in the process of production, or from outwitting the purchaser in the process of circulation, or from both. What is also given is the proportion of this surplus to the value of the total capital, or the rate of profit. The calculation of this excess of the selling price over the cost price in relation to the value of the advanced total capital is very important and natural, because in effect it yields the ratio in which total capital has been expanded. That is, the degree of its self-expansion. If we proceed from this rate of profit, we cannot therefore conclude the specific relations between the surplus and the portion of capital invested in wages. We shall see in a subsequent chapter, Karl Marx, Theorien über den Mehrwert, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Werke, Band 26, what amusing somersaults Malthus makes when he tries in this way to get at the secret of the surplus value and of its specific relation to the variable part of the capital. What the rate of profit actually shows is rather a uniform relation of the surplus to equal portions of the total capital, which, from this point of view, do not show any inner difference at all, unless it be between the fixed and circulating capital. And it shows this difference, too, only because the surplus is calculated in two ways, namely, first as a simple magnitude, as excess over the cost price. In this, its initial form, the entire circulating capital goes into the cost price, while of the fixed capital only the wear and tear goes into it. Second, there is the relation of this excess in value to the total value of the advanced capital. In this case, the value of the total fixed capital enters into the calculation, quite the same as the circulating capital. Therefore, the circulating capital goes in both times in the same way, while the fixed capital goes in differently the first time, and in the same way as circulating capital the second time. Under the circumstances, the difference between fixed and circulating capital is the only one which obtrudes itself. If, as Hegel would put it, the surplus therefore re-reflects itself in itself out of the rate of profit, or, put differently, the surplus is more closely characterized by the rate of profit, it appears as a surplus produced by capital above its own value over a year, or in a given period of circulation. Although the rate of profit thus differs numerically from the rate of surplus value, while surplus value and profit are actually the same thing and numerically equal, profit is nevertheless a converted form of surplus value, a form in which its origin and the secret of its existence are obscured and extinguished. In effect, profit is the form in which surplus value presents itself to the view, and must initially be stripped by analysis to disclose the latter. In surplus value, the relation between capital and labour is laid bare. In the relation of capital to profit, that is, of capital to surplus value, that appears on the one hand as an excess over the cost price of commodities realized in the process of circulation, and, on the other, as a surplus more closely determined by its relation to the total capital, the capital appears as a relation to itself, a relation in which it, as the original sum of value, is distinguished from a new value which it generated. One is conscious that capital generates this new value by its movement in the processes of production and circulation, but the way in which this occurs is cloaked in mystery, and appears to originate from hidden qualities inherent in capital itself. The further we follow the process of the self-expansion of capital, the more mysterious the relations of capital will become, and the less the secret of its internal organism will be revealed. In this part, the rate of profit is numerically different from the rate of surplus value, while profit and surplus value are treated as having the same numerical magnitude, but only a different form. In the next part, we shall see how the alienation goes further, and how profit represents a magnitude differing also numerically from surplus value. Chapter 3. The relation of the rate of profit to the rate of surplus value. Here, as at the close of the preceding chapter, and generally in this entire first part, we presume the amount of profit falling to a given capital to be equal to the total amount of surplus value produced by means of this capital during a certain period of circulation. We thus leave aside for the present the fact that, on the one hand, this surplus value may be broken up into various subforms, such as interest on capital, ground rent, taxes, etc., and that, on the other, it is not, as a rule, identical with profit as appropriated by virtue of a general rate of profit, which will be discussed in the second part. So far as the quantity of profit is assumed to be equal to that of surplus value, its magnitude and that of the rate of profit is determined by ratios of simple figures given or ascertainable in every individual case. The analysis, therefore, first is carried on purely in the mathematical field. We retain the designations used in Capital Volumes 1 and 2. Total capital, sometimes designated uppercase or capital C, consists of constant capital lowercase c and variable capital lowercase v, and produces a surplus value lowercase s. The ratio of this surplus value to the advanced variable capital, or lowercase s over lowercase v, is called the rate of surplus value, and designated lowercase s prime, where a prime is a symbol identical to that used for variously minutes of time, arc minutes, or imperial feet. Therefore, lowercase s over lowercase v equals lowercase s prime, and consequently lowercase s equals lowercase s prime lowercase v. If this surplus value is related to the total capital instead of the variable capital, it is called profit, lowercase p, and the ratio of the surplus value lowercase s to the total capital uppercase C is called the rate of profit, lowercase p prime. Accordingly, p prime equals s over total capital equals s over c plus v. Now, substituting for s its equivalent s prime v, we find p prime equals s prime times v over total capital equals s prime v over c plus v, which equation may also be expressed by the proportion p prime to s prime equals v to uppercase C. The rate of profit is related to the rate of surplus value as the variable capital is to the total capital. It follows from this proportion that the rate of profit P' is always smaller than S', the rate of surplus value, because V, the variable capital, is always smaller than the total capital, the sum of V plus C, or the variable plus the constant capital. The only practically impossible case accepted is that in which V equals total capital. That is, no constant capital at all, no means of production, but only wages are advanced by the capitalist. However, our analysis also considers a number of other factors which have a determining influence on the magnitude of C, V, and S, and must therefore be briefly examined. First, the value of money. We may assume this to be constant throughout. Second, the turnover. We shall leave this factor entirely out of consideration for the present, since its influence on the rate of profit will be treated specially in a later chapter. Here we anticipate just one point, that the formula P' equals S' times V over total capital is strictly correct only for one period of turnover of the variable capital. But we may correct it for an annual turnover by substituting for the simple rate of surplus value S' the annual rate of surplus value S'N. In this, N is the number of turnovers of the variable capital within 1 year. See Volume 2, Chapter 16. Third, due consideration must be given to productivity of labour, whose influence on the rate of surplus value has been thoroughly discussed in Volume 1, Part 4. Productivity of labour may also exert a direct influence on the rate of profit, at least of an individual capital, if, as has been demonstrated in Volume 1, Chapter 12, this individual capital operates with a higher than the average social productivity, and produces commodities at a lower value than their average social value, thereby realizing an extra profit. However, this case will not be considered for the present, since in this part of the work we also proceed from the premise that commodities are produced under normal social conditions and are sold at their values. Hence, we assume in each case that the productivity of labour remains constant. In effect, the value composition of a capital invested in a branch of industry, that is, a certain proportion between the variable and constant capital, always expresses a definite degree of labour productivity. As soon, therefore, as this proportion is altered by means other than a mere change in the value of the material elements of the constant capital, or a change in wages, the productivity of labour must likewise undergo a corresponding change, and we shall often enough see, for this reason, that changes in the factors C, V, and S also imply changes in the productivity of labour. The same applies to the three remaining factors: the length of the working day, intensity of labour, and wages. Their influence on the quantity and rate of surplus value has been exhaustively discussed in Capital Volume 1. It will be understood, therefore, that notwithstanding the assumption, which we make for the sake of simplicity, that these three factors remain constant, the changes that occur in V and S may nevertheless imply changes in the magnitude of these their determining elements. In this respect, we must briefly recall that the wage influences the quantity of surplus value and the rate of surplus value in inverse proportion to the length of the working day and the intensity of labour, that an increase in wages reduces the surplus value, while a lengthening of the working day and an increase in the intensity of labour add to it. Suppose a capital of 100 produces a surplus value of 20, employing 20 labourers working a 10-hour day for a total weekly wage of 20. Then we have 80C plus 20V plus 20S. The rate of surplus value, S prime, is 100%. The rate of profit, P prime, equals 20%. Now, the working day is lengthened to 15 hours without raising the wages. The total value produced by the 20 labourers will thereby increase from 40 to 60. 10 to 15 equals 40 to 60. Since V, the wages paid to the labourers, remains the same, the surplus value rises from 20 to 40, and we have 80C plus 20V plus 40S. S prime equals 200%. P prime equals 40%. If, conversely, the 10-hour working day remains unchanged, while wages fall from 20 to 12, the total value product amounts to 40, as before, but is differently distributed. V falls to 12, leaving a remainder of 28 for S. Then we have 80C plus 20V plus 28S. S prime equals 233 1/3%. P prime equals 28 over 92 equals 30 10/23%. Hence, we see that a prolonged working day, or a corresponding increase in the intensity of labour, and a fall in wages both increase the amount and thus the rate of surplus value. Conversely, a rise in wages, other things being equal, would lower the rate of surplus value. Hence, if V rises through a rise in wages, it does not express a greater, but only a dearer, quantity of labour, in which case S prime and P prime do not rise, but fall. This indicates that changes in the working day, intensity of labour, and wages cannot take place without a simultaneous change in V and S, and their ratio, and therefore also P prime, which is the ratio of S to the total capital C plus V. And it is also evident that changes in the ratio of S to V also imply corresponding changes in at least one of the three aforementioned labour conditions. Precisely, this reveals the specific organic relationship of variable capital to the movement of the total capital and to its self-expansion, and also its difference from constant capital. So far as generation of value is concerned, the constant capital is important only for the value it has, and it is immaterial to the generation of value whether a constant capital of £1,500 represents 1,500 tons of iron at, say, £1, or 500 tons of iron at £3. The quantity of actual material in which the value of the constant capital is incorporated is altogether irrelevant to the formation of value and the rate of profit, which varies inversely to this value no matter what the ratio of the increase or decrease of the value of constant capital is to the mass of material use value which it represents. It is different with variable capital. It is not the value it has, nor the labour incorporated in it, that matter at this point, but this value as a mere index of the total labour that it sets in motion and which is not expressed in it. The difference between the total labour and the labour expressed in that value, the paid labour, that is, that portion of the total labour which produces surplus value, is all the greater the less labour is contained in that value itself. Suppose a 10-hour working day is equal to 10 shillings. If the labour necessary to replace the wages, and thus the variable capital, equals 5 hours equals 5 shillings, then the surplus labour equals 5 hours and the surplus value equals 5 shillings. Should the necessary labour equal 4 hours equal 4 shillings, then the surplus labour equals 6 hours and the surplus value equals 6 shillings. Hence, as soon as the value of the variable capital ceases to be an index of the quantity of labour set in motion by it, and, moreover, the measure of this index is altered, the rate of surplus value will change in the opposite direction and inversely. Let us now go on to apply the previously mentioned equation of the rate of profit, P' equals S' times V over total capital, to the various possible cases. We shall successively change the value of the individual factors of S' times V over total capital, and determine the effect of these changes on the rate of profit. In this way we shall obtain different series of cases, which we may regard either as successive altered conditions of operation for one and the same capital, or as different capitals existing side by side, and introduce for the sake of comparison, taken, as it were, from different branches of industry or different countries. In cases, therefore, where the conception of some of our examples as successive conditions for one and the same capital appears to be forced or impracticable, this objection falls away the moment they are regarded as comparisons of independent capitals. Hence, we now separate the product S' times V over total capital into its two factors, S' and variable capital over total capital. At first, we shall treat S' as constant, and analyze the effect of the possible variations of V over total capital. After that, we shall treat the fraction V over total capital as constant, and let S' pass through its possible variations. Finally, we shall treat all factors as variable magnitudes, and thereby exhaust all the cases from which laws concerning the rate of profit may be derived. Case 1. Rate of surplus value S' constant, variable capital over total capital variable. This case, which embraces a number of subordinate cases, may be covered by a general formula. Take two capitals, capital C and capital C1, with their respective variable components, V and V1, with a common rate of surplus value S' and rates of profit P' and P'1. Then, P' equals S' V over capital C, P'1 equals S'1 V1 over capital C1. Now let us make a proportion of capital C and capital C1, and of V and V1. For instance, let the value of the fraction capital C1 over capital C equal uppercase E, and that of V1 over V equal lowercase e. Then C1 equals uppercase E times capital C, and V1 equals lowercase e times V. Substituting in the above equation these values for P1, capital C1, and V1, we obtain P'1 equals S' times lowercase e times V over uppercase E times capital C. Again, we may derive a second formula from the two equations by transforming them into the proportion P' to P'1 equals S'(V) over capital C to S'(V1) over capital C1 equals V over capital C to V1 over capital C1. Since the value of a fraction is not changed if we multiply or divide its numerator and denominator by the same number, we may reduce V over capital C and V1 over capital C1 to percentages. That is, we may make capital C and capital C1 both equal to 100. Then we have V over capital C equals V over 100, and V1 over capital C1 equals V1 over 100. And may then drop the denominators in the above proportion, obtaining P' to P'1 equals V to V1. Taking any two capitals operating with the same rate of surplus value, the rates of profit are to each other as the variable portions of the capitals calculated as percentages of their respective total capitals. These two formulas embrace all the possible variations of V over total capital. One more remark before we analyze these various cases singly. Since total capital is the sum of C and V of the constant and variable capitals, and since the rates of surplus value as of profit are usually expressed in percentages, it is convenient to assume that the sum of C plus V is also equal to 100, that is, to express C and V in percentages. For the determination of the rate of profit, if not of the amount, it is immaterial whether we say that a capital of 15,000, of which 12,000 is constant and 3,000 is variable, produces a surplus value of 3,000, or whether we reduce this capital to percentages. Thus, 15,000 total capital equals 12,000 C plus 3,000 V plus 3,000 S. 100 total capital equals 80 C plus 20 V plus 20 S. In either case, the rate of the surplus value, S prime, equals 100%, and the rate of profit equals 20%. The same is true when we compare two capitals, say the foregoing capital with another, such as 12,000 total capital equals 10,800 C plus 1,200 V plus 1,200 S. 100 total capital equals 90 C plus 10 V plus 10 S, in both of which S prime equals 100%, P prime equals 10%, and in which the comparison with the foregoing capital is clearer in percentage form. On the other hand, if it is a matter of changes taking place in one and the same capital, the form of percentages is rarely to be used, because it almost always obscures these changes. If a capital expressed in the form of percentages thus, 80C plus 20V plus 20S, assumes the form of percentages thus, 90C plus 10V plus 10S, we cannot tell whether the changed composition in percentages, 90V plus 10C, is due to an absolute decrease of V or an absolute increase of C, or to both. We would need the absolute magnitudes in figures to ascertain this. In the analysis of the following individual cases of variation, everything depends on how these changes have come about. Whether 80V plus 20C changed into 90C plus 10V through an increase of the constant capital without any change in the variable capital, for instance, through 12,000C plus 3,000V changing into 27,000C plus 3,000V, corresponding to a percentage of 90C plus 10V, or whether they took this form through a reduction of the variable capital, with the constant capital remaining unchanged, that is, through a change into 12,000C plus 1,333 1/3 V, also corresponding to a percentage of 90C plus 10V, or, lastly, whether both of the terms changed into 13,500C plus 1,500V, corresponding once more to a percentage of 90C plus 10V. But it is precisely these cases which we shall have to successively analyze, and in doing so dispense with the convenient form of percentages, or at least employ these only as a secondary alternative. Case 1.1. Rate of surplus value S prime and total capital constant. V variable. If V changes in magnitude, total capital can remain unaltered only if C, the other component of total capital, that is, the constant capital, changes by the same amount as V, but in the opposite direction. If total capital originally equals 80C plus 20V equals 100, and if V is then reduced to 10, then total capital can equal 100 only if C is increased to 90. 90C plus 10V equals 100. Generally speaking, if V is transformed into V plus or minus delta V, that is, into V increased or decreased by delta V, then C must be transformed into C plus or minus delta C, into C varying by the same amount, but in the opposite direction, so that the conditions of the present case are satisfied. Similarly, if the rate of surplus value S prime remains the same, while the variable capital V changes, the amount of surplus value S must change, since S equals S prime V, and since one of the factors of S prime V, namely V, is given another value. The assumptions of the present case produce, alongside the original equation P prime equals S prime V over total capital, still another equation through the variation of V to P prime 1 equals S prime V1 over total capital, in which V has become V1, and P prime 1, the resultant changed rate of profit, is to be found. It is determined by the following proportion. P prime to P prime 1 equals S prime V over total capital to S prime V1 over total capital equals V to V1. Or, with the rate of surplus value and total capital remaining the same, the original rate of profit is to the new rate of profit produced by a change in the variable capital, as the original variable capital is to the changed variable capital. If A, the original capital, was, as before, 15,000 total capital, equals 12,000 C plus 3,000 V plus 3,000 S, and if it is now B, 15,000 total capital equals 13,000 C plus 2,000 V plus 2,000 S, then total capital equals 15,000, and the rate of surplus value, S prime, equals 100% in either case, and the rate of profit of A, 20%, is to that of B, 13 1/3%, as the variable capital of A, 3,000, is to that of B, 2,000. That is, 20% to 13 1/3% equals 3,000 to 2,000. Now the variable capital may either rise or fall. Let us first take an example in which it rises. Let a certain capital be originally constituted and employed as follows. Condition 1. 100C plus 20V plus 10S. Total capital equals 120. Rate of surplus value S prime equals 50%. P prime, rate of profit, equals 8 1/3%. Now let the variable capital rise to 30. In that case, according to our assumption, the constant capital must fall from 100 to 90, so that total capital remains unchanged at 120. The rate of surplus value remaining constant at 50%, the surplus value produced will then rise from 10 to 15. We shall then have condition 2, 90C plus 30V plus 15S. Total capital equals 120. S prime equals 50%. P prime equals 12.5%. Let us first proceed from the assumption that wages remain unchanged. then the other factors of the rate of surplus value, that is, the working day and the intensity of labour, must also remain unchanged. In that event, the rise of variable capital V from 20 to 30 can signify only that another half as many labourers are employed. Then the total value produced also rises one half, from 30 to 45, and is distributed, just as before, 2/3 for wages and 1/3 for surplus value. But at the same time, with the increase in the number of labourers, the constant capital, the value of the means of production, has fallen from 100 to 90. We have then a case of decreasing productivity of labour combined with a simultaneous shrinkage of constant capital. Is such a case economically possible? In agriculture and the extractive industries, in which a decrease in labour productivity, and therefore an increase in the number of employed labourers, is quite comprehensible, this process is on the basis and within the scope of capitalist production, attended by an increase instead of a decrease of constant capital. Even if the fall of constant capital were due merely to a fall in prices, an individual capital would be able to accomplish the transition from condition 1 to condition 2 only under very exceptional circumstances. But in the case of two independent capitals, invested in different countries, or in different branches of agriculture or extractive industry, it would be nothing out of the ordinary if in one of the cases more labourers, and therefore more variable capital, were employed and worked with less valuable or scantier means of production than in the other case. But let us drop the assumption that the wage remains the same, and let us explain the rise of the variable capital from 20 to 30 through a rise of wages by 1/2. Then we shall have an entirely different case. The same number of labourers, say 20, continue to work with the same or only slightly reduced means of production. If the working day remains unchanged, say 10 hours, then the total value produced also remains unchanged. It was and remains equal to 30. But all of this 30 is now required to make good the advanced variable capital of 30. The surplus value would disappear. We have assumed, however, that the rate of surplus value should remain constant, that is, the same as in condition 1, at 50%. This is possible only if the working day is prolonged by 1/2 to 15 hours. Then the 20 labourers would produce a total value of 45 in 15 hours, and all conditions would be satisfied thus. Condition 2. 90C plus 30V plus 15S. Total capital equals 120. S prime, rate of surplus value, equals 50%. P prime, rate of profit, equals 12.5%. In this case, the 20 labourers do not require any more means of labour, tools, machines, etc., than in condition 1. Only the raw materials or auxiliary materials would have to be increased by 1/2. In the event of a fall in the prices of these materials, the transition from condition 1 to condition 2 might be more possible economically, even for an individual capital, in keeping with our assumption. And the capitalist would be somewhat compensated by increased profits for any loss incurred through the depreciation of his constant capital. Now let us assume that the variable capital falls instead of rising. Then we have but to reverse our example, taking condition 2 as the original capital, and passing from condition 2 to condition 1. Condition 2, 90C plus 30V plus 15S, then changes into condition 1, 100C plus 20V plus 10S. And it is evident that this transposition does not in the least alter any of the conditions regulating the respective rates of profit and their mutual relation. If V falls from 30 to 20 because 1/3 fewer labourers are employed with the growing constant capital, then we have before us the normal case of modern industry, namely an increasing productivity of labour, and the operation of a larger quantity of means of production by fewer labourers. That this movement is necessarily connected with a simultaneous drop in the rate of profit will be developed in the third part of this volume. If, on the other hand, the variable capital V falls from 30 to 20, because the same number of labourers is employed at lower wages, the total value produced would, with the working day unchanged as before, equal 30V plus 15S equals 45. Since the variable capital fell to 20, the surplus value would rise to 25, the rate of surplus value from 50% to 125%, which would be contrary to our assumption. To comply with the conditions of our case, the surplus value, with its rate at 50%, must rather fall to 10, and the total value produced must, therefore, fall from 45 to 30, and this is possible only if the working day is reduced by 1/3. Then, as before, we have 100C plus 20V plus 10S. S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 8 1/3%. It need hardly be said that this reduction of the working time, in the case of a fall in wages, would not occur in practice. But that is immaterial. The rate of profit is a function of several variable magnitudes, and if we wish to know how these variables influence the rate of profit, we must analyze the individual effect of each in turn, regardless of whether such an isolated effect is economically practicable with one and the same capital. Case 1.2. Rate of surplus value S prime, constant. Variable capital V, variable. Total capital changes through the variation of V. This case differs from the preceding one only in degree. Instead of decreasing or increasing by as much as V increases or decreases, constant capital C remains constant. Under present-day conditions in the major industries and agriculture, the variable capital is only a relatively small part of the total capital. For this reason, its increase or decrease, so far as either is due to changes in the variable capital, are likewise relatively small. Let us again proceed with a capital. Condition 1. 100C plus 20V plus 10S. Total capital equals 120. Rate of surplus value S prime equals 50%. Rate of profit P prime equals 8 1/3%, which would then change, say, into condition 2, 100C plus 30V plus 15S. Total capital equals 130, S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 11 7/13%. The opposite case, in which the variable capital decreases, would again be illustrated by the reverse transition from condition 2 to condition 1. The economic conditions would be essentially the same as in the preceding case, and therefore they need not be discussed again. The transition from condition 1 to condition 2 implies a decrease in the productivity of labour by 1/2. For condition 2, the utilization of 100 requires an increase of labour by 1/2 over that of condition 1. This case may occur in agriculture. Footnote. The manuscript has the following note at this point. Quote, "Investigate later in what manner this case is connected with ground rent." Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. But while the total capital remains constant in the preceding case, owing to the conversion of constant into variable capital or vice versa, there is in this case a tie-up of additional capital if the variable capital increases, and a release of previously employed capital if the variable capital decreases. Case 1.3. Rate of surplus value S' and variable capital constant. Constant capital C and therefore total capital variable. In this case, the equation changes from P' equals S'V over total capital into P' equals S'V over total capital 1. And after reducing the same factors on both sides, we have P'1 to P' equals total capital to total capital 1. With the same rate of surplus value and equal variable capitals, the rates of profit are inversely proportional to the total capitals. Should we, for example, have 3 capitals, or 3 different conditions of the same capital? Condition 1, 80C plus 20V plus 20S, total capital equals 100, S' equals 100%, P' equals 20%. Condition 2, 100C plus 20V plus 20S, total capital equals 120, S' equals 100%, P' equals 16 2/3%. Condition 3, 60C plus 20V plus 20S, total capital equals 80, S' equals 100%, P' equals 25%. Then we obtain the proportions 20% to 16 2/3% equals 120 to 100, and 20% to 25% equals 80 to 100. The previously given general formula for variations of V over total capital with a constant rate of surplus value S' was P'1 equals S' lowercase e times V over uppercase E times total capital. Now it becomes P'1 equals S' times V over uppercase E times total capital. Since V does not change, the factor lowercase e equals V1 over V becomes equal to 1. Since S'V equals S, the quantity of surplus value, and since both S' and V remain constant, it follows that S too is not affected by any variation of total capital. The amount of surplus value is the same after the change as it was before it. If C were to fall to 0, P' would equal S'. That is, the rate of profit would equal the rate of surplus value. The alteration of constant capital C may be due either to a mere change in the value of the material elements of constant capital, or to a change in the technical composition of the total capital, that is, a change in the productivity of labour in the given branch of industry. In the latter case, the productivity of social labour mounting, due to the development of modern industry and large-scale agriculture, would bring about a transition, in the previous illustration, in the sequence from condition 3 to condition 1, and from condition 1 to condition 2. A quantity of labour which is paid with 20 and produces a value of 40 would first utilize means of labour to a value of 60. If productivity mounted and the value remained the same, the used-up means of labour would rise first to 80 and then to 100. An inversion of this sequence would imply a decrease in productivity. The same quantity of labour would put a smaller quantity of means of production into motion, and the operation would be curtailed, as may occur in agriculture, mining, etc. A saving in constant capital increases the rate of profit on the one hand, and on the other sets free capital, for which reason it is of importance to the capitalist. We shall make a closer study of this, and likewise of the influence of a change in the prices of the elements of constant capital, particularly of raw materials, at a later point. Present volume, Chapter 5 and 6. It is again evident here that a variation of the constant capital equally affects the rate of profit, regardless of whether this variation is due to an increase or decrease of the material elements of constant capital, or merely to a change in their value. Case 1.4. Rate of surplus value S prime constant, variable capital, constant capital, and total capital all variable. In this case, the general formula for the changed rate of profit given at the outset remains in force. P'1 equals S prime times lowercase e times V over uppercase E times total capital, where uppercase E equals capital C1 over capital C, and lowercase e equals V1 over V. It follows from this that with the rate of surplus value remaining the same, A, the rate of profit falls if uppercase E is greater than lowercase e, that is, if the constant capital is augmented to such an extent that the total capital grows at a faster rate than the variable capital. If a capital of 80C plus 20V plus 20S changes into 170C plus 30V plus 30S, then the rate of surplus value, S prime, remains equal to 100%, but the variable capital, V, over total capital, falls from 20 over 100 to 30 over 100, in spite of the fact that both V and total capital have grown, and the rate of profit falls correspondingly from 20% to 15%. B. The rate of profit remains unchanged only if lowercase e equals uppercase E, that is, if the fraction V over total capital retains the same value in spite of a seeming change, that is, if its numerator and denominator are multiplied or divided by the same factor. The capitals 80C plus 20V plus 20S and 160C plus 40V plus 40S obviously have the same rate of profit of 20%, because S prime remains equal to 100%, and V over total capital equals 20 over 100 equals 40 over 200, represents the same value in both examples. C. The rate of profit rises when lowercase e is greater than uppercase E, that is, when the variable capital grows at a faster rate than the total capital. If 80C plus 20V plus 20S turns into 120C plus 40V plus 40S, the rate of profit rises from 20% to 25%, because with an unchanged rate of surplus value, V over total capital equals 20 over 100 rises to 40 over 160, or from 1/5 to 1/4. If the changes of V and total capital are in the same direction, we may view this change of magnitude as though, to a certain extent, both of them varied in the same proportion, so that V over total capital remained unchanged up to that point. Beyond this point, only one of them would vary, and we shall have thereby reduced this complicated case to one of the preceding simpler ones. Should, for instance, 80C plus 20V plus 20S become 100C plus 30V plus 30S, then the proportion of V to C, and also to total capital, remains the same in this variation up to 100C plus 25V plus 25S. Up to that point, therefore, the rate of profit likewise remains unchanged. We may then take 100C plus 25V plus 25S as our point of departure. We find that V increased by 5 to become 30V, so that total capital rose from 125 to 130, thus giving us the second case, that of the simple variation of V and the consequent variation of total capital. The rate of profit, which was originally 20%, rises through this addition of 5V to 23 1/13%, provided the rate of surplus value remains the same. The same reduction to a simpler case can also take place if V and total capital change their magnitudes in opposite directions. For instance, let us start again with 80C plus 20V plus 20S, and let this become 110C plus 10V plus 10S. In that case, with the change going as far as 40C plus 10V plus 10S, the rate of profit would remain the same 20%. By adding 70C to this intermediate form, it will drop to 8 1/3%. Thus, we have again reduced the case to an instance of change of one variable, namely, of constant capital. Simultaneous variation of V, C, and total capital does not, therefore, offer any new aspects, and in the final analysis leads back to a case in which only one factor is a variable. Even the sole remaining case has actually been exhausted, namely that in which V and total capital remain numerically the same, while their material elements undergo a change of value, so that V stands for a changed quantity of labour put in motion, and C for a changed quantity of means of production put in motion. In 80C plus 20V plus 20S, let 20V originally represent the wages of 20 labourers working 10 hours daily. Then let the wages of each rise from 1 to 1 1/4. In that case, the 20V will pay only 16 labourers instead of 20. But if 20 labourers produce a value of 40 in 200 working hours, 16 labourers working 10 hours daily will in 160 working hours produce a value of only 32. After deducting 20V for wages, only 12 of the 32 would then remain for surplus value. The rate of surplus value would have fallen from 100% to 60%. But since we have assumed the rate of surplus value to be constant, the working day would have to be prolonged by 1/4, from 10 to 12.5 hours. If 20 labourers working 10 hours daily equals 200 working hours produce a value of 40, then 16 labourers working 12.5 hours daily equals 200 hours will produce the same value, and the capital of 80C plus 20V would, as before, yield the same surplus value of 20. Conversely, if wages were to fall to such an extent that 20V would represent the wages of 30 labourers, then S would remain constant only if the working day were reduced from 10 to 6 2/3 hours. For 20 times 10 equals 30 times 6 2/3, equals 200 working hours. We have already in the main discussed to what extent C may in these divergent examples remain unchanged in terms of value expressed in money, and yet represent different quantities of means of production, changed in accordance with changing conditions. In its pure form, this case would be possible only by way of exception. As for a change in the value of the elements of constant capital, which increases or decreases their mass, but leaves the sum of the value of constant capital unchanged, it does not affect either the rate of profit or the rate of surplus value, so long as it does not lead to a change in the magnitude of variable capital. We have herewith exhausted all the possible cases of variation of V, C, and total capital in our equation. We have seen that the rate of profit may fall, remain unchanged, or rise, while the rate of surplus value remains the same, with the least change in the proportion of V to C, or to total capital, being sufficient to change the rate of profit as well. We have seen furthermore that in variations of V there is a certain limit everywhere beyond which it is economically impossible for the rate of surplus value S' to remain constant. Since every one-sided variation of C must also reach a certain limit where V can no longer remain unchanged, we find that there are limits for every possible variation of V over total capital, beyond which S' must likewise become variable. In the variations of S', which we shall now discuss, this interaction of the different variables of our equation will stand out still clearer. Case 2. Rate of surplus value S', variable. We obtain a general formula for the rates of profit with different rates of surplus value, no matter whether variable capital over total capital remains constant or not, by converting the equation rate of profit P' equals rate of surplus value S' times variable capital over total capital into P'1 equals S'1 times V1 over total capital, in which P'1, S'1, V1, and total capital 1 denote the changed values of P', S', V, and total capital. Then we have P' to P'1 equals S'1 times V over total capital to S'1 times V1 over total capital 1, and hence P'1 equals S'1 over S' times V1 over V times total capital over total capital 1 times P'. Case 2.1. Rate of surplus value S' variable, V over total capital constant. In this case we have the equations P' equals S'(V) over total capital, P'1 equals S'(V) over total capital, in both of which V over total capital is equal. Therefore, P' to P'1 equals S' to S'1. The rates of profit of two capitals of the same composition are to each other as the two corresponding rates of surplus value. Since, in the fraction V over total capital, it is not a question of the absolute magnitudes of V and total capital, but only of their ratio, this applies to all capitals of equal composition, whatever their absolute magnitude. 80C plus 20V plus 20S. Total capital equals 100. S' equals 100%. P' equals 20%. 160C plus 40V plus 20S. Total capital equals 200. S' equals 50%. P' equals 10%. 100% to 50% equals 20% to 10%. If the absolute magnitudes of V and total capital are the same in both cases, the rates of profit are, moreover, also related to one another as the amounts of surplus value. P' to P'1 equals S'(V) to S'(1V) equals S to S1. For instance, 80C plus 20V plus 20S, S' equals 100%, P' equals 20%. 80C plus 20V plus 10S, S' equals 50%, P' equals 10%. 20% to 10% equals 100 times 20 to 50 times 20 equals 20s to 10s. It is now clear that with capitals of equal absolute or percentage composition, the rate of surplus value can differ only if either the wages or the length of the working day or the intensity of labour differ, as illustrated in the following three examples. Example 1. 80C plus 20V plus 10S. S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 10%. Example 2. 80C plus 20V plus 20S. S prime equals 100%, P prime equals 20%. Example 3. 80C plus 20V plus 40S. S prime equals 200%, P prime equals 40%. The total value produced in example 1 is 30 equals 20V plus 10S. In example 2 it is 40. In example 3 it is 60. This may come about in three different ways. First, if the wages are different, and 20V stands for a different number of labourers in every individual case. Suppose in example 1, 15 labourers are employed 10 hours daily at a wage of £1 1/3, who produce a value of £30, of which £20 replace the wages, and £10 are surplus value. If wages fall to £1, then 20 labourers may be employed for 10 hours. They will produce a value of £40, of which £20 will replace the wages, and £20 will be the surplus value. Should wages fall still more, to 2/3 of a pound, 30 labourers may be employed for 10 hours. They will produce a value of £60, of which £20 will be deducted for wages, and £40 will represent surplus value. This case, a constant composition of capital in percent, a constant working day, and constant intensity of labour, and the rate of surplus value, varying because of variation in wages, is the only one in which Ricardo's assumption is correct. Quote, "Profit would be high or low exactly in proportion as wages were low or high." Unquote. Principles, Chapter 1, Section 3 of the Works of D. Ricardo, edited by McCulloch, 1852. Or second, if the intensity of labour varies. In that case, say, 20 labourers working 10 hours daily with the same means of production produce 30 pieces of a certain commodity in example 1, 40 in example 2, and 60 in example 3, of which every piece, aside from the value of the means of production incorporated in it, represents a new value of £1. Since every 20 pieces, equals £20, make good the wages, there remain 10 pieces, equals £10, for surplus value in example 1, 20 pieces equals £20 in example 2, and 40 pieces equals £40 in example 3. Or, third, the working day differs in length. If 20 labourers work with the same intensity for 9 hours in example 1, 12 hours in example 2, and 18 hours in example 3, their total products, 30 to 40 to 60, vary as 9 to 12 to 18, and since wages equals 20 in every case, 10, 20, and 40, respectively again, remain as surplus value. A rise or fall in wages, therefore, influences the rate of surplus value inversely, and a rise or fall in the intensity of labour and a lengthening or shortening of the working day act the same way on the rate of surplus value, and thereby, with V over total capital constant, on the rate of profit. Case 2.2. Rate of surplus value S' and V, variable. Total capital, constant. The following proportion applies in this case. P' to P'1 equals S' V over total capital to S' V1 over total capital equals S' V to S' 1 V1 equals S to S1. The rates of profit are related to one another as the respective amounts of surplus value. Changes in the rate of surplus value with the variable capital remaining constant meant a change in the magnitude and distribution of the produced value. A simultaneous variation of variable capital and rate of surplus value S' also always implies a different distribution, but not always a change in the magnitude of the produced value. 3 variations are possible. Variation A. Variation of V and S' takes place in opposite directions, but by the same amount. For instance, 80C plus 20V plus 10S, S' equals 50%, P' equals 10%. 90C plus 10V plus 20S, S' equals 200%, P' equals 20%. The produced value is equal in both these cases, hence also the quantity of labour performed. 20V plus 10S equals 10V plus 20S equals 30. The only difference is that in the first case, 20 is paid out for wages and 10 remains as surplus value, while in the second case, wages are only 10 and surplus value is therefore 20. This is the only case in which the number of labourers, the intensity of labour, and the length of the working day remain unchanged, while V and S' vary simultaneously. Variation B. Variation of S' and V also takes place in opposite directions, but not by the same amount. In that case, the variation of either V or S' outweighs the other. Capital 1. 80C plus 20V plus 20S. S' equals 100%, P' equals 20%. Capital 2. 72C plus 28V plus 20S. S' equals 7 and 13/7%, P' equals 20%. Capital 3. 84C plus 16V plus 20S. S' equals 12.5%, P' equals 20%. Capital 1 pays for produced value amounting to 40 with 20V. Capital 2 a value of 48 with 28V, and Capital 3 a value of 36 with 16V. Both the produced value and the wages have changed, but a change in the produced value means a change in the amount of labour performed, hence a change either in the number of labourers, the hours of labour, the intensity of labour, or in more than one of these. Variation C. Variation of S' and V takes place in the same direction. In that case, the one intensifies the effect of the other. 90C plus 10V plus 10S, S' equals 100%, P' equals 10%. 80C plus 20V plus 30S. S' equals 150%, P' equals 30%. 92C plus 8V plus 6S. S' equals 75%, P' equals 6%. Here, too, the three values produced are different, namely 20, 50, and 14. And this difference in the magnitude of the respective quantities of labour reduces itself once more to a difference in the number of labourers, the hours of labour, and the intensity of labour, or several or all of these factors. Case 2.3. S prime, V, and total capital C, variable. This case offers no new aspects and is solved by the general formula given under Case 2, in which S prime is variable. The effect of a change in the magnitude of the rate of surplus value on the rate of profit hence yields the following cases. Case 2.3.1. P prime increases or decreases in the same proportion as S prime if V over total capital remains constant. 80C plus 20V plus 20S. S prime equals 100%, P prime equals 20%. 80C plus 20V plus 10S. S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 10%. 100% to 50% equals 20% to 10%. Case 2.3.2. P prime rises or falls at a faster rate than S prime if V over total capital moves in the same direction as S prime, that is, if it increases or decreases when S prime increases or decreases. 80C plus 20V plus 10S. S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 10%. 70C plus 30V plus 20S. S prime equals 66 2/3%, P prime equals 10%. 50% to 66 2/3% is less than 10% to 20%. Case 2.3.3. P prime rises or falls at a slower rate than S prime if V over total capital changes inversely to S prime, but at a slower rate. 80C plus 20V plus 10S. S prime equals 50%, P prime equals 10%. 90C plus 10V plus 15S. S prime equals 150%, P prime equals 15%. 50% to 150% is greater than 10% to 15%. Case 2.3.4. P prime rises while S prime falls, or falls while S prime rises if V over total capital changes inversely to and at a faster rate than S prime. 80C plus 20V plus 20S. S prime equals 100%, P prime equals 20%. 90C plus 10V plus 15S. S prime equals 150%, P prime equals 15%. S prime has risen from 100% to 150%. P prime has fallen from 20% to 15%. Case 2.3.5. Finally, P prime remains constant, whereas S prime rises or falls, while V over total capital changes inversely to, but in exactly the same proportion as S prime. It is only this last case which still requires some explanation. We have observed earlier in the variations of V over total capital that one and the same rate of surplus value may be expressed in very much different rates of profit. Now we see that one and the same rate of profit may be based on very much different rates of surplus value. But while any change in the proportion of V to total capital is sufficient to produce a difference in the rate of profit so long as S is constant, a change in the magnitude of S must lead to a corresponding inverse change of V over total capital, in order that the rate of profit remains the same. In the case of one and the same capital, or in that of two capitals in one and the same country, this is possible but in exceptional cases. Assume, for example, that we have a capital of 80C plus 20V plus 20S. Total capital equals 100. S prime equals 100%. P prime equals 20%. And let us suppose that wages fall to such an extent that the same number of labourers is obtainable for 16V instead of 20V. Then, other things being equal, and 4V being released, we shall have 80C plus 16V plus 24S. Total capital equals 96. S prime equals 150%. P prime equals 25%. In order that P prime may now equal 20% as before, the total capital would have to increase to 120, the constant capital therefore rising to 104. 104C plus 16V plus 24S. Total capital equals 120. S prime equals 150%. P prime equals 20%. This would only be possible if the fall in wages were attended simultaneously by a change in the productivity of labour, which required such a change in the composition of capital, or if the value in money of the constant capital increased from 80 to 104. In short, it would require an accidental coincidence of conditions such as occurs in exceptional cases. In fact, a variation of S prime that does not call for the simultaneous variation of V, and thus of V over total capital, is conceivable only under very definite conditions, namely in such branches of industry in which only fixed capital and labour are employed, while the materials of labour are supplied by nature. But this is not so when the rates of profit of two different countries are compared, for in that case the same rate of profit is, in effect, based largely on different rates of surplus value. It follows from all of these 5 cases, therefore, that a rising rate of profit may correspond to a falling or rising rate of surplus value, a falling rate of profit to a rising or falling rate of surplus value, and a constant rate of profit to a rising or falling rate of surplus value. And we have seen in case 1 that a rising, falling, or constant rate of profit may also accord with a constant rate of surplus value. The rate of profit, therefore, depends on 2 main factors, the rate of surplus value and the value composition of capital. The effects of these 2 factors may be briefly summed up as follows, by giving the composition in percent, for it is immaterial which of the 2 portions of the capital causes the variation. The rates of profit of 2 different capitals, or of one and the same capital in 2 successive different conditions, are equal. 1. If the percent composition of the capitals is the same, and their rates of surplus value are equal. 2. If their percent composition is not the same, and the rates of surplus value are unequal, provided the products of the rates of surplus value by the percentages of the variable portions of capitals, S prime by V, are the same. That is, if the masses of surplus value, S equals S prime V, calculated in percent of the total capital, are equal. In other words, if the factors S prime and V are inversely proportional to one another in both cases. They are unequal, 1. If the percent composition is equal, and the rates of surplus value are unequal, in which case they are related as the rates of surplus value. 2. If the rates of surplus value are the same, and the percent composition is unequal, in which case they are related as the variable portions of the capitals. 3. If the rates of surplus value are unequal and the percent composition not the same, in which case they are related as the products S'(V), that is, as the quantities of surplus value calculated in percent of the total capital. Footnote. The manuscript contains also very detailed calculations of the difference between the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, S' to P', which has very interesting peculiarities, and whose movement indicates where the two rates draw apart or approach one another. These movements may also be represented by curves. I am not reproducing this material because it is of less importance to the immediate purposes of this work, and because it is enough here to call attention to this fact for listeners who wish to pursue this point further. Friedrich Engels, end of footnote. Chapter 4. The effect of the turnover on the rate of profit. The effect of the turnover on the production of surplus value, and consequently of profit, has been discussed in Volume 2. Briefly summarized, it signifies that owing to the time span required for turnover, not all the capital can be employed all at once in production. Some of the capital always lies idle, either in the form of money capital, of raw material supplies, of finished but still unsold commodity capital, or of outstanding claims. That the capital in active production, that is, in the production and appropriation of surplus value, is always short by this amount, and that the produced and appropriated surplus value is always curtailed to the same extent. The shorter the period of turnover, the smaller this idle portion of capital as compared with the whole, and the larger, therefore, the appropriated surplus value, provided other conditions remain the same. It has already been shown in detail in Volume 2 how the quantity of produced surplus value is augmented by reductions in the period of turnover, or of one of its two sections, the time of production and the time of circulation. But since the rate of profit only expresses the relation of the produced quantity of surplus value to the total capital employed in its production, it is evident that any such reduction increases the rate of profit. Whatever has been said earlier in Part 2 of Volume 2 in regard to surplus value applies equally to profit, and the rate of profit, and needs no repetition here. We wish only to stress a few of the principal points. The chief means of reducing the time of production is higher labor productivity, which is commonly called industrial progress. If this does not involve a simultaneous considerable increase in the outlay of total capital, resulting from the installation of expensive machinery, etc., and thus a reduction of the rate of profit, which is calculated on the total capital, this rate must rise. And this is decidedly true in the case of many of the latest improvements in metallurgy and in the chemical industry. The recently discovered methods of producing iron and steel, such as the processes of Bessemer, Siemens, Gilchrist-Thomas, etc., cut to a minimum at relatively small costs the formerly arduous processes. The making of alizarin, a red dye-stuff extracted from coal tar, requires but a few weeks, and this by means of already existing coal tar dye-producing installations, to yield the same results which formerly required years. It took a year for the madder to mature, and it was customary to let the roots grow a few years more before they were processed. The chief means of reducing the time of circulation is improved communications. The last 50 years have brought about a revolution in this field, comparable only with the industrial revolution of the latter half of the 18th century. On land, the macadamized road has been displaced by the railway. On sea, the slow and irregular sailing vessel has been pushed into the background by the rapid and dependable steamboat line, and the entire globe is being girdled by telegraph wires. The Suez Canal has fully opened East Asia and Australia to steamer traffic. The time of circulation of a shipment of commodities to East Asia, at least 12 months in 1847, Capital, Volume 2, has now been reduced to almost as many weeks. The two large centres of the crises of 1825 to 57, America and India, have been brought from 70 to 90% nearer to the European industrial countries by this revolution in transport, and have thereby lost a good deal of their explosive nature. The period of turnover of the total world commerce has been reduced to the same extent, and the efficacy of the capital involved in it has been more than doubled or trebled. It goes without saying that this has not been without effect on the rate of profit. To single out the effect of the turnover of total capital on the rate of profit, we must assume all other conditions of the capitals to be compared as equal. Aside from the rate of surplus value and the working day, it is also notably the percent composition, which we must assume to be the same. Now let us take a capital A, composed of 80C plus 20V, equals 100 total capital, which makes 2 turnovers yearly at a rate of surplus value of 100%. The annual product is then 160C plus 40V plus 40S. However, to determine the rate of profit, we do not calculate the 40S on the turned-over capital value of 200, but on the advanced capital of 100, and thus obtain rate of profit, P prime, equal to 40%. Now let us compare this with a capital B equals 160C plus 40V equals 200 total capital, which has the same rate of surplus value of 100%, but which is turned over only once a year. The annual product of this capital is, therefore, the same as that of A, 160C plus 40V plus 40S. But this time the 40S are to be calculated on an advance of capital amounting to 200, which yields a rate of profit of only 20%, or 1/2 that of capital A. We find, then, that for capitals with an equal percent composition, with equal rates of surplus value and equal working days, the rates of profit of the two capitals are related inversely as their periods of turnover. If either the composition, the rates of surplus value, the working day, or the wages are unequal in the two compared cases, this would naturally produce further differences in the rates of profit. But these are independent of the turnover, and, for this reason, do not concern us at this point. They have already been discussed in Chapter 3. The direct effect of a reduced period of turnover on the production of surplus value, and consequently of profit, consists of an increased efficiency imparted thereby to the variable portion of capital, as shown in Volume 2, Chapter 16, The Turnover of Variable Capital. This chapter demonstrated that a variable capital of 500 turned over 10 times a year produces as much surplus value in this time as a variable capital of 5,000 with the same rate of surplus value and the same wages turned over just once a year. Take capital 1, consisting of 10,000 fixed capital, whose annual depreciation is 10%, equals 1,000 of 500 circulating constant and 500 variable capital. Let the variable capital turn over 10 times per year at a 100% rate of surplus value. For the sake of simplicity, we assume in all the following examples that the circulating constant capital is turned over in the same time as the variable, which is generally the case in practice. Then the product of one such period of turnover will be 100C, depreciation, plus 500C plus 500V plus 500S equals 1,600. And the product of one entire year with 10 such turnovers will be 1,000C depreciation plus 5,000C plus 5,000V plus 5,000S equals 16,000. Total capital equals 11,000. Surplus value equals 5,000. P prime, the rate of profit, equals 5,000 over 11,000 equals 45 5/11%. Now let us take capital 2, 9,000 fixed capital, 1,000 annual wear and tear, 1,000 circulating constant capital, 1,000 variable capital, 100% rate of surplus value, 5 turnovers of variable capital per year. Then the product of each of the turnovers of the variable capital will be 200C depreciation plus 1,000C plus 1,000V plus 1,000S equals 3,200, and the total annual product after 5 turnovers, 1,000C depreciation plus 5,000C plus 5,000V plus 5,000S equals 16,000. Total capital equals 11,000. Surplus value equals 5,000. P prime equals 5,000 over 11,000 equals 45 5/11%. Further, take capital 3, with no fixed capital, 6,000 circulating constant capital, and 5,000 variable capital. Let there be 1 turnover per year at 100% rate of surplus value. Then the total annual product is 6,000C plus 5,000V plus 5,000S equals 16,000. Total capital equals 11,000. Surplus value equals 5,000. P prime equals 5,000 over 11,000 equals 45 5/11%. In all 3 cases, we therefore have the same annual quantity of surplus value equals 5,000, and since the total capital is likewise equal in all 3 cases, namely 11,000, also the same rate of profit of 45 5/11%. But should capital 1 have only 5 instead of 10 turnovers of its variable part per year, the result would be different. The product of 1 turnover would then be 200C depreciation plus 500C plus 500V plus 500S equals 1,700. And the annual product, 1,000C depreciation plus 2,500C plus 2,500V plus 2,500S equals 8,500. Total capital equals 11,000. Surplus value equals 2,500. Rate of profit, P prime, equals 2,500 over 11,000 equals 22 8/11%. The rate of profit has fallen 1/2 because the period of turnover has doubled. The quantity of surplus value appropriated in 1 year is therefore equal to the quantity of surplus value appropriated in 1 turnover of the variable capital multiplied by the number of such turnovers per year. Suppose we call the surplus value, or profit, appropriated in 1 year uppercase S. The surplus value appropriated in 1 period of turnover lowercase s. The number of turnovers of the variable capital in 1 year, n, then uppercase S equals lowercase sn, and the annual rate of surplus value, uppercase S prime, equals lowercase s prime n, as already demonstrated in Volume 2, Chapter 16. It goes without saying that the formula for the profit rate P prime equals S prime V over total capital equals S prime V over C plus V is correct only so long as the V in the numerator is the same as that in the denominator. In the denominator, V stands for the entire portion of the total capital used on an average as variable capital for the payment of wages. The V of the numerator is primarily only determined by the fact that a certain quantity of surplus value, equals S, is produced and appropriated by it, whose relation to it, S over V, the rate of surplus value. It is only along these lines that the formula P prime equals S over C plus V is transformed into the other, P prime equals S prime V over C plus V. The V of the numerator will now be more accurately determined by the fact that it must equal the V of the denominator, that is, the entire variable portion of the total capital. In other words, the equation P prime equals S over total capital may be correctly transformed into the equation P prime equals S prime V over C plus V only if S stands for surplus value produced in one turnover of the variable capital. Should S be only a portion of this surplus value, then S equals S prime V is still correct, but this V is then smaller than the V in total capital equals C plus V, because it is smaller than the entire variable capital expended for wages. But should S stand for more than the surplus value of one turnover of V, then a portion of this V, or perhaps the whole of it, serves twice, namely in the first and in the second turnover, and eventually in subsequent turnovers. The V which produces the surplus value and represents the sum of all paid wages is therefore greater than the V in C plus V, and the calculation falls into error. To make the formula precise for the annual rate of profit, we must substitute the annual rate of surplus value for the simple rate of surplus value. That is, substitute uppercase S prime, or lowercase s prime n, for lowercase s prime. In other words, we must multiply the rate of surplus value lowercase s prime, or, what amounts to the same thing, the variable capital V contained in total capital, by n, the number of turnovers of this variable capital in 1 year. Thus, we obtain P prime equals S prime n, V over total capital, which is the formula for the annual rate of profit. The amount of variable capital invested in his business is something the capitalist himself does not know in most cases. We have seen in Chapter 8 of Volume 2, and shall see further along, that the only essential distinction within his capital which impresses itself upon the capitalist is that of fixed and circulating capital. He takes money to pay wages from his cash box containing the part of the circulating capital he has on hand in the form of money, so far as it is not deposited in a bank. He takes money from the same cash box for raw and auxiliary materials, and credits both items to the same cash account. And even if he should keep a separate account for wages at the close of the year, this would only show the sum paid out for this item, hence Vn, but not the variable capital V itself. In order to ascertain this, he would have to make a special calculation, of which we propose here to give an illustration. For this purpose we select the cotton spinnery of 10,000 mule spindles described in Volume 1, and assume that the data given there for 1 week of April 1871 are in force during the whole year. The fixed capital incorporated in the machinery was £10,000. The circulating capital was not given. We assume it to have been £2,500. This is a rather high estimate, but justified by the assumption, which we must always make here, that no credit operations were effected, hence no permanent or temporary employment of other people's capital. The value of the weekly product was composed of £20 for depreciation of machinery, £358 circulating constant advanced capital, rent £6, cotton £342, coal, gas, oil £10, £52 variable capital paid out for wages, and £80 surplus value. Therefore, 20C, depreciation, plus 358C, plus 52V, plus 80S, equals 510. The weekly advance of circulating capital, therefore, was 358C plus 52V, equals 410. In terms of percent, this was 87.3C plus 12.7V. For the entire circulating capital of £2,500, this would be £2,182 constant and £318 variable capital. Since the total expenditure for wages in 1 year was 52 times £52, or £2,704, it follows that in a year the variable capital of £318 was turned over almost exactly 8.5 times. The rate of surplus value was 80 over 52, equals 153 11/13. We calculate the rate of profit on the basis of these elements by inserting the above values in the formula P' equals S' N V over total capital to S' equals 153 11/13, with N equals 8.5, V equals 318, total capital equals 12,500. Hence, P' equals 153 11/13 by 8.5 by 318 over 12,500 equals 33.27%. We test this by means of the simple formula P' equals S over total capital. The total annual surplus value, or profit, amounts to 52 times £80, or £4,160, and this, divided by the total capital of £12,500, gives us 33.28%, or almost an identical result. This is an abnormally high rate of profit, which may only be explained by the extraordinarily favourable conditions of the moment, very low prices of cotton, along with very high prices of yarn, and could certainly not have obtained throughout the year. The S'(n) in the formula P' equals S'(n) times V over total capital stands, as has been said, for the thing called in Volume 2 the annual rate of surplus value. In the above case, it is 153 11/13% multiplied by 8.5, or, in exact figures, 1,307 9/13%. Thus, if a certain Biedermann was shocked by the abnormity of an annual rate of surplus value of 1,000% used as an illustration in Volume 2, he will now perhaps be pacified by this annual rate of surplus value of more than 1,300% taken from the living experience of Manchester. In times of greatest prosperity, such as we have not indeed seen for a long time, such a rate is by no means a rarity. Footnote: Biedermann. Philistine. A pun, being also the name of the editor of the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. End of footnote. For that matter, we have here an illustration of the actual composition of capital in modern large-scale industry. The total capital is broken up into £12,182 constant and £318 variable capital, a sum of £12,500. In terms of percent, this is 97.5 C plus 2.5 V equals 100 total capital. Only 1/40th of the total, but in more than an 8-fold annual turnover, serves for the payment of wages. Since very few capitalists ever think of making calculations of this sort with reference to their own business, statistics is almost completely silent about the relation of the constant portion of the total social capital to its variable portion. Only the American census gives what is possible under modern conditions, namely the sum of wages paid in each line of business and the profits realized. Questionable as they may be, being based on the capitalists' own uncontrolled statements, they are nevertheless very valuable, and the only records available to us on this subject. Footnote. In Europe, we are far too delicate to expect such revelations from our major capitalists. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Chapter 5. Economy in the Employment of Constant Capital. Section 1. In general. The increase of absolute surplus value, or the prolongation of surplus labour and thus of the working day, while the variable capital remains the same and thus employs the same number of labourers at the same nominal wages regardless of whether overtime is paid or not, reduces the relative value of the constant capital as compared to the total and the variable capital, and thereby increases the rate of profit, again irrespective of the growth of the quantity of surplus value and a possible rising rate of surplus value. The volume of the fixed portion of constant capital, such as factory buildings, machinery, etc., remains the same, no matter whether these serve the labour process 16 or 12 hours. A prolongation of the working day does not entail any fresh expenditures in this, the most expensive portion of constant capital. Furthermore, the value of the fixed capital is thereby reproduced in a smaller number of turnover periods, so that the time for which it must be advanced to make a certain profit is abbreviated. A prolongation of the working day therefore increases the profit, even if overtime is paid, or even if, up to a certain point, it is better paid than the normal hours of labour. The ever-mounting need to increase fixed capital in modern industry was therefore one of the main reasons prompting profit-mad capitalists to lengthen the working day. Footnote. Since in all factories there is a very large amount of fixed capital in buildings and machinery, the greater the number of hours that machinery can be kept at work, the greater will be the return. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, 31st of October, 1858. End of footnote. The same conditions do not obtain if the working day is constant. Then it is necessary either to increase the number of labourers, and with them, to a certain extent, the amount of fixed capital, the buildings, machinery, etc., in order to exploit a greater quantity of labour, for we leave aside deductions from wages or the depression of wages below their normal level, or, if the intensity and consequently the productivity of labour increase, and, generally, more relative surplus value is produced, the magnitude of the circulating portion of constant capital increases in such industrial branches which use raw materials, since more raw material, etc., is processed in a given time. And secondly, the amount of machinery set in motion by the same number of labourers, therefore also this part of constant capital increases as well. Hence, an increase in surplus value is accompanied by an increase in constant capital and the growing exploitation of labour, by greater outlays of the means of production through which labour is exploited, that is, by a greater investment of capital. Therefore, the rate of profit is thereby reduced on the one hand, while it increases on the other. Quite a number of current expenses remain almost or entirely the same, whether the working day is longer or shorter. The cost of supervision is less for 500 working men during 18 working hours than for 750 working men during 12 working hours. Quote, "The expense of working a factory 10 hours almost equals that of working it 12." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1848. State and municipal taxes, fire insurance, wages of various permanent employees, depreciation of machinery, and various other expenses of a factory remain unchanged whether the working time is long or short. To the extent which production decreases, these expenses rise as compared to the profit. Reports of Inspector of Factories, October 1862. The period in which the value of the machinery and of the other components of fixed capital is reproduced is determined in practice not by their mere lifetime, but by the duration of the entire labour process during which they serve and wear out. If the labourers must work 18 instead of 12 hours, this makes a difference of 3 days more per week, so that 1 week is stretched into 1.5, and 2 years into 3. If this overtime is unpaid, the labourers give away gratis a week out of every 3, and a year out of every 3, on top of the normal surplus labour time. In this way, the reproduction of the value of the machinery is speeded up 50%, and accomplished in 2/3 of the usually required time. To avoid useless complications, we proceed in this analysis, and in that of price fluctuations for raw materials, Chapter 6, from the assumption that the mass and rate of surplus value are given. As already shown in the presentation of cooperation, division of labour and machinery, the economy of production conditions, Capital, Volume 1, found in large-scale production, is essentially due to the fact that these conditions prevail as conditions of social or socially combined labour, and therefore as social conditions of labour. They are commonly consumed in the process of production by the aggregate labourer, instead of being consumed in small fractions by a mass of labourers operating disconnectedly or, at best, directly cooperating on a small scale. In a large factory, with 1 or 2 central motors, the cost of these motors does not increase in the same ratio as their horsepower and hence their possible sphere of activity. The cost of the transmission equipment does not grow in the same ratio as the total number of working machines which it sets in motion. The frame of a machine does not become dearer in the same ratio as the mounting number of tools which it employs as its organs, etc. Furthermore, the concentration of means of production yields a saving on buildings of various kinds, not only for the actual workshops, but also for storage, etc. The same applies to expenditures for fuel, lighting, etc. Other conditions of production remain the same, whether used by many or by few. This total economy, arising as it does from the concentration of means of production and their use en masse, imperatively requires, however, the accumulation and cooperation of labourers, that is, a social combination of labour. Hence it originates quite as much from the social nature of labour, just as surplus value originates from the surplus labour of the individual labourer considered singly. Even the continual improvements which are here possible and necessary are due solely to the social experience and observation ensured and made possible by production of aggregate labour combined on a large scale. The same is true of the second big source of economy in the conditions of production. We refer to the reconversion of the excretions of production, the so-called waste, into new elements of production, either of the same or of some other line of industry, to the processes by which this so-called excretion is thrown back into the cycle of production, and, consequently, consumption, whether productive or individual. This line of savings, which we shall later examine more closely, is likewise the result of large-scale social labour. It is the attendant abundance of this waste which renders it available again for commerce, and thereby turns it into new elements of production. It is only as waste of combined production, therefore, of large-scale production, that it becomes important to the production process and remains a bearer of exchange value. This waste, aside from the services which it performs as new element of production, reduces the cost of the raw material to the extent which it is again saleable, for this cost always includes the normal waste, namely the quantity ordinarily lost in processing. The reduction of the cost of this portion of constant capital increases pro tanto, alongside the rate of profit, assuming the magnitude of the variable capital and the rate of surplus value to be given. If the surplus value is given, the rate of profit can be increased only by reducing the value of the constant capital required for commodity production. So far as constant capital enters into the production of commodities, it is not its exchange value, but its use value alone which matters. The quantity of labour which flax can absorb in a spinnery does not depend on its value, but on its quantity, assuming the productivity of labour, that is, the level of technical development, to be given. In like manner, the assistance rendered by a machine to, say, 3 labourers does not depend on its value, but on its use value as a machine. On one level of technical development, a bad machine may be expensive, and on another, a good machine may be cheap. The increased profit received by a capitalist through the cheapening of, say, cotton and spinning machinery is the result of higher labour productivity, not in the spinnery, to be sure, but in cotton cultivation and construction of machinery. It requires smaller outlays of the conditions of labour to incorporate a given quantity of labour, and hence to extract a given quantity of surplus labour. The costs required to appropriate a certain quantity of surplus labour diminish. We have already mentioned savings yielded in the production process through cooperative use of means of production by the aggregate or socially combined labour. Other savings of constant capital arising from the shortening of the time of circulation in which the development of means of communication is a dominant material factor will be discussed later. At this point, we shall deal with the savings yielded by continuous improvements of machinery, namely, 1. Of its material, for example, the substitution of iron for wood. 2. The cheapening of machinery due to the general improvement of machine building, so that, although the value of the fixed portion of constant capital increases continually with the development of labour on a large scale, it does not increase at the same rate. See Ure on the progress in factory construction. 3. Special improvements enabling existing machinery to work more cheaply and effectively, for instance, improvements of steam boilers, etc., which will be discussed later on in greater detail. 4. Reduction of waste through better machinery. Whatever reduces the wear of machinery and of fixed capital in general for any given period of production cheapens not only the individual commodity, in view of the fact that in its price every individual commodity reproduces its aliquot share of this depreciation, but reduces also the aliquot portion of the invested capital for this period. Repair work, etc., to the extent that it becomes necessary, is added to the original cost of the machinery. A reduction in repair costs, due to greater durability of the machinery, lowers the price of this machinery proportionately. It may again be said of all these savings that they are largely possible only for combined labour, and are often not realized until production is carried forward on a still larger scale, so that they require an even greater combination of labour in the immediate process of production. However, on the other hand, the development of the productive power of labour in any one line of production, for example, the production of iron, coal, machinery, in architecture, etc., which may again be partly connected with progress in the field of intellectual production, notably natural science and its practical application, appears to be the premise for a reduction of the value, and consequently of the cost, of means of production in other lines of industry, for example, the textile industry or agriculture. This is self-evident, since a commodity, which is the product of a certain branch of industry, enters another as a means of production. Its greater or lesser price depends on the productivity of labour in the line of production from which it issues as a product, and is at the same time a factor that not only cheapens the commodities into whose production it goes as a means of production, but also reduces the value of the constant capital whose element it here becomes, and thereby one that increases the rate of profit. The characteristic feature of this kind of saving of constant capital, arising from the progressive development of industry, is that the rise in the rate of profit in one line of industry depends on the development of the productive power of labour in another. Whatever falls to the capitalist's advantage in this case is once more a gain, produced by social labour, if not a product of the labourers he himself exploits. Such a development of productive power is again traceable in the final analysis to the social nature of the labour engaged in production, to the division of labour in society, and to the development of intellectual labour, especially in the natural sciences. What the capitalist thus utilizes are the advantages of the entire system of the social division of labour. It is the development of the productive power of labour in its exterior department, in that department which supplies it with means of production, whereby the value of the constant capital employed by the capitalist is relatively lowered, and consequently the rate of profit is raised. Another rise in the rate of profit is produced not by savings in the labour creating the constant capital, but by savings in the application of this capital itself. On the one hand, the concentration of labourers and their large-scale co-operation saves constant capital. The same buildings and heating and lighting appliances, etc., cost relatively less for the large-scale than for the small-scale production. The same is true of power and working machinery. Although their absolute value increases, it falls in comparison to the increasing extension of production and the magnitude of the variable capital or the quantity of labour power set in motion. The economy realized by a certain capital within its own line of production is first and foremost an economy in labour, that is, a reduction of the paid labour of its own labourers. The previously mentioned economy, on the other hand, is distinguished from this one by the fact that it accomplishes the greatest possible appropriation of other people's unpaid labour in the most economical way, that is, with as little expense as the given scale of production will permit. Inasmuch as this economy does not rest with the previously mentioned exploitation of the productivity of the social labour employed in the production of constant capital, but with the economy in the constant capital itself, it springs either directly from the cooperation and social form of labour, within a certain branch of production, or from the production of machinery, etc., on a scale in which its value does not grow at the same rate as its use value. 2 points must be borne in mind here. If the value of constant capital C equals 0, then the rate of profit P prime equals the rate of surplus value S prime, and the rate of profit would be at its maximum. Second, however, the most important thing for the direct exploitation of labour itself is not the value of the employed means of exploitation, be they fixed capital, raw materials, or auxiliary substances. Insofar as they serve as means of absorbing labour, as media in or by which labour, and hence surplus labour, are materialized, the exchange value of machinery, buildings, raw materials, etc., is quite immaterial. What is ultimately essential is, on the one hand, the quantity of them technically required for combination with a certain quantity of living labour, and on the other, their suitability, that is, not only good machinery, but also good raw and auxiliary materials. The rate of profit depends partly on the good quality of the raw material. Good material produces less waste. Less raw materials are then needed to absorb the same quantity of labour. Furthermore, the resistance to be overcome by the working machine is also less. This partly affects even the surplus value and the rate of surplus value. The labourer needs more time when using bad raw materials to process the same quantity. Assuming wages remain the same, this causes a reduction in surplus labour. This also substantially affects the reproduction and accumulation of capital, which depend more on the productivity than on the amount of labour employed, as shown in Volume 1. The capitalists' fanatical insistence on economy in means of production is therefore quite understandable. That nothing is lost or wasted, and the means of production are consumed only in the manner required by the production itself, depends partly on the skill and intelligence of the labourers, and partly on the discipline enforced by the capitalist for the combined labour. This discipline will become superfluous under a social system, in which the labourers work for their own account, as it has already become practically superfluous in piecework. This fanatical insistence comes to the surface also, conversely, in the adulteration of the elements of production, which is one of the principal means of lowering the relation of the value of the constant capital to the variable capital, and thus of raising the rate of profit, whereby the sale of these elements of production above their value, so far as this reappears in the product, acquires a marked element of cheating. This practice plays an essential part, particularly in German industry, whose maxim is, "People will surely appreciate if we send them good samples at first, and then inferior goods afterward." However, as these matters belong to the sphere of competition, they do not concern us here. It should be noted that this raising of the rate of profit by means of lowering the value of the constant capital, that is, by reducing its expensiveness, does not in any way depend on whether the branch of industry in which it takes place produces luxuries or necessities for the consumption of labourers or means of production generally. This last circumstance would only be of material importance if it were a question of the rate of surplus value, which depends essentially on the value of labour power, that is, on the value of the customary necessities of the labourer. But in the present case, the surplus value and the rate of surplus value have been assumed as given. The relation of surplus value to total capital, and this determines the rate of profit, depends under these circumstances exclusively on the value of the constant capital, and in no way on the use value of the elements of which it is composed. A relative cheapening of the means of production does not, of course, exclude the possible increase of their absolute aggregate value, for the absolute volume in which they are employed grows tremendously with the development of the productive power of labour and the attendant growth of the level of production. Economy in the use of constant capital, from whatever angle it may be viewed, is, in part, the exclusive result of the fact that the means of production function and are consumed as joint means of production of the combined labourer, so that the resulting saving appears as a product of the social nature of directly productive labour. In part, however, it is the result of developing productivity of labour in spheres which supply capital with its means of production, so that if we view the total labour in relation to total capital, and not simply the labourers employed by capitalist X in relation to capitalist Y, this economy presents itself once more as a product of the development of the productive forces of social labour, with the only difference that capitalist X enjoys the advantage not only of the productivity of labour in his own establishment, but also of that in other establishments. Yet the capitalist views economy of his constant capital as a condition wholly independent of and entirely alien to his labourers. He is always well aware, however, that the labourer has something to do with the employer buying much or little labour with the same amount of money, for this is how the transaction between the capitalist and labourer appears in his mind. This economy in the application of the means of production, this method of obtaining a certain result with a minimum outlay, appears, more than any other inner power of labour, as an inherent power of capital, and a method peculiar and characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. This conception is so much the less surprising since it appears to accord with fact, and since the relationship of capital actually conceals the inner connection behind the utter indifference, isolation, and alienation in which it places the labourer vis-à-vis the means incorporating his labour. First, the means of production that make up the constant capital represent only the money belonging to the capitalist, just as the body of the Roman debtor represented the money of his creditor, according to Lange, Théorie des lois civiles, ou Principes fondamentaux de la société, Volume 2, London 1767, Book 5, Chapter 20, and are related to him alone, while the labourer, who comes in contact with them only in the direct process of production, deals with them as use-values of production, only as means of labour and materials of production. Increase or decrease of their value, therefore, has as little bearing on his relations to the capitalist as the circumstance whether he may be working with copper or iron. For that matter, the capitalist likes to view this point differently, as we shall later indicate, whenever the means of production gain in value and thereby reduce his rate of profit. Second, insofar as these means of production in the capitalist production process are at the same time means of exploiting labour, the labourer is no more concerned with their relative dearness or cheapness than a horse is concerned with the dearness or cheapness of its bit and bridle. Finally, we have earlier, Capital, Volume 1, seen that, in fact, the labourer looks at the social nature of his labour, at its combination with the labour of others for a common purpose, as he would at an alien power. The condition of realizing this combination is alien property, whose dissipation would be totally indifferent to him if he were not compelled to economize with it. The situation is quite different in factories owned by the labourers themselves, as in Rochdale, for instance. It scarcely needs to be mentioned, then, that as far as concerns the productivity of labour in one branch of industry, as a lever for cheapening and improving the means of production in another, and thereby raising the rate of profit, the general interconnection of social labour affects the labourers as a matter alien to them, a matter that actually concerns the capitalist alone, since it is he who buys and appropriates these means of production. The fact that he buys the product of labourers in another branch of industry with the product of labourers in his own, and that he therefore disposes of the product of the labourers of another capitalist only by gratuitously appropriating that of his own, is a development that is fortunately concealed by the process of circulation, etc. Moreover, since production on a large scale develops for the first time in its capitalist form, the thirst for profits on the one hand, and competition on the other, which compels the cheapest possible production of commodities, make this economy in the employment of constant capital appear as something peculiar to the capitalist mode of production, and therefore as a function of the capitalist. Just as the capitalist mode of production promotes the development of the productive powers of social labour on the one hand, so does it promote economy in the employment of constant capital on the other. However, it is not only the alienation and indifference that arise between the labourer, the bearer of living labour, and the economical, that is, rational and thrifty use of the material conditions of his labour. In line with its contradictory and antagonistic nature, the capitalist mode of production proceeds to count the prodigious dissipation of the labourer's life and health, and the lowering of his living conditions, as an economy in the use of constant capital, and thereby as a means of raising the rate of profit. Since the labourer passes the greater portion of his life in the process of production, the conditions of the production process are largely the conditions of his active living process, or his living conditions, and economy in these living conditions is a method of raising the rate of profit, just as we saw earlier, Capital, Volume 1, that overwork, the transformation of the labourer into a workhorse, is a means of increasing capital, or speeding up the production of surplus value. Such economy extends to overcrowding close and unsanitary premises with labourers, or as capitalists put it, to space saving, to crowding dangerous machinery into close quarters without using safety devices, to neglecting safety rules in production processes pernicious to health, or, as in mining, bound up with danger, etc. Not to mention the absence of all provisions to render the production process human, agreeable, or at least bearable. From the capitalist point of view, this would be quite a useless and senseless waste. The capitalist mode of production is generally, despite all its niggardliness, altogether too prodigal with its human material, just as, conversely, thanks to its method of distribution of products through commerce and manner of competition, it is very prodigal with its material means, and loses for society what it gains for the individual capitalist. Just as capital has the tendency to reduce the direct employment of living labour to no more than the necessary labour, and always to cut down the labour required to produce a commodity by exploiting the social productiveness of labour, and thus to save a maximum of directly applied living labour, so it has also the tendency to employ this labour, reduced to a minimum, under the most economical conditions, that is, to reduce to its minimum the value of the employed constant capital. If it is the necessary labour time which determines the value of commodities, instead of all the labour time contained in them, so it is the capital which realizes this determination and at the same time continually reduces the labour time socially necessary to produce a given commodity. The price of the commodity is thereby lowered to its minimum, since every portion of the labour required for its production is reduced to its minimum. We must make a distinction in economy as regards use of constant capital. If the quantity, and consequently the sum of the value of employed capital, increases, this is primarily only a concentration of more capital in a single hand. Yet it is precisely this greater quantity applied by a single source, attended as a rule by an absolutely greater but relatively smaller amount of employed labour, which permits economy of constant capital. To take an individual capitalist, the volume of the necessary investment of capital, especially of its fixed portion, increases, but its value decreases relative to the mass of worked-up materials and exploited labour. This is now to be briefly illustrated by a few examples. We shall begin at the end. The economy in the conditions of production, insofar as these also constitute the living conditions of the labourer. Chapter 5, Section 2. Savings in labour conditions at the expense of the labourers. 1. Coal mines. Neglect of indisputable outlays. Quote, under the competition which exists among the coal owners and coal proprietors, no more outlay is incurred than is sufficient to overcome the most obvious physical difficulties. And under that which prevails among the labouring colliers, who are ordinarily more numerous than the work to be done requires, a large amount of danger and exposure to the most noxious influences will gladly be encountered for wages a little in advance of the agricultural population round them, in an occupation in which they can, moreover, make a profitable use of their children. This double competition is quite sufficient to cause a large proportion of the pits to be worked with the most imperfect drainage and ventilation, often with ill-constructed shafts, bad gearing, incompetent engineers, and ill-constructed and ill-prepared bays and roadways, causing a destruction of life and limb and health, the statistics of which would present an appalling picture." Unquote. First report on children's employment in mines and collieries, etc., April 21st, 1829. About 1860, a weekly average of 15 men lost their lives in the English collieries. According to the report on coal mines accidents, February 6th, 1862, a total of 8,466 were killed in the 10 years 1852 to 61. But the report admits that this number is far too low, because in the first few years, when the inspectors had just been installed and their districts were far too large, a great many accidents and deaths were not reported. The very fact that the number of accidents, though still very high, has decreased markedly since the inspection system was established, and this in spite of the limited powers and insufficient numbers of the inspectors, demonstrates the natural tendency of capitalist exploitation. These human sacrifices are mostly due to the inordinate avarice of the mine owners. Very often they had only one shaft sunk, so that apart from the lack of effective ventilation, there was no escape were this shaft to become obstructed. Capitalist production, when considered in isolation from the process of circulation and the excesses of competition, is very economical with the materialized labor incorporated in commodities. Yet, more than any other mode of production, it squanders human lives, or living labor, and not only blood and flesh, but also nerve and brain. Indeed, It is only by dint of the most extravagant waste of individual development that the development of the human race is at all safeguarded and maintained in the epoch of history immediately preceding the conscious reorganization of society. Since all of the economizing here discussed arises from the social nature of labor, it is indeed just this directly social nature of labor which causes the waste of life and health. The following question, suggested by Factory Inspector R. Baker, is characteristic in this respect. Quote, "The whole question is one for serious consideration, and in what way this sacrifice of infant life occasioned by congregational labour can best be averted." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. 2. Factories. Under this heading, there is covered the disregard for safety measures to ensure the security, comfort, and health of labourers also in the actual factories. It is to blame for a large portion of the casualty lists containing the wounded and killed industrial workers. See the annual factory reports. Similarly, lack of space, ventilation, etc. As far back as October 1855, Leonard Horner complained about the resistance of very many manufacturers to the legal requirements concerning safety devices on horizontal shafts, although the danger was continually emphasized by accidents, many of them fatal, and although these safety devices did not cost much and did not interfere with production. Reports of Inspector of Factories, October 1855. In their resistance against these and other legal requirements, the manufacturers were openly seconded by the unpaid justices of the peace, who were themselves mostly manufacturers or friends of manufacturers, and handed down their decisions accordingly. What sort of verdicts these gentlemen handed down was revealed by Superior Judge Campbell, who said with reference to one of them, against which an appeal had been made to him, quote, "It is not an interpretation of the Act of Parliament, it is a repeal of the Act of Parliament." Unquote. Horner states in the same report that in many factories labourers are not warned when machinery is about to be started up. Since there is always something to be done about machinery, even when it is not operating, fingers and hands are always occupied with it, and accidents happen continually due to the mere omission of a warning signal. The manufacturers had a trades union at the time to oppose factory legislation, the so-called National Association for the Amendment of the Factory Laws in Manchester, which in March 1855 collected more than £50,000 by assessing 2 shillings per horsepower to pay for the court proceedings against its members started by factory inspectors, and to conduct the cases in the name of the union. In an allusion to the pamphlet Killing No Murder, which appeared in England in 1657 by the leveller Edward Sexby, it was a matter of proving that killing was no murder when it occurred for the sake of profit. A factory inspector for Scotland, Sir John Kincaid, tells about a certain firm in Glasgow which used the iron scrap at its factory to make protective shields for all its machinery, the cost amounting to £9 1 shilling. Joining the manufacturers' union would have cost it an assessment of £11 for its 110 horsepower, which was more than the cost of all its protective appliances. But the National Association had been organized in 1854 for the express purpose of opposing the law which prescribed such protection. The manufacturers had not paid the least heed to it during the whole period from 1844 to 1854. When the factory inspectors, at instructions from Palmerston, then informed the manufacturers that the law would be enforced in earnest, the manufacturers instantly founded their association, many of whose most prominent members were themselves justices of the peace, and in this capacity were supposed to enforce the law. When, in April 1855, the new Minister of the Interior, Sir George Grey, offered a compromise under which the government would be content with practically nominal safety appliances, the association indignantly rejected even this. In various lawsuits, the famous engineer William Fairbairn threw the weight of his reputation behind the principles of economy and in defence of the freedom of capital, which had been violated. The head of factory inspection, Leonard Horner, was persecuted and maligned by the manufacturers in every conceivable manner. But the manufacturers did not rest until they obtained a writ of the Court of Queen's Bench, according to which the law of 1844 did not prescribe protective devices for horizontal shafts installed more than 7 feet above the ground, and, finally, in 1856 they succeeded in securing an Act of Parliament entirely satisfactory to them in the circumstances through the services of the bigot Wilson Patten, one of those pious souls whose display of religion is always ready to do the dirty work for the Knights of the Money-Bag. This act practically deprived the labourers of all special protection, and referred them to the common courts for compensation in the event of industrial accidents. Sheer mockery in view of the excessive cost of English lawsuits. While it made it almost impossible for the manufacturer to lose the lawsuit by providing in a finely worded clause for expert testimony. The result was a rapid increase of accidents. In the 6 months from May to October 1858, Inspector Baker reported that accidents increased by 21% compared with the preceding half-year. In his opinion, 36.7% of these accidents might have been avoided. It is true that the number of accidents in 1858 and 1859 was considerably below that of 1845 and 1846. It was actually 29% less, although the number of labourers in the industries subject to inspection had increased by 20%. But what was the reason for this? Insofar as this issue has been settled now, 1865, it was mainly accomplished through the introduction of new machinery already provided with safety devices, to which the manufacturer did not object, because they cost him no extra expense. Furthermore, a few labourers succeeded in securing heavy damages for their lost arms, and had this judgment upheld even by the highest courts. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 30th, 1861. Ditto, April 1862. So much for economy in devices protecting the life and limbs of labourers, among whom many children, against the dangers of handling and operating machinery. 3. Work in enclosed places generally. It is well known to what extent economy of space, and thus of buildings, crowds labourers into close quarters. In addition, there is also economy in means of ventilation. Coupled with the long working hours, the two cause a large increase in diseases of the respiratory organs, and an attendant increase in the death rate. The following illustrations have been taken from Reports on Public Health, 6th Report, 1863. This report was compiled by Dr. John Simon, well known from our Volume 1. Just as combination and cooperation of labour permits large-scale employment of machinery, concentration of means of production, and economy in their use, it is this very working together en masse in enclosed places and under conditions rather determined by ease of manufacture than by health requirements, It is this mass concentration in one and the same workshop that acts on the one hand as a source of greater profits for the capitalist, and on the other, unless counteracted by a reduced number of hours and special precautions, as the cause of the squandering of the lives and health of the labourers. Dr. Simon formulates the following rule, and backs it up with abundant statistics. Quote, "In proportion as the people of a district are attracted to any collective indoor occupation, in such proportion, other things being equal, the district death rate by lung diseases will be increased." The cause is bad ventilation, and probably in all England there is no exception to the rule that, in every district which has a large indoor industry, the increased mortality of the workpeople is such as to colour the death return of the whole district with a marked excess of lung disease." Unquote. Mortality figures for industries carried on in enclosed places, collected by the Board of Health in 1860 and 1861, indicate that for the same number of men between the ages of 15 and 55, for which the death rate from consumption and other pulmonary diseases in English agricultural districts is 100, the death rate in Coventry is 163, in Blackburn and Skipton 167, Congleton and Bradford 168, Leicester 171, Leek 182, Macclesfield 184, Bolton 190, Nottingham 192, Rochdale 193, Derby 198, Salford and Ashton-under-Lyne 203, Leeds 218, Preston 220, and Manchester 263. The following figures present a still more striking illustration. They show the death rate for pulmonary diseases separately for both sexes between the ages of 15 and 25, computed for every 100,000 population. In the districts and industries selected, only women are employed in enclosed places, while men work in all other possible lines. Berkhamsted, straw plaiting, men 219, women 578. Leighton Buzzard, straw plaiting, men 309, women 554. Newport Pagnell, lace manufacture, men 301, women 617. Toaster, lace manufacture, men 239, women 577. Yeovil, manufacture of gloves, men 280, women 409. Leek, silk industry, men 437, women 856. Congleton, silk industry, men 566, women 790. Macclesfield, silk industry, men 593, women 890. Healthy country district, agriculture, men 331, women 333. In the silk districts, where more men are employed in the factory, their mortality is also higher. The death rate from consumption, etc., for both sexes reveals, as the report says, quote, "the atrocious sanitary circumstances under which much of our silk industry is conducted," unquote. And it is in this same silk industry that the manufacturers, pleading exceptionally favourable and sanitary conditions in their establishments, demanded by way of an exception, and partially obtained, long working hours for children under 13 years of age. Capital Volume 1, Chapter 10. Quote, Probably no industry which has yet been investigated has afforded a worse picture than that which Dr. Smith gives of tailoring. Shops vary much in their sanitary conditions, but almost universally are overcrowded and ill-ventilated, and in a high degree unfavourable to health. Such rooms are necessarily warm, but when the gas is lit, as during the daytime on foggy days, and at night during the winter, the heat increases to 80 degrees, and even to upwards of 90 degrees, causing profuse perspiration and condensation of vapour upon the panes of glass, so that it runs down in streams or drops from the roof, and the operatives are compelled to keep some windows open, at whatever risk to themselves of taking cold. And he gives the following account of what he found in 16 of the most important West End shops. The largest cubic space in these ill-ventilated rooms allowed to each operative is 270 feet, and the least 105 feet, and in the whole averages only 156 feet per man. In one room, with a gallery running round it, and lighted only from the roof, from 92 to upwards of 100 men are employed, where a large number of gas lights burn. And where the urinals are in the closest proximity, the cubic space does not exceed 150 feet per man. In another room, which can only be called a kennel in a yard, lighted from the roof and ventilated by a small skylight opening, 5 to 6 men work in a space of 112 cubic feet per man. Tailors, in those atrocious workshops which Dr. Smith describes, work generally for about 12 or 13 hours a day, and at some times the work will be continued for 15 or 16 hours. Unquote. It must be noted, and has in fact been remarked by John Simon, chief of the medical department and author of the report, that the mortality rate for tailors, typesetters and printers of London between the ages of 25 and 35 was cited lower than the real figure, because London employers, in both lines of business, have a large number of young people, probably up to 30 years of age, from the country, engaged as apprentices and improvers, that is, men getting additional training. These swell the number of hands for which the London industrial death rates are computed, but they do not proportionally contribute to the number of deaths in London, because their stay there is only temporary. If they fall ill during this period, they return to their homes in the country, where their death is registered if they die. This circumstance affects the earlier ages still more, and renders the London death rates for these age groups completely valueless as indexes of the ill effects of industry on health. The case of the typesetters is similar to that of the tailors. In addition to lack of ventilation, to poisoned air, etc., there is still night work to be mentioned. Their regular working time is 12 to 13 hours, sometimes 15 to 16. Quote, "Great heat and foulness which begin when the gas jets are lit. It not infrequently happens that fumes from a foundry, or foul odours from machinery or sinks, rise from the lower room, and aggravate the evils of the upper one. The heated air of the lower rooms always tends to heat the upper by warming the floor, and when the rooms are low, and the consumption of gas great, this is a serious evil, and one only surpassed in the case where the steam boilers are placed in the lower room, and supply unwished-for heat to the whole house. As a general expression, it may be stated that universally the ventilation is defective and quite insufficient to remove the heat and the products of the combustion of gas in the evening and during the night, and that in many offices, and particularly in those made from dwelling houses, the condition is most deplorable, and in some offices, especially those of weekly newspapers, there will be work too, in which boys between 12 and 16 years of age take equal part of, or almost uninterrupted periods of 2 days and a night at a time. While in other printing offices, which lay themselves out for the doing of urgent business, Sunday gives no relaxation to the workman, and his working days become 7 instead of 6 in every week." Unquote. The number of persons employed in agriculture in England and Wales is nearly 1 million. In tailoring in London, 22,000 men and 12,000 women. In typesetting and printing in London, 14,000. The death rate per 100,000 between the ages of 25 to 35, 743 in agriculture, 958 in tailoring, 894 in typesetting and printing. Between the ages of 35 and 45, 805 in agriculture, 1,262 in tailoring, 1,747 in typesetting and printing. Between the ages of 45 and 55, 1,145 in agriculture, 2,093 in tailoring, and 2,367 in typesetting and printing. The milliners and dressmakers have already attracted our attention in Volume 1, Chapter 10, in respect to overwork. Their workshops are described in our report by Dr. Ord. Even if better during the day, they become overheated, foul, and unhealthy during the hours in which gas is burned. Dr. Ord found in 34 shops of the better sort that the average number of cubic feet per worker was as follows. Quote, "In 4 cases more than 500, in 4 other cases from 400 to 500, in 7 others from 200 to 250, in 4 others from 150 to 200, and in 9 others only from 100 to 150. The largest of these allowances would but be scanty for continuous work, unless the space were thoroughly well ventilated, and, except with extraordinary ventilation, its atmosphere could not be tolerably wholesome during gaslight." Unquote. And here is Dr. Ord's remark about one of the minor workshops which he visited, operated for the account of a middleman. Quote, "1 room area in cubical feet, 1,280. Persons present, 14. Area to each, in cubical feet, 91.5. The women here were weary-looking and squalid. Their earnings were stated to be 7 shillings to 15 shillings a week, and their tea. Hours, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The small room into which these 14 persons were crowded was ill ventilated. There were 2 movable windows and a fireplace, but the latter was blocked up, and there was no special ventilation of any kind." Unquote. The same report states, with reference to the overwork of milliners and dressmakers, quote, "The overwork of the young women in fashionable dressmaking establishments does not, for more than about 4 months of the year, prevail in that monstrous degree which has on many occasions excited momentary public surprise and indignation. But for the indoor hands during these months, it will, as a rule, be of full 14 hours a day, and will, when there is pressure, be for days together of 17 or even 18 hours. At other times of the year the work of the indoor hands ranges probably from 10 to 14 hours, and uniformly the hours for outdoor hands are 12 or 13. For mantle-makers, collar-makers, shirt-makers, and various other classes of needle-workers, including persons who work at the sewing machine, the hours spent in the common workroom are fewer, generally not more than 10 to 12 hours. But, says Dr. Ord, the regular hours of work are subject to considerable extension in certain houses at certain times, by the practice of working extra hours for extra pay, and in other houses by the practice of taking work away from houses of business to be done after hours at home, both practices being, it may be added, often compulsory." Unquote. John Simon remarks in a footnote to this page, quote, "Mr. Radcliffe, the Honorary Secretary of the Epidemiological Society, happening to have unusual opportunities for questioning the young women employed in first-class houses of business, has found that in only 1 out of 20 girls examined who called themselves quite well, could the state of health be pronounced good, the rest exhibiting in various degrees evidences of depressed physical power, nervous exhaustion, and numerous functional disorders thereupon dependent." He attributes these conditions in the first place to the length of the hours of work, the minimum of which he estimates at 12 hours a day out of the season, and secondarily to crowding and bad ventilation of workrooms, gas vapours, insufficiency or bad quality of food, and inattention to domestic comfort." Unquote. The conclusion arrived at by the chief of the English Board of Health is that, quote, "it is practically impossible for workpeople to insist upon that which in theory is their first sanitary right, the right that whatever work their employer assembles them to do shall, so far as depends upon him, be at his cost, divested of all needlessly unwholesome circumstances." While workpeople are practically unable to exact that sanitary justice for themselves, they also, notwithstanding the presumed intentions of the law, cannot expect any effectual assistance from the appointed administrators of the Nuisances Removal Acts. Doubtless, there may be some small technical difficulty in defining the exact line at which employers shall become subject to regulation, but, in principle, the sanitary claim is universal, and in the interest of myriads of labouring men and women whose lives are now needlessly afflicted and shortened by the infinite physical suffering which their mere employment engenders, I would venture to express my hope that universally the sanitary circumstances of labour may, at least so far, be brought within appropriate provisions of law, that the effective ventilation of all indoor workplaces may be ensured, and that in every naturally insalubrious occupation the specific health-endangering influence may, as far as practicable, be reduced." Unquote. Chapter 5, Section 3. Economy in the Generation and Transmission of Power, and in Buildings. In his October 1852 report, L. Horner quotes a letter of the famous engineer James Naismith of Patricroft, the inventor of the steam hammer, which, among other things, contains the following: "The public are little aware of the vast increase in driving power which has been obtained by such changes of system and improvements of steam engines as I allude to. The engine power of this district, Lancashire, lay under the incubus of timid and prejudiced traditions for nearly 40 years, but now we are happily emancipated. During the last 15 years, but more especially in the course of the last 4 years, since 1848, some very important changes have taken place in the system of working condensing steam engines. The result has been to realize a much greater amount of duty or work performed by the identical engines, and that again at a very considerable reduction of the expenditure of fuel. For a great many years after the introduction of steam power into the mills and manufactories of the above-named districts, the velocity of which it was considered proper to work condensing steam engines was about 220 feet per minute of the piston. That is to say, an engine with a 5-foot stroke was restricted by rule to make 22 revolutions of the crankshaft per minute. Beyond this speed it was not considered prudent or desirable to work the engine, and as all the mill gearing were made suitable to this 220 feet per minute speed of piston, this slow and absurdly restricted velocity ruled the working of such engines for many years. However, at length, either through fortunate ignorance of the rule, or by better reasons on the part of some bold innovator, a greater speed was tried, and as the result was highly favourable, others followed the example, by, as it is termed, letting the engine away, namely, by so modifying the proportions of the first motion wheels of the mill gearing as to permit the engine to run at 300 feet and upwards per minute, while the mill gearing generally was kept at its former speed. This letting the engine away has led to the almost universal speeding of engines, because it was proved that not only was there available power gained from the identical engines, but also as the higher velocity of the engine yielded a greater momentum in the flywheel, the motion was found to be much more regular. We obtain more power from a steam engine by simply permitting its piston to move at a higher velocity, pressure of steam and vacuum in the condenser remaining the same. Thus, for example, suppose any given engine yields 40 horsepower when its piston is travelling at 200 feet per minute. If, by suitable arrangement or modification, we can permit this same engine to run at such a speed as that its piston will travel through space at 400 feet per minute, pressure of steam and vacuum, as before said, remaining the same, we shall then have just double the power, and as the pressure by steam and vacuum is the same in both cases, the strain upon the parts of this engine will be no greater at 400 than at 200 feet speed of piston, so that the risk of breakdown does not materially increase with the increase of speed. All the difference is that we shall, in such case, consume steam at a rate proportional to the speed of piston, or nearly so, and there will be some small increase in the wear and tear of the brasses or rubbing parts, but so slight as to be scarcely worth notice. But in order to obtain increase of power from the same engine by permitting its piston to travel at a higher velocity, it is requisite to burn more coal per hour under the same boiler, or employ boilers of greater evaporating capabilities, that is, greater steam-generating powers. This accordingly was done, and boilers of greater steam-generating or water-evaporating powers were supplied to the old speeded engines, and in many cases near 100% more work was got out of the identical engines by means of such changes. About 10 years ago, the extraordinary economical production of power as realized by the engines employed in the mining operations of Cornwall began to attract attention, and as competition in the spinning trade forced manufacturers to look to savings as the chief source of profits, the remarkable difference in the consumption of coal per horsepower per hour, as indicated by the performance of the Cornish engines, as also the extraordinary economical performance of Wolf's double-cylinder engines, began to attract increased attention to the subject of economy of fuel in this district. And as the Cornish and double-cylinder engines gave a horsepower for every 3.5 to 4 pounds of coal per hour, while the generality of cotton mill engines were consuming 8 or 12 pounds per horse per hour, so remarkable a difference induced mill owners and engine makers in this district to endeavour to realize, by the adoption of similar means, such extraordinary economical results as were proved to be common in Cornwall and France, where the high price of coal had compelled manufacturers to look more sharply to such costly departments of their establishments. The result of this increased attention to economy of fuel has been most important in many respects. In the first place, many boilers, the half of whose surface had been in the good old times of high profits left exposed quite naked to the cold air, began to get covered with thick blankets of felt and brick and plaster, and other modes and means whereby to prevent the escape of that heat from their exposed surface which had cost so much fuel to maintain. Steam pipes began to be protected in the same manner, and the outside of the cylinder of the engine felted and cased in with wood in like manner. Next came the use of high steam, namely, instead of having the safety valve loaded so as to blow off at 4, 6, or 8 pounds to the square inch, it was found that by raising the pressure to 14 or 20 pounds, a very decided economy of fuel resulted. In other words, the work of the mill was performed by a very notable reduced consumption of coals, and those who had the means and the boldness carried the increased pressure and expansion system of working to the full extent by employing properly constructed boilers to supply steam of 30, 40, 50, 60, and 70 pounds to the square inch, pressures which would have frightened an engineer of the old school out of his wits. But as the economic results of so increasing the pressure of steam soon appeared in most unmistakable pounds, shillings, and pence forms, the use of high-pressure steam boilers for working condensing engines became almost general, and those who desired to go to the full extent soon adopted the employment of the Wolf engine in its full integrity, and most of our mills lately built are worked by the Wolf engines, namely those on which there are 2 cylinders to each engine, in one of which the high-pressure steam from the boiler exerts or yields power by its excess of pressure over that of the atmosphere, which, instead of the said high-pressure steam being let pass off at the end of each stroke free into the atmosphere, is caused to pass into a low-pressure cylinder of about 4 times the area of the former, and after due expansion passes to the condenser. The economic result obtained from engines of this class is such that the consumption of fuel is at the rate of from 3.5 to 4 pounds of coal per horse per hour, while in the engines of the old system the consumption used to be on the average from 12 to 14 pounds per horse per hour. By an ingenious arrangement, the Wolf system of double-cylinder, or combined low- and high-pressure engine, has been introduced extensively to already existing engines, whereby their performance has been increased both as to power and economy of fuel. The same result has been in use these 8 or 10 years, by having a high-pressure engine so connected with a condensing engine as to enable the waste steam of the former to pass on to and work the latter. This system is in many cases very convenient. Quote, "It would not be very easy to get an exact return as to the increase of performance or work done by the identical engines to which some or all of these improvements have been applied. I am confident, however, that from the same weight of steam engine machinery we are now obtaining at least 50% more duty or work performed on the average, and that in many cases the identical steam engines, which in the days of the restricted speed of 220 feet per minute yielded 50 horsepower, are now yielding upwards of 100. The very economical results derived from the employment of high-pressure steam in working condensing steam engines, together with the much higher power required by mill extensions from the same engines, has within the last 3 years led to the adoption of tubular boilers, yielding a much more economical result than those formerly employed in generating steam for mill engines." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1852. What applies to power generation also applies to power transmission and working machinery. Quote, "The rapid strides with which improvement in machinery has advanced within these few years have enabled manufacturers to increase production without additional moving power. The more economical application of labour has been rendered necessary by the diminished length of the working day, and in most well-regulated mills an intelligent mind is always considering in what manner production can be increased with decreased expenditure. I have before me a statement kindly prepared by a very intelligent gentleman in my district, showing the number of hands employed, their ages, the machines at work, and the wages paid from 1840 to the present time. In October 1840, his firm employed 600 hands, of whom 200 were under 13 years of age. In October last, 350 hands were employed, of whom 60 only were under 13. The same number of machines, within very few, were at work, and the same sum in wages was paid at both periods." Unquote. Redgray's report in Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1852. These improvements of the machinery do not show their full effect until they are used in new, appropriately arranged factories. Quote, "As regards the improvement made in machinery, I may say in the first place that a great advance has been made in the construction of mills adapted to receive improved machinery. In the bottom room I double all my yarn, and upon that single floor I shall put 29,000 doubling spindles. I effect a saving of labour in the room and shed of at least 10%, not so much from any improvement in the principle of doubling yarn, but from a concentration of machinery under a single management. And I am enabled to drive the said number of spindles by one single shaft, a saving in shafting, compared with what other firms have to use to work the same number of spindles, of 60%, in some cases 80%. There is a large saving in oil and shafting, and in grease. With superior mill arrangements and improved machinery, at the lowest estimate I have effected a saving in labour of 10%. A great saving in power, coal, oil, tallow, shafting, and strapping." Unquote. Evidence of a cotton spinner. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. Chapter 5, Section 4. Utilization of the excretions of production. The capitalist mode of production extends the utilization of the excretions of production and consumption. By the former, we mean the waste of industry and agriculture, by the latter, partly the excretions produced by the natural exchange of matter in the human body, and partly the form of objects that remains after their consumption. In the chemical industry, for instance, excretions of production are such byproducts as are wasted in production on a smaller scale. Iron filings accumulating in the manufacture of machinery and returning into the production of iron as raw material, etc. Excretions of consumption are the natural waste matter discharged by the human body, remains of clothing in the form of rags, etc. Excretions of consumption are of the greatest importance for agriculture. So far as their utilization is concerned, there is an enormous waste of them in the capitalist economy. In London, for instance, they find no better use for the excretion of 4.5 million human beings than to contaminate the Thames with it at heavy expense. Rising prices of raw materials naturally stimulate the utilization of waste products. The general requirements for the re-employment of these excretions are large quantities of such waste, such as are available only in large-scale production, improved machinery, whereby materials, formerly useless in their prevailing form, are put into a state fit for new production, scientific progress, particularly of chemistry, which reveals the useful properties of such waste. It is true that great savings of this sort are also observed in small-scale agriculture, as prevails in, say, Lombardy, southern China, and Japan. But on the whole, the productivity of agriculture under this system obtains from the prodigal use of human labour power, which is withheld from other spheres of production. The so-called waste plays an important role in almost every industry. Thus, the factory report for December 1863 mentions as one of the principal reasons why the English and many of the Irish farmers do not like to grow flax, or do so but rarely, quote, "the great waste which has taken place at the little water scutch mills. The waste in cotton is comparatively small, but in flax very large. The efficiency of water steeping and of good machine scutching will reduce this disadvantage very considerably. Flax scutched in Ireland in a most shameful way, and a large percentage actually lost by it, equal to 28 or 30%, unquote, reports of the Inspector of Factories, December 1863. Whereas all this might be avoided through the use of better machinery. So much tow fell by the wayside that the factory inspector reports, quote, "I have been informed with regard to some of the scutch mills in Ireland that the waste made at them has often been used by the scutchers to burn on their fires at home, and yet is very valuable," unquote. We shall speak of cotton waste later, when we deal with the price fluctuations of raw materials. The wool industry was shrewder than the flax manufacturers. Quote, "It was once the common practice to decry the preparation of waste and woolen rags for remanufacture, but the prejudice has entirely subsided as regards the shoddy trade, which has become an important branch of the woolen trade of Yorkshire, and doubtless the cotton waste trade will be recognized in the same manner as supplying an admitted want. 30 years since, woolen rags, that is, pieces of cloth, old clothes, etc., of nothing but wool, would average about £4 4s per ton in price. Within the last few years they have become worth £44 per ton, and the demand for them has so increased that means have been found for utilizing the rags of fabrics of cotton and wool mixed, by destroying the cotton and leaving the wool intact, and now thousands of operatives are engaged in the manufacture of shoddy, from which the consumer has greatly benefited in being able to purchase cloth of a fair and average quality at a very moderate price," unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. By the end of 1862, the rejuvenated shoddy made up as much as 1/3 of the entire consumption of wool in the English industry. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1862. The big benefit for the consumer is that his shoddy clothes wear out in just 1/3 of the previous time, and turn threadbare in 1/6 of this time. The English silk industry moved along the same downward path. The consumption of genuine raw silk decreased somewhat between 1839 and 1862, while that of silk waste doubled. Improved machinery helped to manufacture a silk useful for many purposes from this otherwise rather worthless stuff. The most striking example of utilizing waste is furnished by the chemical industry. It utilizes not only its own waste, for which it finds new uses, but also that of many other industries. For instance, it converts the formerly almost useless gas tar into aniline dyes, alizarin, and more recently even into drugs. This economy of the excretions of production through their re-employment is to be distinguished from economy through the prevention of waste. That is to say, the reduction of excretions of production to a minimum, and the immediate utilization to a maximum of all raw and auxiliary materials required in production. Reduction of waste depends in part on the quality of the machinery in use. Economy in oil, soap, etc. depends on how well the mechanical parts are machined and polished. This refers to the auxiliary materials. In part, however, and this is most important, it depends on the quality of the employed machines and tools, whether a larger or smaller portion of the raw material is turned into waste in the production process. Finally, this depends on the quality of the raw material itself. This, in turn, depends partly on the development of the extractive industry and agriculture which produce the raw material, strictly speaking on the progress of civilization, and partly on the improvement of processes through which raw materials pass before they enter into manufacture. Quote, Parmentier has demonstrated that the art of grinding grain has improved very materially in France since a none too distant epoch, for instance the time of Louis XIV, so that the new mills, compared to the old, can make up to half as much more bread from the same amount of grain. The annual consumption of a Parisian, indeed, has first been estimated at 4 setiers of grain, then at 3, finally at 2, while nowadays it is only 1 1/3 setier, or about 342 pounds per capita. In the Perche, where I have lived for a long time, the crude mills of granite and trap-rock millstones have been mostly rebuilt according to the rules of mechanics which has made such rapid progress in the last 30 years. They have been provided with good millstones from La Ferté, have ground the grain twice, the milling sack has been given a circular motion, and the output of flour from the same amount of grain has increased 1/6. The enormous discrepancy between the daily grain consumption of the Romans and ourselves is therefore easily explained. It is due simply to imperfect methods of milling and bread-making. This is the way I feel I must explain a remarkable observation made by Pliny. Quote, the flour was sold in Rome, depending on its quality, at 40, 48, or 96 Rs per modius. These prices, so high in proportion to the contemporaneous grain prices, are due to the imperfect state of the mills of that period, which were still in their infancy, and the resultant heavy cost of milling. Dureau de la Malle, Économie politique des Romains, Paris, 1840. Chapter 5, Section 5. Economy through Inventions. These savings in the application of fixed capital are, we repeat, due to the employment of the conditions of labour on a large scale. In short, are due to the fact that these serve as conditions of directly social, or socialized labour, or direct cooperation within the process of production. On the one hand, this is the indispensable requirement for the utilization of mechanical and chemical inventions without increasing the price of the commodity, and this is always the conditio sine qua non. On the other hand, only production on a large scale permits the savings derived from cooperative productive consumption. Finally, it is only the experience of the combined labourer which discovers and reveals the where and how of saving, the simplest methods of applying the discoveries, and the ways to overcome the practical frictions arising from carrying out the theory, in its application to the production process, etc. Incidentally, a distinction should be made between universal labour and cooperative labour. Both kinds play their role in the process of production, both flow one into the other, but both are also differentiated. Universal labour is all scientific labour, all discovery, and all invention. This labour depends partly on the cooperation of the living, and partly on the utilization of the labours of those who have gone before. Cooperative labour, on the other hand, is the direct cooperation of individuals. The foregoing is corroborated by frequent observation, to wit, 1. The great difference in the cost of the first model of a new machine and that of its reproduction, regarding which see Ure, The Philosophy of Manufactures, 2nd edition, London 1855, and Babbage, On the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures, London 1832. 2. The far greater cost of operating an establishment based on a new invention as compared to later establishments arising ex suis ossibus. This is so very true that the trailblazers generally go bankrupt, and only those who later buy the buildings, machinery, etc., at a cheaper price make money out of it. It is therefore generally the most worthless and miserable sort of money capitalists who draw the greatest profit out of all new developments of the universal labour of the human spirit, and their social application through combined labour. Chapter 6. The Effect of Price Fluctuation. Section 1. Fluctuations in the price of raw materials, and their direct effects on the rate of profit. The assumption in this case, as in previous ones, is that no change takes place in the rate of surplus value. It is necessary to analyze the case in its pure form. However, it might be possible for a specific capital, whose rate of surplus value remains unchanged, to employ an increasing or decreasing number of labourers, in consequence of contraction or expansion caused by such fluctuations in the price of raw materials as we are to analyze here. In that case, the quantity of surplus value might vary, while the rate of surplus value remains the same. Yet this should also be disregarded here as a side issue. If improvements of machinery and changes in the price of raw materials simultaneously influence either the number of labourers employed by a definite capital or the level of wages, one has but to put together 1. The effect caused by the variations of constant capital on the rate of profit, and 2. The effect caused by variations in wages on the rate of profit. The result is then obtained of itself. But in general, it should be noted here, as in the previous case, that if variations take place, either due to savings in constant capital or due to fluctuations in the price of raw materials, they always affect the rate of profit, even if they leave the wage, hence the rate and amount of surplus value, untouched. They change the magnitude of total capital in the fraction rate of surplus value times variable capital over total capital, and thus the value of the whole fraction. It is therefore immaterial, in this case as well, in contrast to what we found in our analysis of surplus value, in which sphere of production these variations occur. Whether or not the production branches affected by them produce necessities for labourers, or constant capital for the production of such necessities. The deductions made here are equally valid for variations occurring in the production of luxury articles, and by luxury articles we here mean all production that does not serve the reproduction of labour power. The raw materials here include auxiliary materials as well, such as indigo, coal, gas, etc. Furthermore, so far as machinery is concerned under this head, its own raw material consists of iron, wood, leather, etc. Its own price is therefore affected by fluctuations in the price of raw materials used in its construction. To the extent that its price is raised through fluctuations, either in the price of the raw materials of which it consists, or of the auxiliary materials consumed in its operation, the rate of profit falls pro tanto, proportionately, and vice versa. In the following analysis we shall confine ourselves to fluctuations in the price of raw materials, not so far as they go to make up the raw materials of machinery serving as means of labour or as auxiliary materials applied in its operation, but insofar as they enter the process in which commodities are produced. There is just one thing to be noted here. The natural wealth in iron, coal, wood, etc., which are the principal elements used in the construction and operation of machinery, presents itself here as a natural fertility of capital, and is a factor determining the rate of profit, irrespective of the high or low level of wages. Since the rate of profit is surplus value over total capital, or S over C plus V, it is evident that everything causing a variation in the magnitude of constant capital C, and thereby of total capital, must also bring about a variation in the rate of profit, even if S and V, and their mutual relation, remain unaltered. Now, raw materials are one of the principal components of constant capital. Even in industries which consume no actual raw materials, these enter the picture as auxiliary materials, or components of machinery, etc., and their price fluctuations thus accordingly influence the rate of profit. Should the price of raw material fall by an amount equal to D, then S over total capital, or S over C plus V, becomes S over total capital minus D, or S over C minus D plus V. Thus, the rate of profit rises. Conversely, if the price of raw material rises, then S over total capital, or S over C plus V, becomes S over total capital plus D, or S over C plus D plus V, and the rate of profit falls. Other conditions being equal, the rate of profit therefore falls and rises inversely to the price of raw material. This shows, among other things, how important the low price of raw material is for industrial countries, even if fluctuations in the price of raw materials are not accompanied by variations in the sales sphere of the product, and thus quite aside from the relation of demand to supply. It follows furthermore that foreign trade influences the rate of profit, regardless of its influence on wages through the cheapening of the necessities of life. The point is that it affects the prices of raw or auxiliary materials consumed in industry and agriculture. It is due to an as yet imperfect understanding of the nature of the rate of profit, and of its specific difference from the rate of surplus value, that on the one hand economists like Torrens, R. Torrens, an essay on the production of wealth, London, 1821, wrongly explain the marked influence of the prices of raw material on the rate of profit, which they note through practical experience, and that, on the other, economists like Ricardo, D. Ricardo, on the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, London, 1821, who cling to general principles, do not recognize the influence of, say, world trade on the rate of profit. This makes clear the great importance to industry of this elimination or reduction of customs duties on raw materials. The rational development of the protective tariff system made the utmost reduction of import duties on raw materials one of its cardinal principles. This, and the abolition of the duty on corn, was the main object of the English free traders, who were primarily concerned with having the duty on cotton lifted as well. The use of flour in the cotton industry may serve as an illustration of the importance of a price reduction for an article which is not strictly a raw material, but an auxiliary, and at the same time one of the principal elements of nourishment. As far back as 1837, R. H. Gregg calculated that the 100,000 power looms and 250,000 hand looms then operating in the cotton mills of Great Britain annually consumed 41 million pounds of flour to smooth the warp. Footnote: The Factory Question and the 10 Hours Bill by R. H. Gregg, London, 1837. End of footnote. He added a third of this quantity for bleaching and other processes, and estimated the total annual value of the flour so consumed at £342,000 for the preceding 10 years. A comparison with flour prices on the continent showed that the higher flour price forced upon manufacturers by corn tariffs alone amounted to £170,000 per year. Gregg estimated the sum at a minimum of £200,000 for 1837, and cited a firm for which the flour price difference amounted to £1,000 annually. As a result, quote, "Great manufacturers, thoughtful, calculating men of business, have said that 10 hours' labour would be quite sufficient if the Corn Laws were repealed." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1848. The Corn Laws were repealed. So were the duties on cotton and other raw materials. But no sooner had this been accomplished than the opposition of the manufacturers to the 10 Hours Bill became more violent than ever, and when the 10-hour factory day nevertheless became a law soon after, the first result was a general attempt to reduce wages. The value of raw and auxiliary materials passes entirely and all at one time into the value of the product in the manufacture of which they are consumed, while the elements of fixed capital transfer their value to the product only gradually in proportion to their wear and tear. It follows that the price of the product is influenced far more by the price of raw materials than by that of fixed capital, although the rate of profit is determined by the total value of the capital applied, no matter how much of it is consumed in the making of the product. But it is evident, although we merely mention it in passing, since we here still assume that commodities are sold at their values, so that price fluctuations caused by competition do not as yet concern us, that the expansion or contraction of the market depends on the price of the individual commodity, and is inversely proportional to the rise or fall of this price. It actually develops, therefore, that the price of the product does not rise in proportion to that of the raw material, and that it does not fall in proportion to that of the raw material. Consequently, the rate of profit falls lower in one instance and rises higher in the other than would have been the case if products were sold at their value. Further, the quantity and value of the employed machinery grows with the development of labour productivity, but not in the same proportion as this productivity. That is, not in the proportion in which this machinery increases its output. In those branches of industry, therefore, which do consume raw materials, that is, in which the subject of labour is itself a product of previous labour, the growing productivity of labour is expressed precisely in the proportion in which a larger quantity of raw material absorbs a definite quantity of labour, hence, in the increasing amount of raw material converted in, say, 1 hour into products or processed into commodities. The value of raw material, therefore, forms an ever-growing component of the value of the commodity product in proportion to the development of the productivity of labour, not only because it passes wholly into this latter value, but also because in every aliquot part of the aggregate product, the portion representing depreciation of machinery and the portion formed by the newly added labour both continually decrease. Owing to this falling tendency, the other portion of the value representing raw material increases proportionally, unless this increase is counterbalanced by a proportionate decrease in the value of the raw material, arising from the growing productivity of the labour employed in its own production. Further, raw and auxiliary materials, just like wages, form parts of the circulating capital, and must therefore be continually replaced in their entirety through the sale of the product, while only the depreciation is to be renewed in the case of machinery, and first of all in the form of a reserve fund. It is, moreover, in no way essential for each individual sale to contribute its share to this reserve fund, so long as the total annual sales contribute their annual share. This shows again how a rise in the price of raw material can curtail or arrest the entire process of reproduction if the price realized by the sale of the commodities should not suffice to replace all the elements of these commodities. Or it may make it impossible to continue the process on the scale required by its technical basis, so that only a part of the machinery will remain in operation, or all the machinery will work for only a fraction of the usual time. Finally, the expense incurred through waste varies in direct proportion to the price fluctuations of the raw material, rising when they rise and falling when they fall. But there is a limit here as well. The factory report for April 1850 maintained, quote, "One source of considerable loss arising from an advance in the price of the raw material would hardly occur to anyone but a practical spinner, viz., that from waste. I am informed that when cotton advances, the cost to the spinner, of the lower qualities especially, is increased in a ratio beyond the advance actually paid, because the waste made in spinning coarse yarns is fully 15%, and this rate, while it causes a loss of a halfpenny per pound on cotton at 3 1/2 per pound, brings up the loss to 1 penny per pound when cotton advances to 7p." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1850. But when, as a result of the American Civil War, the price of cotton rose to a level unequaled in almost 100 years, the report read differently. Quote, "The price now given for waste and its reintroduction in the factory in the shape of cotton waste go some way to compensate for the difference in the loss by waste between Surat cotton and American cotton, about 12.5%. The waste in working Surat cotton being 25%, the cost of the cotton to the spinner is enhanced 1/4 before he has manufactured it. The loss by waste used not to be of much moment when American cotton was 5p or 6p per pound, for it did not exceed 3 farthings per pound, but it is now of great importance, when upon every pound of cotton which costs 2 shillings, there is a loss by waste equal to 6p." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. Footnote. The report errs in the final sentence. Instead of 6p, it should be 3p for loss through waste. This loss amounts to 25% in the case of Surat, and only 12.5 to 15% in the case of American cotton. And this latter is meant, the same percentage having been correctly calculated for the price of 5 to 6p. It is true, however, that also in the case of American cotton, brought to Europe during the latter years of the Civil War, the proportion of waste often rose considerably higher than before. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Chapter 6. Section 2. Appreciation, depreciation, release, and tie-up of capital. The phenomena analyzed in this chapter require for their full development the credit system and competition on the world market, the latter being the basis and the vital element of capitalist production. These more definite forms of capitalist production can only be comprehensively presented, however, after the general nature of capital is understood. Furthermore, they do not come within the scope of this work, and belong to its eventual continuation. Nevertheless, the phenomena listed in the title of this section may be discussed in a general way at this stage. They are interrelated, first with one another, and secondly also with the rate and amount of profit. They are to be briefly discussed here, if only because they create the impression that not only the rate but also the amount of profit, which is actually identical with the amount of surplus value, could increase or decrease independently of the movements of the quantity or rate of surplus value. Are we to consider release and tie-up of capital on the one hand, and its appreciation and depreciation on the other, as different phenomena? The question is, what we mean by release and tie-up of capital. Appreciation and depreciation are self-explanatory. All they mean is that a given capital increases or decreases in value as a result of certain general economic conditions, for we are not discussing the particular fate of an individual capital. All they mean, therefore, is that the value of a capital invested in production rises or falls, irrespective of its self-expansion by virtue of the surplus labour employed by it. By tie-up of capital, we mean that certain portions of the total value of the product must be reconverted into elements of constant and variable capital if production is to proceed on the same scale. By release of capital, we mean that a portion of the total value of the product which had to be reconverted into constant or variable capital up to a certain time becomes disposable and superfluous, should production continue on the previous scale. This release or tie-up of capital is different from the release or tie-up of revenue. If the annual surplus value of an individual capital is, let us say, equal to X, then a reduction in the price of commodities consumed by the capitalists would make X minus A sufficient to procure the same enjoyments, etc., as before. A portion of the revenue, equals A, is released, therefore, and may serve either to increase consumption or be reconverted into capital, for the purpose of accumulation. Conversely, if X plus A is needed to continue to live as before, then this standard of living must either be reduced or a portion of the previously accumulated income, equal to A, expended as revenue. Appreciation and depreciation may affect either constant or variable capital, or both, and in the case of constant capital it may, in turn, affect either the fixed or the circulating portion, or both. Under constant capital, we must consider the raw and auxiliary materials, including semi-finished products, all of which we here include under the term of raw materials, machinery, and other fixed capital. In the preceding analysis, we referred especially to variations in the price or the value of raw materials in respect to their influence on the rate of profit, and determined the general law that with other conditions being equal, the rate of profit is inversely proportional to the value of the raw materials. This is absolutely true for capital newly invested in a business enterprise, in which the investment, that is, the conversion of money into productive capital, is only just taking place. But aside from this capital, which is being newly invested, a large portion of the already functioning capital is in the sphere of circulation, while another portion is in the sphere of production. One portion is in the market, in the shape of commodities waiting to be converted into money. Another is on hand as money, in whatever form, waiting to be reconverted into elements of production. Finally, a third portion is in the sphere of production, partly in its original form of means of production such as raw and auxiliary materials, semi-finished products purchased in the market, machinery and other fixed capital, and partly in the form of products which are in the process of manufacture. The effect of appreciation or depreciation depends here to a great extent on the relative proportion of these component parts. Let us, for the sake of simplicity, leave aside all fixed capital, and consider only that portion of constant capital which consists of raw and auxiliary materials, and semi-finished products, and both finished commodities in the market and commodities still in the process of production. If the price of raw material, for instance of cotton, rises, then the price of cotton goods, both semi-finished goods like yarn and finished goods like cotton fabrics, manufactured while cotton was cheaper, rises also. So does the value of the unprocessed cotton held in stock, and of the cotton in the process of manufacture. The latter because it comes to represent more labour time in retrospect, and thus adds more than its original value to the product which it enters, and more than the capital is paid for it. Hence, if the price of raw materials rises, and there is a considerable quantity of available finished commodities in the market, no matter what the stage of their manufacture, the value of these commodities rises, thereby enhancing the value of the existing capital. The same is true for the supply of raw materials, etc., in the hands of the producer. This appreciation of value may compensate, or more than compensate, the individual capitalist, or even an entire separate sphere of capitalist production, for the drop in the rate of profit attending a rise in the price of raw materials. Without entering into the detailed effects of competition, we might state for the sake of thoroughness that 1. If available supplies of raw material are considerable, they tend to counteract the price increase which occurred at the place of their origin. 2. If the semi-finished and finished goods press very heavily upon the market, their price is thereby prevented from rising proportionately to the price of their raw materials. The reverse takes place when the price of raw material falls. Other circumstances remaining the same, this increases the rate of profit. The commodities in the market, the articles in the process of production, and the available supplies of raw material depreciate in value, and thereby counteract the attendant rise in the rate of profit. The effect of price variations for raw materials is the more pronounced the smaller the supplies available in the sphere of production and in the market at, say, the close of a business year, for example, after the harvest in agriculture, when great quantities of raw materials are delivered anew. We proceed in this entire analysis from the assumption that the rise or fall in prices expresses actual fluctuations in value. But since we are here concerned with the effects such price variations have on the rate of profit, it matters little what is at the bottom of them. The present statements apply equally if prices rise or fall under the influence of the credit system, competition, etc., and not on account of fluctuations in value. Since the rate of profit equals the ratio of the excess over the value of the product to the value of the total capital advanced, a rise caused in the rate of profit by a depreciation of the advanced capital would be associated with a loss in the value of capital. Similarly, a drop caused in the rate of profit by an appreciation of the advanced capital might possibly be associated with a gain. As for the other portion of constant capital, such as machinery and fixed capital in general, the appreciation of value taking place in it, with respect mainly to buildings, real estate, etc., cannot be discussed without the theory of ground rent, and does not therefore belong in this chapter, but of a general importance to the question of depreciation are the continual improvements which lower the use value, and therefore the value, of existing machinery, factory buildings, etc. This process has a particularly dire effect during the first period of newly introduced machinery, before it attains a certain stage of maturity, when it continually becomes antiquated before it has time to reproduce its own value. This is one of the reasons for the flagrant prolongation of the working time usual in such periods, for alternating day and night shifts, so that the value of the machinery may be reproduced in a shorter time, without having to place the figures for wear and tear too high. If, on the other hand, the short period in which the machinery is effective, its short life vis-à-vis the anticipated improvements, is not compensated in this manner, it gives up so much of its value to the product through moral depreciation that it cannot compete even with hand labour. Footnote. For examples, see Babbage, On the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures, London 1832, among others. The usual expedient, a reduction of wages, is also employed in this instance, so that this continual depreciation acts quite contrary to the dreams of Mr. Carey's harmonious brain. End of footnote. After machinery, equipment of buildings, and fixed capital in general attain a certain maturity so that they remain unaltered for some length of time, at least in their basic construction, there arises a similar depreciation due to improvements in the methods of reproducing this fixed capital. The value of the machinery, etc., falls in this case not so much because the machinery is rapidly crowded out and depreciated to a certain degree by new and more productive machinery, etc., but because it can be reproduced more cheaply. This is one of the reasons why large enterprises frequently do not flourish until they pass into other hands, that is, after their first proprietors have been bankrupted, and their successors, who buy them cheaply, therefore begin from the outset with a smaller outlay of capital. It leaps to the eye, particularly in the case of agriculture, that the causes which raise or lower the price of a product also raise or lower the value of capital, since the latter consists to a large degree of this product, whether as grain, cattle, etc. D. Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, London, 1821, Chapter 2. There is still variable capital to be considered. Inasmuch as the value of labour power rises because there is a rise in the value of the means of subsistence required for its reproduction, or falls because there is a reduction in their value, and the appreciation and depreciation of variable capital are really nothing more than expressions of these two cases, a drop in surplus value corresponds to such appreciation, and an increase in the surplus value to such depreciation, provided the length of the working day remains the same. But other circumstances, the release and tie-up of capital, may also be associated with such cases, and since we have not analyzed them so far, we shall briefly mention them now. If wages fall in consequence of a depreciation in the value of labour power, which may even be attended by a rise in the real price of labour, a portion of the capital hitherto invested in wages is released. Variable capital is set free. In the case of new investments of capital, this has simply the effect of its operating with a higher rate of surplus value. It takes less money than before to set in motion the same amount of labour, and in this way the unpaid portion of labour increases, at the expense of the paid portion. But in the case of already invested capital, not only does the rate of surplus value rise, but a portion of the capital previously invested in wages is also released. Until this time it was tied up and formed a regular portion which had to be deducted from the proceeds for the product and advanced for wages, acting as variable capital if the business were to continue on its former scale. Now this portion is set free and may be used as a new investment, be it to extend the same business or to operate in some other sphere of production. Let us assume, for instance, that £500 per week were required at first to employ 500 labourers, and that now only £400 are needed for the same purpose. If the quantity of value produced in either case equals £1,000, the amount of weekly surplus value in the first case equals £500, and the rate of surplus value 500 over 500 equals 100%. But after the wage reduction, the quantity of surplus value is £1,000 minus £400 equals £600, and its rate is 600 over 400 equals 150%. And this increase in the rate of surplus value is the only effect for one who starts a new enterprise in this sphere of production with a variable capital of £400 and a corresponding constant capital. But when this takes place in a business already in operation, the depreciation of the variable capital does not only increase the quantity of surplus value from £500 to £600, and the rate of surplus value from 100 to 150%, but releases £100 of the variable capital for the further exploitation of labour. Hence, the same amount of labour is exploited to greater advantage, and, what is more, the release of £100 makes it possible to exploit more labourers than before, at the higher rate, with the same variable capital of £500. Now, the reverse situation. Suppose, with 500 employed labourers, the original proportion in which the product is divided equals 400V plus 600S equals 1,000, making the rate of surplus value equal to 150%. In that case, the labourer receives 4/5 of a pound, or 16 shillings, per week. Should 500 labourers cost £500 per week due to an appreciation of variable capital, each one of them will receive a weekly wage equal to £1, and £400 can employ only 400 labourers. If the same number of labourers as before is put to work, therefore, we have 500V plus 500S equals 1,000. The rate of surplus value would fall from 150 to 100%, which is by 1/3. In the case of new capital, the only effect would be this lower rate of surplus value. Other conditions being equal, the rate of profit would also have fallen accordingly, although not in the same proportion. For instance, if constant capital C equals 2,000, we have in the one case 2,000C plus 400V plus 600S equals 3,000. The rate of surplus value equals 150%. The rate of profit equals 600 over 2,400 equals 25%. In the second case, 2,000C plus 500V plus 500S equals 3,000. The rate of surplus value equals 100%. The rate of profit equals 500 over 2,500 equals 20%. In the case of already invested capital, however, there would be a dual effect. Only 400 labourers could be employed with a £400 variable capital, and that at a rate of surplus value of 100%, they would therefore produce an aggregate surplus value of only £400. Furthermore, since a constant capital of £2,000 requires 500 labourers for its operation, 400 labourers can put into motion only a constant capital of £1,600. For production to continue on the same scale, so that 1/5 of the machinery does not stand idle, £100 must be added to the variable capital in order to employ 500 labourers as before, and this can be accomplished only by tying up hitherto disposable capital, so that part of the accumulation intended to extend production serves merely to stop a gap, or a portion reserved for revenue is added to the old capital. Then a variable capital increased by £100 produces £100 less surplus value. More capital is required to employ the same number of labourers, and at the same time the surplus value produced by each labourer is reduced. The advantages resulting from a release and the disadvantages resulting from a tie-up of variable capital both exist only for capital already engaged and reproducing itself under certain given conditions. For newly invested capital, the advantages on the one hand and the disadvantages on the other are confined to an increase or drop in the rate of surplus value, and to a corresponding, if in no way proportionate, change in the rate of profit. The release and tie-up of variable capital just analysed is the result of a depreciation or appreciation of the elements of variable capital, that is, of the cost of reproducing labour power. But variable capital could also be released if, with the wage rate unchanged, fewer labourers were required due to the development of labour productivity, to set in motion the same amount of constant capital. In like manner, there may reversely be a tie-up of additional variable capital if more labourers are required for the same quantity of constant capital due to a drop in productivity. If, on the other hand, a portion of capital formerly employed as variable capital is employed in the form of constant capital, so that merely a different distribution exists between the components of the same capital, this has an influence on both the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, but does not belong under the heading of tie-up and release of capital, which is here being discussed. We have already seen that constant capital may also be tied up or released by the appreciation or depreciation of its component elements. Aside from this, it can be tied up only if the productive power of labour increases, provided a portion of the variable is not converted into constant capital, so that the same amount of labour creates a greater product, and therefore sets in motion a larger constant capital. The same may occur under certain circumstances if productivity decreases, for instance in agriculture, so that the same quantity of labour requires more means of production, such as seeds or manure, drainage, etc., in order to produce the same output. Constant capital may be released without depreciation if improvements, utilization of the forces of nature, etc., enable a constant capital of smaller value to technically perform the same services as were formerly performed by a constant capital of greater value. We have seen in Volume 2, Part 3, that once commodities have been converted into money or sold, a certain portion of this money must be reconverted into the material elements of constant capital, and in the proportions required by the technical nature of the particular sphere of production. In this respect, the most important element in all branches, aside from wages, that is, variable capital, is raw material, including auxiliary material, which is particularly important in such lines of production as do not involve raw materials in the strict sense of the term, for instance in mining and the extractive industries in general. That portion of the price which is to make good the wear and tear of machinery enters the accounts chiefly nominally, so long as the machinery is at all in an operating condition. It does not greatly matter whether it is paid for and replaced by money one day or the next, or at any other stage of the period of turnover of the capital. It is quite different in the case of raw material. If the price of raw material rises, it may be impossible to make it good fully out of the price of the commodities after wages are deducted. Violent price fluctuations, therefore, cause interruptions, great collisions, even catastrophes in the process of reproduction. It is especially agricultural produce proper, that is, raw materials taken from organic nature, which, leaving aside the credit system for the present, is subject to such fluctuations of value in consequence of changing yields, etc. Due to uncontrollable natural conditions, favourable or unfavourable seasons, etc., the same quantity of labour may be represented in very different quantities of use values, and a definite quantity of these use values may therefore have very different prices. Example: if the value X is represented by £100 of the commodity A, then the price of £1 of A equals X over 100. If it is represented by £1,000 of A, the price of £1 of A equals X over 1,000, etc. This is therefore one of the elements of these fluctuations in the price of raw materials. A second element, mentioned at this point only for the sake of completeness, since competition and the credit system are still outside the scope of our analysis, is this. It is, in the nature of things, that vegetable and animal substances, whose growth and production are subject to certain organic laws, and bound up with definite natural time periods, cannot be suddenly augmented in the same degree as, for instance, machines and other fixed capital, or coal, ore, etc., whose reproduction can, provided the natural conditions do not change, be rapidly accomplished in an industrially developed country. It is therefore quite possible, and under a developed system of capitalist production even inevitable, that the production and increase of the portion of constant capital consisting of fixed capital, machinery, etc., should considerably outstrip the portion consisting of organic raw materials, so that the demand for the latter grows more rapidly than their supply, causing their price to rise. Rising prices actually cause, 1, these raw materials to be shipped from greater distances, since the mounting prices suffice to cover greater freight rates, 2, an increase in their production, which circumstance, however, will probably not, for natural reasons, multiply the quantity of products until the following year, and 3, the use of various previously unused substitutes and greater utilization of waste. When this rise of prices begins to exert a marked influence on production and supply, it indicates in most cases that the turning point has been reached, at which demand drops on account of the protracted rise in the price of the raw material and of all commodities of which it is an element, causing a reaction in the price of raw material. Aside from the convulsions which this causes in various forms through depreciation of capital, there are also other circumstances which we shall mention shortly. But so much is already evident from the foregoing. The greater the development of capitalist production, and consequently the greater the means of suddenly and permanently increasing that portion of constant capital consisting of machinery, etc., and the more rapid the accumulation, particularly in times of prosperity, so much greater the relative overproduction of machinery and other fixed capital, so much more frequent the relative underproduction of vegetable and animal raw materials, and so much more pronounced the previously described rise of their prices and the attendant reaction. And so much more frequent are the convulsions caused, as they are, by the violent price fluctuations of one of the main elements in the process of reproduction. If, however, a collapse of these high prices occurs because their rise caused a drop in demand on the one hand, and on the other an expansion of production in one place, and in another importation from remote and previously less resorted to or entirely ignored production areas, and in both cases a supply of raw materials exceeding the demand, particularly at the old high prices, then the result may be considered from different points of view. The sudden collapse of the price of raw materials checks their reproduction, and the monopoly of the original producing countries which enjoy the most favourable conditions of production is thereby restored, possibly with certain limitations, but restored nevertheless. True, due to the impetus it has had, reproduction of raw material proceeds on an extended scale, especially in those countries which more or less possess a monopoly of this production. But the basis on which production carries on after the extension of machinery, etc., and which, after some fluctuations, is to serve as the new normal basis, the new point of departure, is very much extended by the developments in the preceding cycle of turnover. In the meantime, the barely increased reproduction again experiences considerable impediments in some of the secondary sources of supply. For instance, it is easily demonstrated on the basis of the export tables that in the last 30 years, up to 1865, the production of cotton in India increases whenever there has been a drop in American production, and subsequently it drops again more or less permanently. During the period in which raw materials become dear, industrial capitalists join hands and form associations to regulate production. They did so after the rise of cotton prices in 1848, in Manchester, for example, and similarly in the case of flax production in Ireland. But as soon as the immediate impulse is over, and the general principle of competition to buy in the cheapest market, instead of stimulating production in the countries of origin, as the associations attempt to do, without regard to the immediate price at which these may happen at that time to be able to supply their product, as soon as the principle of competition again reigns supreme, the regulation of the supply is left once again to prices. All thought of a common, all-embracing and far-sighted control of the production of raw materials gives way once more to the faith that demand and supply will mutually regulate one another. And it must be admitted that such control is on the whole irreconcilable with the laws of capitalist production, and remains forever a pious wish, or is limited to exceptional cooperation in times of great stress and confusion. The superstition of the capitalists in this respect is so deep that in their reports even factory inspectors again and again throw up their hands in astonishment. The alternation of good and bad years naturally also provides for cheaper raw materials. Aside from the direct effect this has on raising the demand, there is also the added stimulus of the previously mentioned influence on the rate of profit. The aforesaid process of production of raw materials being gradually overtaken by the production of machinery, etc., is then repeated on a larger scale. An actual improvement of raw materials satisfying not only the desired quantity, but also the quality desired, such as cotton from India of American quality, would require a prolonged, regularly growing, and steady European demand, regardless of the economic conditions under which the Indian producer labours in his country. As it is, however, the sphere of production of raw materials is, by fits, first suddenly enlarged and then again violently curtailed. All this and the spirit of capitalist production in general may be very well studied in the cotton shortage of 1861–65, further characterized as it was by the fact that a raw material, one of the principal elements of reproduction, was for a time entirely unavailable. To be sure, the price may also rise in the event of an abundant supply, provided the conditions for this abundance are more knotty. Or there may be an actual shortage of raw material. It was this last situation which originally prevailed in the cotton crisis. The closer we approach our own time in the history of production, the more regularly do we find, especially in the essential lines of industry, the ever-recurring alternation between relative appreciation and the subsequent resulting depreciation of raw materials obtained from organic nature. What we have just analyzed will be illustrated by the following examples taken from reports of factory inspectors. The moral of history, also to be deduced from other observations concerning agriculture, is that the capitalist system works against a rational agriculture, or that a rational agriculture is incompatible with the capitalist system, although the latter promotes technical improvements in agriculture, and needs either the hand of the small farmer living by his own labour, or the control of associated producers. Footnote. Since the above was written, 1865, competition on the world market has been considerably intensified by the rapid development of industry in all civilized countries, especially in America and Germany. The fact that the rapidly and enormously expanding productive forces today outgrow the control of the laws of the capitalist mode of commodity exchange, within which they are supposed to operate, impresses itself more and more, even on the minds of the capitalists. This is disclosed especially by two symptoms. First, by the new general mania for a protective tariff, which differs from the old protectionism in that now articles fit for export are those best protected. And secondly, by the trusts of manufacturers of whole spheres of production which regulate production, and thus prices and profits. It goes without saying that these experiments are practicable only so long as the economic climate is relatively favourable. The first storm must upset them, and prove that, although production assuredly needs regulation, it is certainly not the capitalist class which is fitted for that task. Meanwhile, the trusts have no other mission but to see to it that the little fish are swallowed by the big fish still more rapidly than before. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Herewith follow the illustrations referred to, taken from the English factory reports. Quote, "The state of trade is better, but the cycle of good and bad times diminishes as machinery increases, and the changes from the one to the other happen oftener, as the demand for raw materials increases with it. At present, confidence is not only restored after the panic of 1857, but the panic itself seems to be almost forgotten. Whether this improvement will continue or not depends greatly upon the price of raw materials. There appear to me evidences already that in some instances the maximum has been reached, beyond which their manufacture becomes gradually less and less profitable, till it ceases to be so altogether. If we take, for instance, the lucrative years in the worsted trade of 1849 and 1850, we see that the price of English combing wool stood at 1 shilling 1 penny, and of Australian at between 1 shilling and twopence and 1 shilling and 5 pence per pound, and that on the average of the 10 years from 1841 to 1850, both inclusive, the average price of English wool never exceeded 1 shilling and twopence, and of Australian wool 1 shilling and 5 pence per pound. But that in the commencement of the disastrous year of 1857, the price of Australian wool began with 1 shilling and 11 pence, falling to 1 shilling and 6 pence in December, when the panic was at its height, but has gradually risen again to 1 shilling and 9 pence through 1858, at which it now stands, whilst that of English wool, commencing with 1 shilling and 8 pence, and rising in April and September 1857 to 1 shilling and 9 pence, falling in January 1858 to 1 shilling and twopence, has since risen to 1 shilling and 5 pence, which is 3 per pound higher than the average of the 10 years to which I have referred. This shows, I think, one of three things: either that the bankruptcies which similar prices occasioned in 1857 are forgotten, or that there is barely the wool grown which the existing spindles are capable of consuming, or else that the prices of manufactured articles are about to be permanently higher. And, as in past experience, I have seen spindles and looms multiply both in numbers and speed in an incredibly short space of time, and our exports of wool to France increase in an almost equal ratio, and as, both at home and abroad, the age of sheep seems to be getting less and less, owing to increasing populations, and to what the agriculturalists call a quick return in stock, so I have often felt anxious for persons whom, without this knowledge, I have seen embarking skill and capital in undertakings wholly reliant for their success on a product which can only be increased according to organic laws. The same state of supply and demand of all raw materials seems to account for many of the fluctuations in the cotton trade during past periods, as well as for the condition of the English wool market in the autumn of 1857, with its overwhelming consequences." Unquote. R. Baker, in Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1858. Footnote. It goes without saying that we do not, unlike Mr. Baker, explain the wool crisis of 1857 on the basis of the disproportion between the prices of raw material and product. This disproportion was itself but a symptom, and the crisis was a general one. Friedrich Engels, end of footnote. The halcyon days of the West Riding worsted industry of Yorkshire were 1849 to 50. This industry employed 29,246 persons in 1838, 37,000 persons in 1843, 48,097 in 1845, and 74,891 in 1850. The same district had 2,768 mechanical looms in 1838, 11,458 in 1841, 16,870 in 1843, 19,121 in 1845, and 29,539 in 1850. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, 1850. This prosperity of the carded wool industry excited certain forebodings as early as October 1850. In his report for April 1851, Sub-Inspector Baker said in regard to Leeds and Bradford, quote, "The state of trade is, and has been for some time, very unsatisfactory. The worsted spinners are fast losing the profits of 1850, and in the majority of cases the manufacturers are not doing much good. I believe, at this moment, there is more woolen machinery standing than I have almost ever known at one time, and the flax spinners are also turning off hands and stopping frames. The cycles of trade, in fact, in the textile fabrics are now extremely uncertain, and I think we shall shortly find, to be true, that there is no comparison made between the producing power of the spindles, the quantity of raw material, and the growth of the population." Unquote. The same is true of the cotton industry. In the cited report for October 1858 we read, quote, "Since the hours of labour in factories have been fixed, the amounts of consumption, produce, and wages in all textile fabrics have been reduced to a rule of 3. I quote from a recent lecture delivered by the present Mayor of Blackburn, Mr. Baines, on the cotton trade, who by such means has reduced the cotton statistics of his own neighbourhood to the closest approximation. Each reel and mechanical horsepower will drive 450 self-acting mule spindles with preparation, or 200 throstle spindles, or 15 looms for 40 inches cloth, with winding, warping, and sizing. Each horsepower in spinning will give employment to 2.5 operatives, but in weaving to 10 persons, at wages averaging full 10 and 6pence a week to each person. The average counts of yarn spun and woven are from 30s to 32s twist, and 34s to 36s weft yarns. And taking the spinning production at 13 ounces per spindle per week, will give 824,700 pounds of yarn spun per week, requiring 970,000 pounds, or 2,300 bales of cotton, at a cost of 28,300 pounds. The total cotton consumed in this district, within a 5-mile radius round Blackburn, per week, is 1,530,000 pounds, or 3,650 bales, at a cost of 44,625 pounds. This is 1/18 of the whole cotton spinning of the United Kingdom, and 1/6 of the whole power loom weaving. Thus we see that according to Mr. Baines' calculations, the total number of cotton spindles in the United Kingdom is 28,800,000, and supposing these to be always working full-time, that the annual consumption of cotton ought to be 1,432,080,000 pounds. But as the import of cotton, less the export in 1856 and 1857, was only 1,022,576,832 pounds, there must necessarily be a deficiency of supply equal to 409,503,168 pounds. Mr. Baines, however, who has been good enough to communicate with me on this subject, thinks that an annual consumption of cotton based upon the quantity used in the Blackburn district would be liable to be overcharged, owing to the difference not only in the counts spun, but in the excellence of the machinery. He estimates the total annual consumption of cotton in the United Kingdom at 1,000 million pounds. But if he is right, and there really is an excess of supply equal to 22,576,832 pounds, supply and demand seem to be nearly balanced already, without taking into consideration those additional spindles and looms which Mr. Baines speaks of as getting ready for work in his own district, and, by parity of reasoning, probably in other districts also." Unquote. Chapter 6, Section 3. General Illustration. The Cotton Crisis of 1861 to 65. Preliminary History, 1845 to 60. 1845. the golden age of cotton industry, price of cotton very low. L. Horner says on this point, quote, "For the last 8 years I have not known so active a state of trade as has prevailed during the last summer and autumn, particularly in cotton spinning. Throughout the half-year I have been receiving notices every week of new investments of capital in factories, either in the form of new mills being built, of the few that were untenanted finding occupiers, of enlargements of existing mills, of new engines of increased power, and of manufacturing machinery." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1845. 1846. The complaints begin. Quote, "For a considerable time past I have heard from the occupiers of cotton mills very general complaints of the depressed state of their trade. For within the last 6 weeks several mills have begun to work short time, usually 8 hours a day instead of 12. This appears to be on the increase. There has been a great advance in the price of the raw material. There has been not only no advance in the manufactured articles, but prices are lower than they were before the rising cotton began. From the great increase in the number of cotton mills within the last 4 years, there must have been, on the one hand, a greatly increased demand for the raw material, and on the other, a greatly increased supply in the market of the manufactured articles, causes that must concurrently have operated against profits, supposing the supply of the raw material and the consumption of the manufactured article to have remained unaltered. But of course, in the greater ratio by the late short supply of cotton, and the falling off in the demand for the manufactured articles in several markets, both home and foreign." Unquote. Reports of Inspector of Factories, October 1846. The rising demand for raw materials naturally went hand in hand with a market flooded with manufactures. By the way, the expansion of industry at that time and the subsequent stagnation were not confined to the cotton districts. The carded wool district of Bradford had only 318 factories in 1836 and 490 in 1846. These figures do not by any means express the actual growth of production, since the existing factories were also considerably enlarged. This was particularly true of the flax spinning mills. Quote, "All have contributed more or less during the last 10 years to the overstocking of the market, to which a great part of the present stagnation of trade must be attributed. The depression naturally results from such rapid increase of mills and machinery." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1846. 1847. In October, a money panic. Discount 8%. This was preceded by the debacle of the railway swindle and the East Indian speculation in accommodation bills. But, quote, "Mr. Baker enters into very interesting details respecting the increased demand in the last few years for cotton, wool, and flax, owing to the great extension of these trades. He considers the increased demand for these raw materials, occurring as it has at a period when the produce has fallen much below an average supply, as almost sufficient, even without reference to the monetary derangement, to account for the present state of these branches. This opinion is fully confirmed by my own observations and conversation with persons well acquainted with trade. Those several branches were all in a very depressed state, while discounts were readily obtained at and under 5%. The supply of raw silk has, on the contrary, been abundant, the prices moderate, and the trade consequently very active, till the last 2 or 3 weeks, when there is no doubt the monetary derangement has affected not only the persons actually engaged in the manufacture, but more extensively still, the manufacturers of fancy goods, who were great customers to the throster. A reference to published returns shows that the cotton trade had increased nearly 27% in the last 3 years. Cotton has consequently increased in round numbers from 4p to 6p per pound, while twist, in consequence of the increased supply, is yet only a fraction above its former price. The woolen trade began its increase in 1836, since which Yorkshire has increased its manufacture of this article 40%, but Scotland exhibits a yet greater increase. The increase of the worsted trade is still larger. Footnote: a sharp distinction is made in England between woolen manufacture, which spins carded yarn from short wool and weaves it, main centre Leeds, and worsted manufacture, which makes worsted yarn from long wool and weaves it, main seat Bradford in Yorkshire. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Calculations give a result of upwards of 74% increase within the same period. The consumption of raw wool has therefore been immense. Flax has increased since 1839 about 25% in England, 22% in Scotland, and nearly 90% in Ireland. The consequence of this, in connection with bad crops, has been that the raw material has gone up £10 per ton, while the price of yarn has fallen 6p a bundle." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1847. Footnote: this rapid expansion of output of machine-made linen yarn in Ireland dealt a death blow to exports of linen made of handmade yarn in Germany, Silesia, Lusatia, and Westphalia. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. 1849. Since late in 1848, business revived. Quote, "The price of flax, which has been so low as to almost guarantee a reasonable profit under any future circumstances, has induced the manufacturers to carry on their work very steadily. The woolen manufacturers were exceedingly busy for a while in the early part of the year. I fear that consignments of woolen goods often take the place of real demand, and that periods of apparent prosperity, that is, of full work, are not always periods of legitimate demand. In some months the worsted has been exceedingly good, in fact flourishing. At the commencement of the period referred to, wool was exceedingly low. What was bought by the spinners was well bought, and no doubt in considerable quantities. When the price of wool rose with the spring wool sales, the spinner had the advantage, and the demand for manufactured goods becoming considerable and imperative, they kept it. If we look at the variations in the state of trade which have occurred in the manufacturing districts of the kingdom for a period now of between 3 and 4 years, I think we must admit the existence of a great disturbing cause somewhere. But may not the immensely productive power of increased machinery have added another element to the same cause?" Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1849. In November 1848, and in May and summer of 1849, right up to October, business flourished. Quote, "The worsted stuff of trade, of which Bradford and Halifax are the great hives of industry, has been the one most active. This trade has never before reached anything like the extent to which it has now attained. Speculation and uncertainty as to the probable supply of cotton wool have ever had the effect of causing greater excitement and more frequent alterations in the state of that branch of manufacture than any other. There is, at present, an accumulation in stock of the coarser kinds of cotton goods, which creates anxiety on the part of the smaller spinners, and is already acting to their detriment, having caused several of them to work their mills short time." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1849. 1850. April. Business continued brisk. The exception, quote, "The Great Depression in a part of the cotton trade, attributable to the scarcity in the supply of the raw material more especially adapted to the branch engaged in spinning low numbers of cotton yarns or manufacturing heavy cotton goods. A fear is entertained that the increased machinery built recently for the worsted trade may be followed with a similar reaction. Mr. Baker computes that in the year 1849 alone, the worsted looms have increased their produce 40%, and the spindles 25 or 30%, and they are still increasing at the same rate." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1850. 1850. October. Quote, "The high price of raw cotton continues to cause a considerable depression in this branch of manufacture, especially in those descriptions of goods in which the raw material constitutes a considerable part of the cost of production. The great advance in the price of raw silk has likewise caused a depression in many branches of that manufacture." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1850. And on pages 31 and 33 of the same report, we learn that the Committee of the Royal Society for the Promotion and Improvement of the Growth of Flax in Ireland predicted that the high price of flax, together with the low level of prices for other agricultural products, ensured a considerable increase in flax production in the ensuing year. 1853. April. Great prosperity. L. Horner says in his report, quote, "At no period during the last 17 years that I have been officially acquainted with the manufacturing districts in Lancashire have I known such general prosperity. The activity in every branch is extraordinary." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1853. 1853. October. Depression in the cotton industry. Overproduction. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1853. 1854. April. Quote, "The woolen trade, although not brisk, has given full employment to all the factories engaged upon that fabric, and a similar remark applies to the cotton factories. The worsted trade generally has been in an uncertain and unsatisfactory condition during the whole of the last half-year. The manufacture of flax and hemp are more likely to be seriously impeded by reason of the diminished supplies of the raw materials from Russia due to the Crimean War." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1854. 1859. Quote, "The trade in the Scottish flax districts still continues depressed, the raw material being scarce as well as high in price, and the inferior quality of the last year's crop in the Baltic, from whence come our principal supplies, will have an injurious effect on the trade of the district. Jute, however, which is gradually superseding flax in many of the coarser fabrics, is neither unusually high in price nor scarce in quantity. About 1/2 of the machinery in Dundee is now employed in jute spinning. Owing to the high price of the raw material, flax spinning is still far from remunerating, and while all the other mills are going full-time, there are several instances of the stoppage of flax machinery. Jute spinning is in a rather more satisfactory state, owing to the recent decline in the price of material, which has now fallen to a very moderate point." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1859. 1860. April. Quote, "With respect to the state of trade, I am happy to be able to inform you that, notwithstanding the high price of raw material, all the textile manufactures, with the exception of silk, have been fairly busy during the past half-year. In some of the cotton districts, hands have been advertised for, and have migrated thither from Norfolk and other rural counties. There appears to be, in every branch of trade, a great scarcity of raw material. It is the want of it alone which keeps us within bounds. In the cotton trade, the erection of new mills, the formation of new systems of extension, and the demand for hands can scarcely, I think, have been at any time exceeded. Everywhere there are new movements in search of raw material." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1860. 1860, October. Quote, "The state of trade in the cotton, woolen, and flax districts has been good. Indeed, in Ireland it is stated to have been very good for now more than a year, and that it would have been still better but for the high price of raw material. The flax spinners appear to be looking with more anxiety than ever to the opening out of India by railways, and to the development of its agriculture, for a supply of flax which may be commensurate with their wants." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1860. 1861–64. American Civil War. Cotton famine. The greatest example of an interruption in the production process through scarcity and dearness of raw material. 1861, April. Quote, "The state of trade is at present depressed. A few cotton mills are running short time, and many silk mills are only partially employed. Raw material is high. In almost every branch of textile manufacture, it is above the price at which it can be manufactured for the masses of the consumers." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1861. It had become evident that in 1860 the cotton industry had overproduced. The effect of this made itself felt during the next few years. Quote, "It has taken between 2 and 3 years to absorb the overproduction of 1860 in the markets of the world." Reports of the Inspector of Factories, December 1863. The depressed state of the markets for cotton manufactures in the East early in 1860 had a corresponding effect upon the trade of Blackburn, in which 30,000 power looms are usually employed almost exclusively in the production of cloth to be consumed in the East. There was consequently but a limited demand for labour for many months prior to the effects of the cotton blockade being felt. Fortunately, this preserved many of the spinners and manufacturers from being involved in the common ruin. Stocks increased in value so long as they were held, and there had been consequently nothing like that alarming depreciation in the value of property which might not unreasonably have been looked for in such a crisis." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1862. 1861, October. Quote, "Trade has been for some time in a very depressed state. It is not improbable, indeed, that during the winter months many establishments will be found to work very short time. This might, however, have been anticipated. Irrespective of the causes which have interrupted our usual supplies of cotton from America and our exports, short time must have been kept during the ensuing winter in consequence of the great increase of production during the last 3 years, and the unsettled state of the Indian and Chinese markets." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1861. Cotton waste. East Indian cotton, Surat. Influence on the wages of labourers. Improvement of machinery. Adding starch, flour and mineral substitutes to cotton. Effect of starch-flour sizing on labourers. Manufacturers of finer yarn grades. Manufacturers' fraud. Quote, "A manufacturer writes to me thus, As to estimates of consumption per spindle, I doubt if you take sufficiently into calculation the fact that when cotton is high in price, every spinner of ordinary yarns, say up to 40s, principally 12s to 32s, will raise his counts as much as he can, that is, will spin 16s, where he used to spin 12s or 22s in the place of 16s, and so on. And the manufacturer using these fine yarns will make his cloth the usual weight by the addition of so much more size. The trade is availing itself of this resource at present to an extent which is even discreditable. I have heard on good authority of ordinary export shirting weighing 8 pounds, which was made of 5 1/4 pounds cotton and 2 3/4 pounds size. In cloths of other descriptions, as much as 50% size is sometimes added, so that a manufacturer may and does truly boast that he is getting rich by selling cloth for less money per pound than he paid for the mere yarn of which they are composed. I have also received statements that the weavers attribute increased sickness to the size which is used in dressing the warps of Surat cotton, and which is not made of the same material as formerly, viz. Flour. This substitute for flour is said, however, to have the very important advantage of increasing greatly the weight of the cloth manufactured, making 15 pounds of the raw material to weigh 20 pounds when woven into cloth. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. This substitute was ground talcum, called China clay, or gypsum, called French chalk. The earnings of the weavers, meaning the operatives, are much reduced from the employment of substitutes for flour as sizing for warps. This sizing, which gives weight to the yarn, renders it hard and brittle. Each thread of the warp in the loom passes through a part of the loom called a heald, which consists of strong threads to keep the warp in its proper place, and the hard state of the warp causes the threads of the heald to break frequently, and it is said to take a weaver 5 minutes to tie up the threads every time they break, and a weaver has to piece these ends at least 10 times as often as formerly, thus reducing the productive powers of the loom in the working hours." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1864. Quote, "In Ashton, Stalybridge, Mossley, Oldham, etc., the reduction of the time has been fully 1/3, and the hours are lessening every week. Simultaneously with this diminution of time, there is also a reduction of wages in many departments." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1861. Early in 1861 there was a strike among the mechanical weavers in some parts of Lancashire. Several manufacturers had announced a wage reduction of 5 to 7.5%. The operatives insisted that the wage scale remain the same while working hours were reduced. This was not granted, and a strike was called. A month later, the operatives had to give in. But then they suffered both. Quote, "In addition to the reduction of wages to which the operatives at last consented, many mills are now running short time." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1861. 1862, April. Quote, "The sufferings of the operatives since the date of my last report have greatly increased, but at no period of the history of manufactures have sufferings so sudden and so severe been borne with so much silent resignation and so much patient self-respect. The proportionate number of operatives wholly out of employment at this date appears not to be much larger than it was in 1848, when there was an ordinary panic of sufficient consequences to excite alarm amongst the manufacturers, so much as to warrant the collection of similar statistics of the state of the cotton trade as are now issued weekly. In May 1848, the proportion of cotton operatives out of work in Manchester, out of the whole number usually employed, was 15%, on short time 12%, whilst 70% were in full work. On the 28th of May of the present year, of the whole number of persons usually employed, 15% were out of work, 35% were on short time, and 49% were working full time. In some other places, Stockport for example, the averages of short time and of non-employment are higher, whilst those of full time are less, because coarser numbers are spun there than in Manchester." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1862. 1862, October. Quote, "I find by the last return to Parliament that there were 2,887 cotton factories in the United Kingdom in 1861, 2,109 of them being in my district, Lancashire and Cheshire. I was aware that a very large proportion of the 2,109 factories in my district were small establishments, giving employment to few persons, but I have been surprised to find how large that proportion is. In 392, or 19%, the steam engine or water wheel is under 10 horsepower. In 345, or 16%, the horsepower is above 10 and under 20, and in 1,372, the power is 20 horses and more. A very large proportion of these small manufacturers, being more than a third of the whole number, were operatives themselves at no distant period. They are men without command of capital. The brunt of the burden then would have to be borne by the remaining 2/3. According to the same report, 40,146, or 11.3% of the cotton employees in Lancashire and Cheshire were then working full-time. 134,767, or 38%, were working short-time, and 179,721, or 50.7%, were unemployed. After deducting the returns from Manchester and Bolton, where mainly fine grades were spun, a line relatively little affected by the cotton famine, the matter looked still more unfavourable, namely, fully employed 8.5%, partly employed 38%, and unemployed 53.5%. Working up good or bad cotton makes a material difference to the operative. In the earlier part of the year, when manufacturers were endeavouring to keep their mills at work by using up all the moderately priced cotton they could obtain, much bad cotton was brought into the mills in which good cotton was ordinarily used, and the difference to the operatives in wages was so great that many strikes took place on the ground that they could not make a fair day's wages at the old rates. In some cases, although working full-time, the difference in wages from working bad cotton was as much as 1/2. Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1862. 1863, April. Quote, "During the present year, there will not be full employment for much more than 1/2 of the cotton operatives in the country." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1863. Quote, "A very serious objection to the use of surat cotton, as manufacturers are now compelled to use it, is that the speed of the machinery must be greatly reduced in the process of manufacture. For some years past, every effort has been made to increase the speed of machinery, in order to make the same machinery produce more work, and the reduction of the speed becomes therefore a question which affects the operative as well as the manufacturer, for the chief part of the operatives are paid by the work done. For instance, spinners are paid per pound for the yarn spun, weavers per piece for the number of pieces woven, and even with the other classes of operatives paid by the week, there would be a diminution of wages in consideration of the less amount of goods produced. From inquiries I have made, and statements placed in my hands, of the earnings of cotton operatives during the present year, I find there is a diminution averaging 20% upon their former earnings. In some instances the diminution has been as much as 50%, calculated upon the same rate of wages as prevailed in 1861. The sum earned depends upon the nature of the material operated upon. The position of the operatives in regard to the amount of their earnings is very much better now, October 1863, than it was this time last year. Machinery has improved, the material is better understood, and the operatives are able better to overcome the difficulties they had to contend with at first. I remember being in a sewing school, a charity institution for unemployed, at Preston last spring, when two young women, who had been sent to work at a weaving shed the day before, upon the representation of the manufacturer that they could earn 4 shillings per week, returned to the school to be readmitted, complaining that they could not have earned 1 shilling per week. I have been informed of self-acting minders, men who manage a pair of self-acting mules, earning at the end of a fortnight's full work 8 shillings and 11pence, and that from this sum was deducted the rent of the house, the manufacturer, however, returning half the rent as a gift. How generous! The minders took away the sum of 6 shillings and 11pence. In many places the self-acting minders ranged from 5 shillings to 9 shillings per week, and the weavers from 2 shillings to 6 shillings per week in the last months of 1862. At the present time, a much more healthy state of things exists, although there is still a great decrease in the earnings in most districts. There are several causes which have tended to the reduction of earnings, besides the shorter staple of the Surat cotton and its dirty condition. For instance, it is now the practice to mix waste largely with Surat, which consequently increases the difficulties of the spinner or minder. The threads, from their shortness of fibre, are more liable to break in the drawing out of the mule and in the twisting of the yarn, and the mule cannot be kept so continuously in motion. Then, from the great attention required in watching the threads in weaving, many weavers can only mind 1 loom, and very few can mind more than 2 looms. There has been a direct reduction of 5, 7.5, and 10% upon the wages of the operatives. In the majority of cases, the operative has to make the best of his material, and to earn the best wages he can at the ordinary rates. Another difficulty the weavers have sometimes to contend with is that they are expected to produce well-finished cloth from inferior materials, and are subject to fine for the flaws in their work." Unquote. Reports of Inspector of Factories, October 1863. Wages were miserable even where work was full-time. The cotton workers willingly offered themselves for all public work, such as drainage, road-building, stone-breaking, and street-paving, in which they were employed to get their keep from the authorities, although this practically amounted to assistance to the manufacturer. See Volume 1. The whole bourgeoisie stood guard over the labourers. Were the worst dog's wages offered, and a labourer refused to accept them, the Relief Committee would strike him from its lists. It was in a way a golden age for the manufacturers, for the labourers had either to starve or work at a price most profitable for the bourgeois. The relief committees acted as watchdogs. At the same time, the manufacturers acted in secret agreement with the government to hinder emigration as much as possible, partly to retain in readiness the capital invested in the flesh and blood of the labourers, and partly to safeguard the house rent squeezed out of the labourers. Quote, "The relief committees acted with great strictness upon this point. If work was offered, the operatives to whom it was proposed were struck off the lists and thus compelled to accept the offer. When they objected to accept work, the cause has been that their earnings would have been merely nominal and the work exceedingly severe." Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, October 1863. The operatives were willing to perform any work given to them under the Public Works Act. Quote, "The principle upon which industrial employments were organized varied considerably in different towns, but in those places even in which the outdoor work was not absolutely a labor test, the manner in which labor was remunerated by its being paid for either at the exact rate of relief or closely approximating the rate, it became, in fact, a labor test. The Public Works Act of 1863 was intended to remedy this inconvenience and to enable the operative to earn his day's wages as an independent labourer. The purpose of this act was threefold. Firstly, to enable local authorities to borrow money of the Exchequer Loan Commissioners, with consent of the President of the Central Relief Committee. Secondly, to facilitate the improvement of the towns of the cotton districts. Thirdly, to provide work and remunerative wages to the unemployed operatives." Unquote. Loans to the amount of £883,700 had been granted under this Act up to the end of October 1863. The works undertaken were mainly canalization, road building, street paving, waterworks, reservoirs, etc. Mr. Henderson, President of the Committee in Blackburn, wrote with reference to this to Factory Inspector Redgrave, quote, "Nothing in my experience during the present period of suffering and distress has struck me more forcibly or given me more satisfaction than the cheerful alacrity with which the unemployed operatives of this district have accepted of the work offered to them through the adoption of the Public Works Act by the Corporation of Blackburn. A greater contrast than that presented between the cotton spinner as a skilled workman in a factory and as a labourer in a sewer 14 or 18 feet deep can scarcely be conceived." Accustomed as he had been to a temperature all but tropical, to work at which agility and delicacy of manipulation availed him infinitely more than muscular strength, and to double and sometimes treble the remuneration which it is possible for him now to obtain, his ready acceptance of the proffered employment involved an amount of self-denial and consideration, the exercise of which is most creditable. In Blackburn the men have been tested at almost every variety of outdoor work, in excavating a stiff, heavy clay soil to a considerable depth, in draining, in stone-breaking, in road-making, and in excavating for street sewers to a depth of 14, 16, and sometimes 20 feet. In many cases, while thus employed, they are standing in mud and water to the depth of 10 or 12 inches, and in all they are exposed to a climate which, for chilly humidity, is not surpassed, I suppose, even if it is equalled by that of any district in England. The conduct of the operatives has been almost blameless, and their readiness to accept and make the best of outdoor labour." Unquote. Depending on the size of his family, the workman earned 4 to 12 shillings per week, this enormous amount providing sometimes for a family of 8. The townsmen derived a double profit from this. In the first place, they secured money to improve their smoky and neglected cities at exceptionally low interest rates. In the second place, they paid the labourers far less than the regular wage. 1864. April. Quote, complaints are occasionally made in different districts at the scarcity of hands, but this deficiency is chiefly felt in particular departments, as, for instance, of weavers. These complaints have their origin as much from the low rate of wages which the hands can earn owing to the inferior qualities of yarn used, as from any positive scarcity of work-people even in that particular department. Numerous differences have taken place during the past month between the masters of particular mills and their operatives in respect of the wages. Strikes, I am sorry to say, are but too frequently resorted to. The effect of the Public Works Act is felt as a competition by the mill owners. The local committee at Bacup has suspended operations, for although all the mills are not running, yet a scarcity of hands has been experienced. Unquote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories, April 1864. It was indeed high time for the manufacturers. Due to the Public Works Act, the demand for labour grew so strong that many a factory hand was earning 4 to 5 shillings daily in the quarries of Bacup. And so the public works were gradually suspended, this new edition of the Ateliers Nationaux of 1848, national workshops, but this time instituted in the interests of the bourgeoisie. Experiments in corpore vili, experiments on a worthless corpse. Quote, although I have given the actual earnings of the operatives fully employed in several mills, it does not follow that they earn the same amount week by week. The operatives are subject to great fluctuation from the constant experimentalizing of the manufacturers upon different kinds and proportions of cotton and waste in the same mill, the mixings, as it is called, being frequently changed. And the earnings of the operatives rise and fall with the quality of the cotton mixings. Sometimes they have been within 15% of former earnings, and then in a week or two they have fallen from 50 to 60%. Inspector Redgrave, who makes this report, then proceeds to cite wage figures taken from actual practice, of which the following examples may suffice. A. Weaver, family of 6, employed 4 days a week, 6 shillings 8½ pence. B. Twister, employed 4½ days a week, 6 shillings. C. Weaver, family of 4, employed 5 days a week, 5 shillings and a penny. D. Slubber, family of 6, employed 4 days a week, 7 shillings and 10 pence. E. Weaver, family of 7, employed 3 days a week, 5 shillings, etc. Redgrave continues, the above returns are deserving of consideration, for they show that work would become a misfortune in many a family, as it not merely reduces the income, but brings it so low as to be utterly insufficient to provide more than a small portion of the absolute wants, were it not that supplemental relief is granted to operatives when the wages of the family do not reach the sum that would be given to them as relief, if they were all unemployed. In no week, since the 5th of June last, was there more than 2 days, 7 hours and a few minutes employment for all the workers. From the beginning of the crisis to March the 25th, 1863, nearly £3 million sterling were expended by the Guardians, the Central Relief Committee, and the Mansion House Committee. In a district in which the finest yarn is spun, the spinners suffer an indirect reduction of 15% in consequence of the change from South Sea Island to Egyptian cotton. In an extensive district, in many parts of which waste is largely used as a mixture with surat, the spinners have had a reduction of 5% and have lost from 20 to 30% in addition through working surat and waste. The weavers are reduced from 4 looms to 2 looms. In 1860 they averaged 5 shillings and 7pence per loom. In 1863 only 3 shillings and 4pence. The fines, which formerly varied from 3pence to 6pence for the weaver on American, now run up to from 1 shilling to 3 shillings and 6pence. In one district, where Egyptian cotton was used with an admixture of East Indian, the average of the mule spinners, which was in 1860 18 shillings to 25 shillings, now averages from 10 shillings to 18 shillings per week, caused, in addition to inferior cotton, by the reduction of the speed of the mule to put an extra amount of twist in the yarn, which in ordinary times would be paid for according to list. Although the Indian cotton may have been worked to profit by the manufacturer, it will be seen that the operatives are sufferers, compared with 1861, and if the use of surat be confirmed, the operatives will want to earn the wages of 1861, which would seriously affect the profits of the manufacturer unless he obtained compensation either in the price of the raw cotton or of his products. House rent. The rent is frequently deducted from the wages of operatives, even when working short time, by the manufacturers whose cottages they may be occupying. Nevertheless, the value of this class of property has diminished, and houses may be obtained at a reduction of from 25 to 50% upon the rent of the houses in ordinary times. For instance, a cottage which would have cost 3 shillings and 6pence per week can now be had for 2 shillings and 4pence per week, and sometimes even for less. Emigration. The employers were naturally opposed to emigration of labourers because, on the one hand, looking forward to the recovery of the cotton trade from its present depression, they keep within their reach the means whereby their mills can be worked in the most advantageous manner. On the other hand, many manufacturers are owners of the houses in which operatives employed in their mills reside, and some unquestionably expect to obtain a portion of the back rent owing." Unquote. Reports of Inspector of Factories, October 1863. Mr. Bernal Osborne said in a speech to his parliamentary constituents on October the 22nd, 1864, that the labourers of Lancashire had behaved like the ancient philosophers, Stoics, not like sheep. Chapter 7. Supplementary Remarks. Suppose, as is assumed in this part, the amount of profit in any particular sphere of production equals the sum of the surplus value produced by the total capital invested in that sphere. Even then the bourgeois will not consider his profit as identical with surplus value, that is, with unpaid surplus labour, and, to be sure, for the following reasons. 1. In the process of circulation he forgets the process of production. He thinks that surplus value is made when he realizes the value of commodities, which includes realization of their surplus value. 2. Assuming a uniform degree of exploitation, we have seen that, regardless of all modifications originating in the credit system, regardless of the capitalists' efforts to outwit and cheat one another, and lastly, regardless of any favourable choice of the market, the rate of profit may differ considerably, depending on the low or high prices of raw materials and the experience of the buyer, on the relative productivity, efficiency and cheapness of the machinery, on the greater or lesser efficiency of the aggregate arrangement in the various stages of the productive process, elimination of waste, the simplicity and efficiency of management and supervision, etc. In short, given the surplus value for a certain variable capital, it still depends very much on the individual business acumen of the capitalist or of his managers and salesmen, whether this same surplus value is expressed in a greater or smaller rate of profit, and accordingly yields a greater or smaller amount of profit. Let the same surplus value of £1,000, the product of £1,000 in wages, obtain in enterprise A for a constant capital of £9,000, and in enterprise B for £11,000. In case A, we have rate of profit P prime equals 1,000 over 10,000, or 10%. In case B, we have P prime equals 1,000 over 12,000, or 8 1/3%. The total capital produces relatively more profit in enterprise A than in B, because of a higher rate of profit, although the variable capital advanced in both cases equals £1,000, and the surplus value produced by each likewise equals £1,000, so that in both cases there exists the same degree of exploitation of the same number of labourers. This difference in the presentation of the same mass of surplus value, or the difference in the rates of profit, and therefore in the profit itself, while the exploitation of labour is the same, may also be due to other causes. Still, it may also be due wholly to a difference in the business acumen with which both establishments are run, and this circumstance misleads the capitalist, convinces him that his profits are not due to exploiting labour, but, at least in part, to other independent circumstances, and particularly his individual activity. The analyses in this first part demonstrate the incorrectness of the view according to which, as distinct from ground rent, in which case, for example, the area of real estate remains the same and yet the rent rises, a change in the magnitude of an individual capital is supposed to have no influence on the ratio of profit to capital, and therefore on the rate of profit, because if the mass of profit should grow, so does the mass of capital upon which it is calculated, and vice versa. Rodbertus, Letters to von Kirchmann, Third Letter, Refutation of Ricardo's Doctrine of Basic Pensions and Grounds for a New Rent Theory. Berlin, 1851. This is true only in two cases. First, when, assuming that all other circumstances, especially the rate of surplus value, remain unchanged, there is a change in the value of that commodity which is a money commodity. The same occurs in a merely nominal change of value, the rise or fall of more tokens of value, other conditions being equal. Let the total capital equal £100, and the profit equal £20, the rate of profit being 20%. Should gold fall by half, or double, the same capital, previously worth only £100, will be worth £200 if it falls, and the profit will be worth £40, that is, it will be expressed in so much money instead of the former £20. If it rises, the capital of £100 will be worth only £50, and the profit will be represented by a product whose value will be £10. But in either case, 200 to 40 equals 50 to 10 equals 100 to 20 equals 20%. In all these examples there would, however, have been no actual change in the magnitude of capital value, and only in the money expression of the same value and the same surplus value. For this reason, S over total capital, or the rate of profit, could not be affected. In the second case, there is an actual change of magnitude in the value, but unaccompanied by a change in the ratio of V to C. In other words, with a constant rate of surplus value, the relation of capital invested in labour power, variable capital considered as an index of the amount of labour power set in motion, to the capital invested in means of production remains the same. Under these circumstances, no matter whether we have total capital, or N total capital, or total capital over N, for example, 1,000, or 2,000, or 500, and the rate of profit being 20%, the profit equals 200 in the first case, equals 400 in the second, and equals 100 in the third. But 200 to 1,000 equals 400 to 2,000, equals 100 to 500, equals 20%. That is to say, the rate of profit is unchanged, because the composition of capital remains the same and is not affected by the change in magnitude. Therefore, an increase or decrease in the amount of profit shows merely an increase or decrease in the magnitude of the invested capital. In the first case, there is therefore but the appearance of a change in the magnitude of the employed capital, while in the second case, there is an actual change in magnitude, but no change in the organic composition of the capital, that is, in the relative proportions of its variable and constant portions. But with the exception of these two cases, a change in the magnitude of the employed capital is either the result of a preceding change in the value of one of its components, and therefore of a change in the relative magnitude of these components, as long as the surplus value itself does not change with the variable capital, or this change of magnitude, as in labour processes on a large scale, introduction of new machinery, etc., is the cause of a change in the relative magnitude of its two organic components. In all these cases, other circumstances remaining the same, a change in the magnitude of the employed capital must therefore be accompanied simultaneously by a change in the rate of profit. A rise in the rate of profit is always due to a relative or absolute increase of the surplus value in relation to its cost of production, that is, to the advanced total capital, or to a decrease in the difference between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value. Fluctuations in the rate of profit may occur irrespective of changes in the organic components of the capital, or of the absolute magnitude of the capital through a rise or fall in the value of the fixed or circulating advanced capital caused by an increase or a reduction of the working time required for its reproduction. This increase or reduction taking place independently of the already existing capital. The value of every commodity, thus also of the commodities making up the capital, is determined not by the necessary labour time contained in it, but by the social labour time required for its reproduction. This reproduction may take place under unfavourable or under propitious circumstances, distinct from the conditions of original production. If, under altered conditions, it takes double, or conversely half the time, to reproduce the same material capital, and if the value of money remains unchanged, a capital formerly worth £100 would be worth £200 or £50, respectively. Should this appreciation or depreciation affect all parts of capital uniformly, then the profit would also be accordingly expressed in double or half the amount of money. But if it involves a change in the organic composition of the capital, if the ratio of the variable to the constant portion of capital rises or falls, then, other circumstances remaining the same, the rate of profit will rise with a relatively rising variable capital, and fall with a relatively falling one. If only the money value of the advanced capital rises or falls, in consequence of a change in the value of money, then the money expression of the surplus value rises or falls in the same proportion. The rate of profit remains unchanged. Part 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. Chapter 8. Different compositions of capitals in different branches of production, and resulting differences in rates of profit. In the preceding part we demonstrated, among other things, that the rate of profit may vary, rise or fall, while the rate of surplus value remains the same. In the present chapter we assume that the intensity of labour exploitation, and therefore the rate of surplus value and the length of the working day, are the same in all the spheres of production into which the social labour of a given country is divided. Adam Smith has already comprehensively shown that the numerous differences in the exploitation of labour in various spheres of production balance one another by means of all kinds of existing compensations, or compensations accepted as such on the basis of current prejudice, so that they are merely evanescent distinctions and are of no moment in a study of the general relations. Other differences, for instance those in the wage scale, rest largely on the difference between simple and complicated labour, mentioned in the beginning of Volume 1, and have nothing to do with the intensity of exploitation in the different spheres of production, although they render the lot of the labourer in those spheres very unequal. For instance, if the labour of a goldsmith is better paid than that of a day labourer, the former's surplus labour produces proportionately more surplus value than the latter's, and although the equalizing of wages and working days, and thereby the rates of surplus value among different spheres of production, and even among different investments of capital in the same sphere of production, is checked by all kinds of local obstacles, it is nevertheless taking place more and more with the advance of capitalist production and the subordination of all economic conditions to this mode of production. The study of such frictions, while important to any special work on wages, may be dispensed with as incidental and irrelevant in a general analysis of capitalist production. In a general analysis of this kind, it is usually always assumed that the actual conditions correspond to their conception, or, what is the same, that actual conditions are represented only to the extent that they are typical of their own general case. The difference in the rates of surplus value in different countries, and consequently the national differences in the degree of exploitation of labour, are immaterial for our present analysis. What we want to show in this part is precisely the way in which a general rate of profit takes shape in any given country. It is evident, however, that a comparison of the various national rates of profit requires only a collation of the previously studied with that which is here to be studied. First, one should consider the differences in the national rates of surplus value, and then, on the basis of these given rates, a comparison should be made of the differences in the national rates of profit. In so far as those differences are not due to differences in the national rates of surplus value, they must be due to circumstances in which the surplus value is assumed, just as in the analysis of this chapter, to be universally the same, that is, constant. We demonstrated in the preceding chapter that, assuming the rate of surplus value to be constant, the rate of profit obtaining for a given capital may rise or fall in consequence of circumstances which raise or lower the value of one or the other portion of constant capital, and so affect the proportion between the variable and constant components of capital. We further observed that circumstances which prolong or reduce the time of turnover of an individual capital may similarly influence the rate of profit. Since the mass of the profit is identical with the mass of the surplus value, and with the surplus value itself, it was also seen that the mass of the profit, as distinct from the rate of the profit, is not affected by the aforementioned fluctuations of value. They only modify the rate in which a given surplus value, and therefore a profit of given magnitude, express themselves. In other words, they modify only the relative magnitude of profit, that is, its magnitude compared with the magnitude of the advanced capital. Inasmuch as capital was tied up or released by such fluctuations of value, it was not only the rate of profit, but the profit itself which was likely to be affected in this indirect manner. However, this has then always applied only to such capital as was already invested, and not to new investments. Besides, the increase or reduction of profit always depended on the extent to which the same capital could, in consequence of such fluctuation of value, set in motion more or less labour. In other words, it depended on the extent to which the same capital could, with the rate of surplus value remaining the same, obtain a larger or smaller amount of surplus value. Far from contradicting the general rule, or from being an exception to it, this seeming exception was really but a special case in the application of the general rule. It was seen in the preceding part that, the degree of exploitation remaining constant, changes in the value of the component parts of constant capital and in the time of turnover of capital are attended by changes in the rate of profit. The obvious conclusion is that the rates of profit in different spheres of production, existing side by side, have to differ when, other circumstances remaining unchanged, the time of turnover of capitals employed in the different spheres differs, or when the value relation of the organic components of these capitals differs in the various branches of production. What we previously regarded as changes occurring successively with one and the same capital is now to be regarded as simultaneous differences among capital investments existing side by side in different spheres of production. In these circumstances, we shall have to analyze 1, the difference in the organic composition of capitals, and 2, the difference in their period of turnover. The premise in this entire analysis is naturally that by speaking of the composition or turnover of a capital in a certain line of production, we always mean the average normal proportions of capital invested in this sphere, and generally the average in the total capital employed in that particular sphere, and not the accidental differences of the individual capitals. Since it is further assumed that the rate of surplus value and the working day are constant, and since this assumption also implies constant wages, a certain quantity of variable capital represents a definite quantity of labour power set in motion, and therefore a definite quantity of materialized labour. If, therefore, £100 represent the weekly wage of 100 labourers, indicating 100 actual labour powers, then n times £100 indicate the labour powers of n times 100 labourers, and £100 over n those of 100 over n labourers. The variable capital thus serves here, as is always the case when the wage is given, as an index of the amount of labour set in motion by a definite total capital. Differences in the magnitude of the employed variable capital serve therefore as indexes of the difference in the amount of employed labour power. If £100 indicate 100 labourers per week, and represent 6,000 working hours at 60 working hours per week, then £200 represent 12,000, and £50 only 3,000 working hours. By composition of capital we mean, as stated in Volume 1, the proportion of its active and passive components, that is, of variable and constant capital. Two proportions enter into consideration under this heading. They are not equally important, although they may produce similar effects under certain circumstances. The first proportion rests on a technical basis, and must be regarded as given at a certain stage of development of the productive forces. A definite quantity of labour power, represented by a definite number of labourers, is required to produce a definite quantity of products in, say, 1 day, and, what is self-evident, thereby to consume productively, that is, to set in motion, a definite quantity of means of production, machinery, raw materials, etc. A definite number of labourers corresponds to a definite quantity of means of production, and hence a definite quantity of living labour to a definite quantity of labour materialized in means of production. This proportion differs greatly in different spheres of production, and frequently even in different branches of one and the same industry, although it may, by coincidence, be entirely or approximately the same in entirely separate lines of industry. This proportion forms the technical composition of capital, and is the real basis of its organic composition. However, it is also possible that this first proportion may be the same in different lines of industry, provided variable capital is merely an index of labour power, and constant capital merely an index of the mass of means of production set in motion by this labour power. For instance, certain work in copper and iron may require the same ratio of labour power to mass of means of production. But since copper is more expensive than iron, the value relation between variable and constant capital is different in each case, and hence also the value composition of the two total capitals. The difference between the technical composition and the value composition is manifested in each branch of industry in that the value relation of the two portions of capital may vary, while the technical composition is constant, and the value relation may remain the same, while the technical composition varies. The latter case will, of course, be possible only if the change in the ratio of the employed masses of means of production and labour power is compensated by a reverse change in their values. The value composition of capital, inasmuch as it is determined by and reflects its technical composition, is called the organic composition of capital. In the case of variable capital, therefore, we assume that it is the index of a definite quantity of labour power, or of a definite number of labourers, or a definite quantity of living labour set in motion. We have seen in the preceding part that a change in the magnitude of the value of variable capital might eventually indicate nothing but a higher or lower price of the same mass of labour. But here, where the rate of surplus value and the working day are taken to be constant, and the wages for a definite working period are given, this is out of the question. On the other hand, a difference in the magnitude of the constant capital may likewise be an index of a change in the mass of means of production set in motion by a definite quantity of labour power. But it may also stem from a difference in value between the means of production set in motion in one sphere and those of another. Both points of view must therefore be examined here. Finally, we must take note of the following essential facts. Let £100 be the weekly wage of 100 labourers. let the weekly working hours equal 60. Furthermore, let the rate of surplus value equal 100%. In this case, the labourers work 30 of the 60 hours for themselves, and 30 hours gratis for the capitalist. In fact, the £100 of wages represent just the 30 working hours of 100 labourers, or altogether 3,000 working hours, while the other 3,000 hours worked by the labourers are incorporated in the £100 of surplus value, or in the profit pocketed by the capitalist. Although the wage of £100 does not, therefore, express the value in which the weekly labour of the 100 labourers is materialised, it indicates nevertheless, since the length of the working day and the rate of surplus value are given, that this capital sets in motion 100 labourers for 6,000 working hours. The capital of £100 indicates this, first, because it indicates the number of labourers set in motion, with £1 equals 1 labourer per week, hence £100 equals 100 labourers, and secondly, because since the rate of surplus value is given as 100%, each of these labourers performs twice as much work as is contained in his wages, so that £1, that is, his wage, which is the expression of half a week of labour, actuates a whole week's labour, just as £100 sets in motion 100 weeks of labour, although it contains only 50. A very essential distinction is thus to be made in regard to variable capital laid out in wages. Its value as the sum of wages, that is, as a certain amount of materialized labour, is to be distinguished from its value as a mere index of the mass of living labour which it sets in motion. The latter is always greater than the labour which it incorporates, and is therefore represented by a greater value than that of the variable capital. This greater value is determined on the one hand by the number of labourers set in motion by the variable capital, and on the other by the quantity of surplus labour performed by them. It follows from this manner of looking upon variable capital that, when a capital invested in production sphere A expends only 100 in variable capital for each 700 of total capital, leaving 600 for constant capital, while a capital invested in production sphere B expends 600 for variable and only 100 for constant capital, then capital A of 700 sets in motion only 100 of labour power, or in the terms of our previous assumption, 100 weeks of labour, or 6,000 hours of living labour, while the same amount of capital B will set in motion 600 weeks of labour, or 36,000 hours of living labour. The capital in A would then appropriate only 50 weeks of labour, or 3,000 hours of surplus labour, while the same amount of capital in B would appropriate 300 weeks of labour, or 18,000 hours. Variable capital is not only the index of the labour embodied in it. When the rate of surplus value is known, it is also an index of the amount of labour set in motion over and above that embodied in itself, that is, of surplus labour. Assuming the same intensity of exploitation, the profit in the first case would be 100 over 700 equals 1/7 equals 14 2/7%, and in the second case, 600 over 700 equals 6/7 equals 85 5/7%, or a six-fold rate of profit. In this case, the profit itself would actually be 6 times as great, 600 in B as against 100 in A, because the same capital set in motion 6 times as much living labour, which at the same level of exploitation means 6 times as much surplus value, and thus 6 times as much profit. But if the capital invested in A were not 700 but £7,000, while that invested in B were only £700, and the organic composition of both were to remain the same, then the capital in A would employ £1,000 of the £7,000 as variable capital. That is, 1,000 labourers per week equals 60,000 hours of living labour, of which 30,000 would be surplus labour. Yet each £700 of the capital in A would continue to set in motion only 1/6 as much living labour, and hence only 1/6 as much surplus labour as the capital in B, and would produce only 1/6 as much profit. If we consider the rate of profit, then in A, 1,000 over 7,000 equals 100 over 700 equals 14 2/7%, as compared with 600 over 700 or 85 5/7% in B. Taking equal amounts of capital, the rates of profit differ because, owing to the different masses of living labour set in motion, the masses of surplus value, and thus of profit, differ, although the rates of surplus value are the same. We get practically the same result if the technical conditions are the same in both spheres of production, but the value of the elements of the employed constant capital is greater or smaller in the one than in the other. Let us assume that both invest £100 as variable capital, and therefore employ 100 labourers per week to set in motion the same quantity of machinery and raw materials. But let the latter be more expensive in B than in A. For instance, let the £100 of variable capital set in motion £200 of constant capital in A and £400 in B. With the same rate of surplus value of 100%, the surplus value produced is in either case equal to £100. Hence, the profit is also equal to £100 in both. But the rate of profit in A is 100 over 200C plus 100V, equals 1/3, equals 33 1/3%, while in B it is 100 over 400C plus 100V, equals 1/5, equals 20%. In fact, if we select a certain aliquot part of the total capital in either case, we find that in every £100 of B, only £20, or 1/5, constitute variable capital, while in every £100 of A, 33 1/3 or 1/3, form variable capital. B produces less profit for each £100, because it sets in motion less living labour than A. The difference in the rates of profit thus resolves itself once more, in this case, into a difference of the masses of profit, because of the masses of surplus value produced by each 100 units of invested capital. The difference between this second example and the first is just this. The equalization between A and B in the second case would require only a change in the value of the constant capital of either A or B, provided the technical basis remained the same. But in the first case, the technical composition itself is different in the two spheres of production, and would have to be completely changed to achieve an equalization. The different organic composition of various capitals is thus independent of their absolute magnitude. It is always but a question of how much of every 100 is variable, and how much constant capital. Capitals of different magnitude, calculated in percentages, or what amounts to the same in this case, capitals of the same magnitude operating for the same working time and with the same degree of exploitation, may produce very much different amounts of profit, because of surplus value, for the reason that a difference in the organic composition of capital in different spheres of production implies a difference in their variable part, thus a difference in the quantities of living labour set in motion by them, and therefore also a difference in the quantities of surplus labour appropriated by them. And this surplus labour is the substance of surplus value, and thus of profit. In different spheres of production, equal portions of the total capital comprise unequal sources of surplus value, and the sole source of surplus value is living labour. Assuming the same degree of labour exploitation, the mass of labour set in motion by a capital of 100, and consequently the mass of surplus labour appropriated by it, depend on the magnitude of its variable component. If a capital, consisting in percent of 90C plus 10V, produced as much surplus value or profit at the same degree of exploitation as a capital consisting of 10C plus 90V, it would be as plain as day that the surplus value, and thus value in general, must have an entirely different source than labour, and that political economy would then be deprived of every rational basis. If we are to assume all the time that £1 stands for the weekly wage of a labourer working 60 hours, and that the rate of surplus value is 100%, then it is evident that the total value product of one labourer in a week is £2. 10 labourers would then produce no more than £20, and since £10 of the £20 replace the wages, the 10 labourers cannot produce more surplus value than £10. On the other hand, 90 labourers, whose total product is £180, and whose wages amount to £90, would produce a surplus value of £90. The rate of profit in the first case would thus be 10%, and in the other 90%. If this were not so, then value and surplus value would be something else than materialized labour. Since capitals in different spheres of production, viewed in percentages or as capitals of equal magnitude, are divided differently into variable and constant capital, setting in motion unequal quantities of living labour, and producing different surplus values and therefore profits, it follows that the rate of profit, which consists precisely of the ratio of surplus value to total capital in percent, must also differ. Now, if capitals in different spheres of production, calculated in percent, that is, capitals of equal magnitude, produce unequal profits in consequence of their different organic composition, then it follows that the profits of unequal capitals in different spheres of production cannot be proportional to their respective magnitudes, or that profits in different spheres of production are not proportional to the magnitude of the respective capitals invested in them. For if profits were to grow pro rata to the magnitude of invested capital, it would mean that in percent the profits would be the same, so that in different spheres of production, capitals of equal magnitude would have equal rates of profit, in spite of their different organic composition. It is only in the same sphere of production, where we have a given organic composition of capital, or in different spheres with the same organic composition of capital, that the amounts of profits are directly proportional to the amounts of invested capitals. To say that the profits of unequal capitals are proportional to their magnitudes would only mean that capitals of equal magnitude yield equal profits, or that the rate of profit is the same for all capitals, whatever their magnitude and organic composition. These statements hold good on the assumption that the commodities are sold at their values. The value of a commodity is equal to the value of the constant capital contained in it, plus the value of the variable capital reproduced in it, plus the increment, the surplus value produced of this variable capital. At the same rate of surplus value, its quantity evidently depends on the quantity of the variable capital. The value of the product of an individual capital of 100 is, in one case, 90C plus 10V plus 10S equals 110, and in the other, 10C plus 90V plus 90S equals 190. If the commodities go at their values, the first product is sold at 110, of which 10 represents surplus value or unpaid labor, and the second at 190, of which 90 represents surplus value or unpaid labor. This is particularly important in comparing rates of profit in different countries. Let us assume that the rate of surplus value in one European country is 100%, so that the laborer works half of the working day for himself and the other half for his employer. Let us further assume that the rate of profit in an Asian country is 25%, so that the laborer works 4/5 of the working day for himself and 1/5 for his employer. Let 84C plus 16V be the composition of the national capital in the European country, and 16C plus 84V in the Asian country, where little machinery, etc. is used, and where a given quantity of labor power consumes relatively little raw material productively in a given time. Then we have the following calculation. In the European country, the value of the product equals 84C plus 16V plus 16S equals 116. Rate of profit equals 16 over 100 equals 16%. In the Asian country, the value of the product equals 16C plus 84V plus 21S equals 121. Rate of profit equals 21 over 100 equals 21%. The rate of profit in the Asian country is thus more than 25% higher than in the European country, although the rate of surplus value in the Asian country is 1/4 that of the latter. Men like Carey, Bastia, and Tutti Quanti, all and sundry, would arrive at the very opposite conclusion. By the way, different national rates of profit are mostly based on different national rates of surplus value, but in this chapter we compare unequal rates of profit derived from the same rate of surplus value. Aside from differences in the organic composition of capitals, and therefore aside from the different masses of labor, and consequently, other circumstances remaining the same, from different masses of surplus labor set in motion by capitals of the same magnitude in different spheres of production, there is yet another source of inequality in rates of profit. This is the different period of turnover of capital in different spheres of production. We have seen in Chapter 4 that, other conditions being equal, the rates of profit of capitals of the same organic composition are inversely proportional to their periods of turnover. We have also seen that the same variable capital turned over in different periods of time produces different quantities of annual surplus value. The difference in the periods of turnover is therefore another reason why capitals of equal magnitude in different spheres of production do not produce equal profits in equal periods, and why, consequently, the rates of profit in these different spheres differ. As far as the ratio of the fixed and circulating capital in the composition of capitals is concerned, however, it does not in itself affect the rate of profit in the least. It can affect the rate of profit only if, in one case, this difference in composition coincides with a different ratio of the variable and constant parts, so that the difference in the rate of profit is due to this latter difference, and not to the different ratio of fixed and circulating capital. And, In the other case, if the difference in the ratio of the fixed and circulating parts of capital is responsible for a difference in the period of turnover in which a certain profit is realized. If capitals are divided into fixed and circulating capital in different proportions, this will naturally always influence the period of turnover and cause differences in it. But this does not imply that the period of turnover in which the same capitals realize certain profits is different. For instance, A may continually have to convert the greater part of its product into raw materials, etc., while B may use the same machinery, etc., for a longer time and may need less raw material. But both A and B, being occupied in production, always have a part of their capital engaged, the one in raw materials, that is, in circulating capital, and the other in machinery, etc., or in fixed capital. A continually converts a portion of its capital from the form of commodities into that of money, and from this back again into the form of raw material, while B employs a portion of its capital for a longer time as an instrument of labour without any such conversions. If both of them employ the same amount of labour, they will indeed sell quantities of products of unequal value in the course of the year, but both quantities of products will contain equal amounts of surplus value, and their rates of profit, calculated on the entire capital invested, will be the same, although their composition of fixed and circulating capital and their periods of turnover are different. Both capitals realize equal profits in equal periods, although their periods of turnover are different. Footnote. It follows from Chapter 4 that this statement correctly applies only when capitals A and B are differently composed in respect to their values, but that the percentages of their variable parts are proportionate to their periods of turnover, that is, inversely proportionate to their number of turnovers. Let capital A have the following percentage of composition: 20C fixed plus 70C circulating, and thus 90C plus 10V equals 100. At a rate of surplus value of 100%, the 10V produces 10S in one turnover, yielding a rate of profit for one turnover equal 10%. Let capital B equals 60C fixed and 20C circulating, and thus 80C plus 20V equals 100. The 20V produce 20S in one turnover at the above rate of surplus value, yielding a rate of profit for one turnover equal 20%, which is double that of A. But if A is turned over twice per year, and B only once, then 2 times 10 also makes 20S per year, and the annual rate of profit is the same for both, namely 20%. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. The difference in the period of turnover is in itself of no importance, except so far as it affects the mass of surplus labour appropriated and realized by the same capital in a given time. If, therefore, a different division into fixed and circulating capital does not necessarily imply a different period of turnover, which would in its turn imply a different rate of profit, it is evident that if there is any such difference in the rates of profit, it is not due to a different ratio of fixed to circulating capital as such, but rather to the fact that this different ratio indicates an inequality in the periods of turnover affecting the rate of profit. It follows, therefore, that the different composition of constant capital in respect to its fixed and circulating portions in various branches of production has in itself no bearing on the rate of profit, since it is the ratio of variable to constant capital which decides this question, while the value of the constant capital, and therefore also its magnitude in relation to the variable, is entirely unrelated to the fixed or circulating nature of its components. Yet it may be found, and this often leads to incorrect conclusions, that wherever fixed capital is considerably advanced, this but expresses the fact that production is on a large scale, so that constant capital greatly outweighs the variable, or that the living labour power it employs is small compared to the mass of the means of production which it operates. We have thus demonstrated that different lines of industry have different rates of profit, which correspond to differences in the organic composition of their capitals, and, within indicated limits, also to their different periods of turnover. Given the same time of turnover, the law, as a general tendency, that profits are related to one another as the magnitudes of the capitals, and that, consequently, capitals of equal magnitude yield equal profits in equal periods, applies only to capitals of the same organic composition, even with the same rate of surplus value. These statements hold good on the assumption which has been the basis of all our analyses so far, namely, that the commodities are sold at their values. There is no doubt, on the other hand, that aside from unessential, incidental, and mutually compensating distinctions, differences in the average rate of profit in the various branches of industry do not exist in reality, and could not exist without abolishing the entire system of capitalist production. It would seem, therefore, that here the theory of value is incompatible with the actual process, incompatible with the real phenomena of production, and that for this reason any attempt to understand these phenomena should be given up. It follows from the first part of this volume that the cost prices of products in different spheres of production are equal if equal portions of capital have been advanced for their production, however different the organic composition of such capitals. The distinction between variable and constant capital escapes the capitalist in the cost price. A commodity for whose production he must advance £100 costs him just as much whether he invests 90C plus 10V or 10C plus 90V. It costs him £100 in either case, no more and no less. The cost prices are the same for equal capitals in different spheres, no matter how much the produced values and surplus values may differ. The equality of cost prices is the basis for competition among invested capitals, whereby an average profit is brought about. Chapter 9. Formation of a general rate of profit, average rate of profit, and transformation of the values of commodities into prices of production. The organic composition of capital depends at any given time on two circumstances. First, on the technical relation of labour power employed to the mass of the means of production employed. Secondly, on the price of these means of production. This composition, as we have seen, must be examined on the basis of percentage ratios. We express the organic composition of a certain capital consisting 4/5 of constant and 1/5 of variable capital by the formula 80C plus 20V. It is furthermore assumed in this comparison that the rate of surplus value is unchangeable. Let it be at any rate picked at random, say 100%. The capital of 80C plus 20V then produces a surplus value of 20S, and this yields a rate of profit of 20% on the total capital. The magnitude of the actual value of its product depends on the magnitude of the fixed part of the constant capital and on the portion which passes from it through wear and tear into the product. But since this circumstance has absolutely no bearing on the rate of profit, and hence, in the present analysis, we shall assume, for the sake of simplicity, that the constant capital is everywhere uniformly and entirely transferred to the annual product of the capitals. It is further assumed that the capitals in the different spheres of production annually realize the same quantities of surplus value proportionate to the magnitude of their variable parts. For the present, therefore, we disregard the difference which may be produced in this respect by variations in the duration of turnovers. This point will be discussed later. Let us take 5 different spheres of production, and let the capital in each have a different organic composition, as follows. Capital 1, 80C plus 20V. Rate of surplus value, 100%. Therefore, surplus value equals 20, and value of product equals 120. Thus, rate of profit equals 20%. Capital 2, 70C plus 30V. Rate of surplus value, 100%. Therefore, surplus value equals 30, and value of product equals 130. Thus, the rate of profit equals 30%. Capital 3, 60C plus 40V. Rate of surplus value, 100%. Therefore, surplus value equals 40, and the value of product equals 140. Thus, the rate of profit equals 40%. Capital 4, 85C plus 15V. Rate of surplus value, 100%. Therefore, the surplus value equals 15, and the value of the product equals 115. Thus, the rate of profit equals 15%. Capital 5, 95C plus 5V. Rate of surplus value, 100%. Therefore, surplus value equals 5, and the value of the product equals 105. Thus, the rate of profit equals 5%. Here, in different spheres of production with the same degree of exploitation, we find considerably different rates of profit corresponding to the different organic composition of these capitals. The sum total of the capitals invested in these 5 spheres of production equals 500. The sum total of the surplus value produced by them equals 110. The aggregate value of the commodities produced by them equals 610. If we consider the 500 as a single capital, and capitals 1 to 5 merely as its component parts, as, say, different departments of a cotton mill, which has different ratios of constant to variable capital in its carding, preparatory spinning, and weaving shops, and in which the average ratio for the factory as a whole has still to be calculated, the mean composition of this capital of £500 would equal 390C plus 110V, or, in percent, equal 78C plus 22V. Should each of the capitals of 100 be regarded as 1/5 of the total capital, its composition would equal this average of 78C plus 22V. For every 100, there would be an average surplus value of 22. Thus, the average rate of profit would equal 22%. And, finally, the price of every 1/5 of the total product produced by the 500 would equal 122. The product of each 1/5 of the advanced total capital would then have to be sold at 122. But to avoid entirely erroneous conclusions, it must not be assumed that all cost prices equal 100. With 80C plus 20V and a rate of surplus value equal to 100%, the total value of commodities produced by Capital 1 equals 100 would be 80C plus 20V plus 20S equals 120, provided the entire constant capital went into the annual product. Now this may under certain circumstances be the case in some spheres of production, but hardly in cases where the proportion of C to V equals 4:1. We must therefore remember, in comparing the values produced by each 100 of the different capitals, that they will differ in accordance with the different composition of C as to its fixed and circulating parts, and that in turn the fixed portions of each of the different capitals depreciate slowly or rapidly as the case may be, thus transferring unequal quantities of their value to the product in equal periods of time. But this is immaterial to the rate of profit. No matter whether the 80C give up a value of 80 or 50 or 5 to the annual product, and the annual product consequently equals 80C plus 20V plus 20S equals 120, or 50C plus 20V plus 20S equals 90, or 5V plus 20V plus 20S equals 45. In all these cases, the excess of the product's value over its cost price equals 20, and in calculating the rate of profit, these 20 are related to the capital of 100 in all of them. The rate of profit of capital 1, therefore, is 20% in every case. To make this still plainer, we let different portions of constant capital go into the value of the product of the same 5 capitals as follows. Capital 1, 80C plus 20V, rate of surplus value 100%, surplus value 20, rate of profit 20%, used up constant capital 50, value of commodities therefore 50 plus 20 plus 20 equals 90, and the cost price equals 70. Capital 2, 70C plus 30V, rate of surplus value 100%, surplus value 30, rate of profit 30%, used up constant capital 51, value of commodities therefore 51 plus 30 plus 30 equals 111, and the cost price equals 81. Capital 3, 60C plus 40V, rate of surplus value 100%, surplus value 40, rate of profit 40%, used up constant capital 51, value of commodities therefore 51 plus 40 plus 40 equals 131, and the cost price equals 91. Capital 4, 85C plus 15V, rate of surplus value 100%, surplus value 15, rate of profit 15%, used up constant capital 40. Value of commodities therefore 40 plus 15 plus 15 equals 70, and the cost price equals 55. Capital 5, 95C plus 5V, rate of surplus value 100%, surplus value 5, rate of profit 5%, used up constant capital 10. Value of commodities therefore 10 plus 5 plus 5 equals 20, and the cost price equals 15. Total capital 390C plus 110V, surplus value 110, rate of profit 110%. Average capital 78C plus 22V, surplus value 22, rate of profit 22%. If we now again consider capitals 1 to 5 as a single total capital, we shall see that, in this case as well, the composition of the sum of these 5 capitals equals 500, equals 390C plus 110V, so that we get the same average composition, 78C plus 22V, and similarly, the average surplus value remains 22. If we divide this surplus value uniformly among capitals 1 to 5, we get the following commodity prices. Capital 1, 80C plus 20V, surplus value 20, value of commodities 90, cost price of commodities 70, price of commodities equals 70 plus 22 equals 92, rate of profit 22%, deviation of price from value plus 2. Capital 2, 70C plus 30V, surplus value 30, value of commodities 111, cost price of commodities 81, price of commodities 81 plus 22 equals 103, rate of profit 22%, deviation of price from value minus 8. Capital 3, 60C plus 40V, surplus value 40, value of commodities 131, cost price of commodities 91, price of commodities 91 plus 22 equals 113, rate of profit 22%, deviation of price from value minus 18. Capital 4, 85C plus 15V, surplus value 15, value of commodities 70, cost price of commodities 55, price of commodities 55 plus 22 equals 77, rate of profit 22%, deviation of price from value plus 7. Capital 5, 95C plus 5V, surplus value 5, value of commodities 20, cost price of commodities 15, price of commodities 15 plus 22 equals 37, rate of profit 22%, deviation of price from value plus 17. Taken together, the commodities are sold at 2 plus 7 plus 17 equals 26 above, and 8 plus 18 equals 26 below their value, so that the deviations of price from value balance out one another through the uniform distribution of surplus value, or through addition of the average profit of 22 per 100 units of advanced capital to the respective cost prices of the commodities 1 to 5. One portion of the commodities is sold above its value in the same proportion in which the other is sold below it, and it is only the sale of the commodities at such prices that enables the rate of profit for capitals 1 to 5 to be uniformly 22%, regardless of their different organic composition. The prices which obtain as the average of the various rates of profit in the different spheres of production, added to the cost prices of the different spheres of production, constitute the prices of production. They have as their prerequisite the existence of a general rate of profit, and this again presupposes that the rates of profit in every individual sphere of production, taken by itself, have previously been reduced to just as many average rates. These particular rates of profit equal surplus value over constant capital in every sphere of production, and must, as occurs in Part 1 of this book, be deduced out of the values of the commodities. Without such deduction, the general rate of profit, and consequently the price of production of commodities, remains a vague and senseless conception. Hence, the price of production of a commodity is equal to its cost price plus the profit allotted to it in percent in accordance with the general rate of profit, or in other words, to its cost price plus the average profit. Owing to the different organic compositions of capitals invested in different lines of production, and hence owing to the circumstance that, depending on the different percentage which the variable part makes up in the total capital of a given magnitude, capitals of equal magnitude put into motion very different quantities of labour. They also appropriate very different quantities of surplus labour, or produce very different quantities of surplus value. Accordingly, the rates of profit prevailing in the various branches of production are originally very different. These different rates of profit are equalized by competition to a single general rate of profit, which is the average of all these different rates of profit. The profit accruing in accordance with this general rate of profit to any capital of a given magnitude, whatever its organic composition, is called the average profit. The price of a commodity, which is equal to its cost price plus the share of the annual average profit on the total capital invested, not merely consumed in its production, that falls to it in accordance with the conditions of turnover, is called its price of production. Take, for example, a capital of 500, of which 100 is fixed capital, and let 10% of this wear out during one turnover of the circulating capital of 400. Let the average profit for the period of turnover be 10%. In that case, the cost price of the product created during this turnover will be 10C for wear plus 400C plus V circulating capital equals 410. And its price of production will be 410 cost price plus 10% profit on 500, 50, equals 460. Thus, although in selling their commodities the capitalists of the various spheres of production recover the value of the capital consumed in their production, they do not secure the surplus value, and consequently the profit created in their own sphere by the production of these commodities. What they secure is only as much surplus value, and hence profit, as falls, when uniformly distributed, to the share of every aliquot part of the total social capital from the total social surplus value or profit produced in a given time by the social capital in all spheres of production. Every 100 of an invested capital, whatever its composition, draws as much profit in a year or any other period of time as falls to the share of every 100, the nth part of the total capital, during the same period. So far as profits are concerned, the various capitalists are just so many stockholders in a stock company, in which the shares of profit are uniformly divided per 100, so that profits differ in the case of the individual capitalists only in accordance with the amount of capital invested by each in the aggregate enterprise, that is, according to his investment in social production as a whole, according to the number of his shares. Therefore, the portion of the price of commodities which replaces the elements of capital consumed in the production of these commodities, the portion, therefore, which will have to be used to buy back these consumed capital values, that is, their cost price, depends entirely on the outlay of capital within the respective spheres of production. But the other element of the price of commodities, the profit added to this cost price, does not depend on the amount of profit produced in a given sphere of production by a given capital in a given period of time. It depends on the mass of profit, which falls as an average for any given period to each individual capital as an aliquot part of the total social capital invested in social production. When a capitalist sells his commodities at their price of production, therefore, he recovers money in proportion to the value of the capital consumed in their production, and secures profit in proportion to this advanced capital as the aliquot part in the total social capital. His cost prices are specific, but the profit added to them is independent of his particular sphere of production, being a simple average per 100 units of invested capital. Let us assume that the 5 different investments, 1 to 5, of the foregoing illustration belong to one man. The quantity of variable and constant capital consumed per 100 of the invested capital in each of the departments 1 to 5 in the production of commodities 1 to 5 would, needless to say, make up a part of their price, since at least this price is required to recover the advanced and consumed portions of the capital. These cost prices would therefore be different for each class of the commodities 1 to 5, and would, as such, be set differently by the owner. But as regards the different quantities of surplus value or profit produced by 1 to 5, they might easily be regarded by the capitalist as profit on his advanced aggregate capital, so that each 100 units would get their definite aliquot part. Hence the cost prices of the commodities produced in the various departments 1 to 5 would be different, but that portion of their selling price derived from the profit added per 100 capital would be the same for all these commodities. The aggregate price of the commodities 1 to 5 would therefore equal their aggregate value. That is, the sum of the cost prices 1 to 5 plus the sum of the surplus values or profits produced in 1 to 5. It would hence actually be the money expression of the total quantity of past and newly applied labour incorporated in commodities 1 to 5. And in the same way, the sum of the prices of production of all commodities produced in society, the totality of all branches of production, is equal to the sum of their values. This statement seems to conflict with the fact that under capitalist production, the elements of productive capital are, as a rule, bought on the market, and that for this reason their prices include profit which has already been realized, hence include the price of production of the respective branch of industry, together with the profit contained in it, so that the profit of one branch of industry goes into the cost price of another. But if we place the sum of the cost prices of the commodities of an entire country on one side, and the sum of its surplus values or profits on the other, the calculation must evidently be right. For instance, take a certain commodity A. Its cost price may contain the profits of B, C, D, etc., just as the cost prices of B, C, D, etc. may contain the profits of A. Now, as we make our calculation, the profit of A will not be included in its cost price, nor will the profits of B, C, D, etc. be included in theirs. Nobody ever includes his own profit in his cost price. If there are, therefore, n spheres of production, and if each makes a profit amounting to P, and the symbol for the cost price of a single commodity is K, then their aggregate cost price equals K minus NP. Considering the calculation as a whole, we see that since the profits of one sphere of production pass into the cost price of another, they are therefore included in the calculation as constituents of the total price of the end product, and so cannot appear a second time on the profit side. If any do appear on this side, however, then it is only because the commodity in question is itself an ultimate product, whose price of production does not pass into the cost price of some other commodity. If the cost price of a commodity includes a sum equal to P, which stands for the profits of the producers of the means of production, and if a profit equals P1 is added to this cost price, the aggregate profit equals P plus P1. The aggregate cost price of the commodity, considered without the profit portions, is then its own cost price minus P plus P1. Let this cost price be K. Then, obviously, K plus the aggregate profit equals K plus P1. In dealing with surplus values, we have seen in Volume 1 that the product of every capital may be so treated, as though a part of it replaces only capital, while the other part represents only surplus value. In applying this approach to the aggregate product of society, we must make some rectifications. Looking upon society as a whole, the profit contained in, say, the price of flax cannot appear twice, not both as a portion of the linen price and as the profit of the flax. There is no difference between surplus value and profit as long as, for example, A's surplus value passes into B's constant capital. It is, after all, quite immaterial to the value of the commodities whether the labour contained in them is paid or unpaid. This merely shows that B pays for A's surplus value. A's surplus value cannot be entered twice in the total calculation. But the difference is this. Aside from the fact that the price of a particular product, let us say that of capital B, differs from its value because the surplus value realized in B may be greater or smaller than the profit added to the price of the products of B, the same circumstance applies also to those commodities which form the constant part of capital B, and indirectly also its variable part, as the labourer's necessities of life. So far as the constant portion is concerned, it is itself equal to the cost price plus the surplus value. Here, therefore, equal to cost price plus profit, and this profit may again be greater or smaller than the surplus value for which it stands. As for the variable capital, the average daily wage is indeed always equal to the value produced in the number of hours the labourer must work to produce the necessities of life. But this number of hours is in its turn obscured by the deviation of the prices of production of the necessities of life from their values. However, this always resolves itself to one commodity receiving too little of the surplus value, while another receives too much, so that the deviations from the value which are embodied in the prices of production compensate one another. Under capitalist production, the general law acts as the prevailing tendency only in a very complicated and approximate manner, as a never ascertainable average of ceaseless fluctuations. Since the general rate of profit is formed by taking the average of the various rates of profit for each 100 of capital invested in a definite period, for example a year, it follows that in it the difference brought about by different periods of turnover of different capitals is also effaced. But these differences have a decisive bearing on the different rates of profit in the various spheres of production whose average forms the general rate of profit. In the preceding illustration concerning the formation of the average rate of profit, we assumed that each capital in each sphere of production is equal to 100, and we did so to show the difference in the rates of profit in percent, and thus also the difference in the values of commodities produced by equal amounts of capital. But it goes without saying that the actual amounts of surplus value produced in each sphere of production depend on the magnitude of the invested capitals, since the composition of capital is given in each sphere of production. Yet the actual rate of profit in any particular sphere of production is not affected by the fact that the capital invested is 100, or M times 100, or XM times 100. The rate of profit remains 10%, whether the total profit is 10 to 100 or 1,000 to 10,000. However, since the rates of profit differ in the various spheres of production, with very much different quantities of surplus value or profit being produced in them, depending on the proportion of the variable to the total capital, it is evident that the average profit per 100 of the social capital, and hence the average or general rate of profit, will differ considerably in accordance with the respective magnitudes of the capitals invested in the various spheres. Let us take 4 capitals, A, B, C, D. Let the rate of surplus value for all equal 100%. Let the variable capital for each 100 of the total be 25 in A, 40 in B, 15 in C, and 10 in D. Then each 100 of the total capital would yield a surplus value or profit of 25 in A, 40 in B, 15 in C, and 10 in D. This would total 90, and if these 4 capitals are of the same magnitude, the average rate of profit would then be 90 over 4, or 22.5%. Suppose, however, the total capitals are as follows. A equals 200, B equals 300, C equals 1,000, D equals 4,000. The profits produced would then respectively equal 50, 120, 150, and 400. This makes a profit of 720, and an average rate of profit of 13 1/11% for 5,500, the sum of the 4 capitals. The masses of the total value produced differ in accordance with the magnitudes of the total capitals invested in A, B, C, D, respectively. The formation of the average rate of profit is, therefore, not merely a matter of obtaining the simple average of the different rates of profit in the various spheres of production, but rather one of the relative weight which these different rates of profit have in forming this average. This, however, depends on the relative magnitude of the capital invested in each particular sphere, or on the aliquot part which the capital invested in each particular sphere forms in the aggregate social capital. There will naturally be a very great difference, depending on whether a greater or smaller part of the total capital produces a higher or lower rate of profit. And this, again, depends on how much capital is invested in spheres in which the variable capital is relatively small or large compared to the total capital. It is just like the average interest obtained by a usurer who lends various quantities of capital at different interest rates, for instance at 4, 5, 6, 7%, etc. The average rate will depend entirely on how much of his capital he has loaned out at each of the different rates of interest. The general rate of profit is therefore determined by 2 factors. 1. The organic composition of the capitals in the different spheres of production, and thus the different rates of profit in the individual spheres, and 2. The distribution of the total social capital in these different spheres, and thus the relative magnitude of the capital invested in each particular sphere at the specific rate of profit prevailing in it, that is, the relative share of the total social capital absorbed by each individual sphere of production. In volumes 1 and 2, we dealt only with the value of commodities. On the one hand, the cost price has now been singled out as a part of this value, and on the other, the price of production of commodities has been developed as its converted form. Suppose the composition of the average social capital is 80C plus 20V, and the annual rate of surplus value, S prime, is 100%. In that case, the average annual profit for a capital of 100 equals 20, and the general annual rate of profit equals 20%. Whatever the cost price K of the commodities annually produced by a capital of 100, their price of production would then be K plus 20. In those spheres of production in which the composition of capital would equal 80 minus XC plus 20 plus XV, the actually produced surplus value, or the annual profit produced in that particular sphere, would be 20 plus X, that is, greater than 20. and the value of the produced commodities would equal K plus 20 plus X, that is, greater than K plus 20, or greater than their price of production. In those spheres in which the composition of the capital equals 80 plus XC plus 20 minus XV, the annually produced surplus value, or profit, would equal 20 minus X, or less than 20, and consequently the value of the commodities would equal K plus 20 minus X, less than the price of production, which equals K plus 20. Aside from possible differences in the periods of turnover, the price of production of the commodities would then equal their value only in spheres in which the composition would happen to be 80C plus 20V. The specific development of the social productivity of labour in each particular sphere of production varies in degree, higher or lower, depending on how large a quantity of means of production are set in motion by a definite quantity of labour. Hence, in a given working day, by a definite number of labourers, and consequently on how small a quantity of labour is required for a given quantity of means of production. Such capitals as contain a larger percentage of constant and a smaller percentage of variable capital than the average social capital are therefore called capitals of higher composition, and conversely, those capitals in which the constant is relatively smaller and the variable relatively greater than in the average social capital are called capitals of lower composition. Finally, we call those capitals whose composition coincides with the average capitals of average composition. Should the average social capital be composed in percent of 80C plus 20V, then a capital of 90C plus 10V is higher, and a capital of 70C plus 30V lower than the social average. Generally speaking, if the composition of the average social capital equals MC plus NV, in which M and N are constant magnitudes and M plus N equals 100, the formula M plus XC plus N minus XV represents the higher composition, and M minus XC plus N plus XV the lower composition of an individual capital or group of capitals. Here follows an illustration of the way in which these capitals perform their functions after establishment of an average rate of profit and assuming one turnover per year. Capital 1 represents the average composition with an average rate of profit of 20%. Capital 1. 80V plus 20V plus 20S. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of product equals 120. Value equals 120. Capital 2. 90C plus 10V plus 10S. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of product equals 120. Value equals 110. Capital 3. 70C plus 30V plus 30S. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of product 120. Value equals 130. The value of the commodities produced by Capital 2 would, therefore, be smaller than their price of production. The price of production of the commodities of Capital 3 smaller than their value, and only in the case of Capital 1, in branches of production in which the composition happens to coincide with the social average, would value and price of production be equal. In applying these terms to any particular cases, note must, however, be taken whether a deviation of the ratio between C and V is simply due to a change in the value of the elements of constant capital, rather than to a difference in the technical composition. The foregoing statements have at any rate modified the original assumption concerning the determination of the cost price of commodities. We had originally assumed that the cost price of a commodity equaled the value of the commodities consumed in its production. But for the buyer, the price of production of a specific commodity is its cost price, and may thus pass as cost price into the prices of other commodities. Since the price of production may differ from the value of a commodity, it follows that the cost price of a commodity containing this price of production of another commodity may also stand above or below that portion of its total value derived from the value of the means of production consumed by it. It is necessary to remember this modified significance of the cost price, and to bear in mind that there is always the possibility of an error if the cost price of a commodity in any particular sphere is identified with the value of the means of production consumed by it. Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point. It remains true, nevertheless, that the cost price of a commodity is always smaller than its value. For no matter how much the cost price of a commodity may differ from the value of the means of production consumed by it, this past mistake is immaterial to the capitalist. The cost price of a particular commodity is a definite condition which is given and independent of the production of our capitalist, while the result of his production is a commodity containing surplus value, therefore an excess of value over and above its cost price. For all other purposes, the statement that the cost price is smaller than the value of a commodity has now changed practically into the statement that the cost price is smaller than the price of production. As concerns the total social capital, in which the price of production is equal to the value, this statement is identical with the former, namely that the cost price is smaller than the value. And while it is modified in the individual spheres of production, the fundamental fact always remains that in the case of the total social capital, the cost price of the commodities produced by it is smaller than their value, or in the case of the total mass of social commodities, smaller than their price of production, which is identical with their value. The cost price of a commodity refers only to the quantity of paid labor contained in it, while its value refers to all the paid and unpaid labor contained in it. The price of production refers to the sum of the paid labor plus a certain quantity of unpaid labor determined for any particular sphere of production by conditions over which it has no control. The formula that the price of production of a commodity equals K plus P, that is, equals its cost price plus profit, is now more precisely defined with P equal to Kp prime, P prime being the general rate of profit. Hence, the price of production equals K plus Kp prime. If K equals 300 and P prime equals 15%, then the price of production is K plus Kp prime equals 300 plus 300 times 15 over 100, or 345. The price of production of the commodities in any particular sphere may change in magnitude thus. 1. If the general rate of profit changes independently of this particular sphere, while the value of the commodities remains the same quantities of congealed and living labor being consumed in their production as before. 2. If there is a change of value, either in this particular sphere in consequence of technical changes, or in consequence of a change in the value of those commodities which form the elements of its constant capital, while the general rate of profit remains unchanged. 3. Finally, if a combination of the two aforementioned circumstances takes place. In spite of the great changes occurring continually, as we shall see in the actual rates of profit within the individual spheres of production, any real change in the general rate of profit, unless brought about by way of an exception by extraordinary economic events, is the belated effect of a series of fluctuations extending over very long periods, fluctuations which require much time before consolidating and equalizing one another to bring about a change in the general rate of profit. In all shorter periods, quite aside from fluctuations of market prices, a change in the prices of production is, therefore, always traceable, prima facie, at first sight, to actual changes in the value of commodities, that is, to changes in the total amount of labour time required for their production. Mere changes in the money expression of the same values are naturally not at all considered here. On the other hand, it is evident that from the point of view of the total social capital, the value of the commodities produced by it, or expressed in money, their price, equals the value of constant capital plus the value of variable capital plus surplus value. Assuming the degree of labour exploitation to be constant, the rate of profit cannot change so long as the mass of surplus value remains the same, unless there is a change in either the value of the constant capital, the value of the variable capital, or the value of both, so that total capital changes, and thereby surplus value over total capital, which represents the general rate of profit. In each case, therefore, a change in the general rate of profit implies a change in the value of commodities which form the elements of the constant or variable capital, or of both. Or the general rate of profit may change, while the value of commodities remains the same, when the degree of labour exploitation changes. Or, if the degree of labour exploitation remains the same, the general rate of profit may change through a change in the amount of labour employed relative to the constant capital as a result of technical changes in the labour process. But such technical changes must always show themselves in, and be attended by, a change in the value of the commodities, whose production would then require more or less labour than before. We saw in Part 1 that surplus value and profit are identical from the standpoint of their mass. But the rate of profit is from the very outset distinct from the rate of surplus value, which appears at first sight as merely a different form of calculating. But at the same time this serves also from the outset to obscure and mystify the actual origin of surplus value, since the rate of profit can rise or fall, while the rate of surplus value remains the same, and vice versa, and since the capitalist is in practice solely interested in the rate of profit. Yet there was a difference of magnitude only between the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, and not between the surplus value itself and profit. Since in the rate of profit the surplus value is calculated in relation to the total capital, and the latter is taken as its standard of measurement, the surplus value itself appears to originate from the total capital, uniformly derived from all its parts, so that the organic difference between constant and variable capital is obliterated in the conception of profit. Disguised as profit, surplus value actually denies its origin, loses its character, and becomes unrecognizable. However, hitherto, the distinction between profit and surplus value applied solely to a qualitative change, or change of form, while there was no real difference of magnitude in this first stage of the change between surplus value and profit, but only between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value. but it is different as soon as a general rate of profit, and thereby an average profit corresponding to the magnitude of invested capital given in the various spheres of production, have been established. It is then only an accident if the surplus value, and thus the profit, actually produced in any particular sphere of production coincides with the profit contained in the selling price of a commodity. As a rule, surplus value and profit, and not their rates alone, are then different magnitudes. At a given degree of exploitation, the mass of surplus value produced in a particular sphere of production is then more important for the aggregate average profit of social capital, and thus for the capitalist class in general, than for the individual capitalist in any specific branch of production. It is of importance to the latter only in so far as the quantity of surplus value produced in his branch helps to regulate the average profit. But this is a process which occurs behind his back, one he does not see nor understand, and which, indeed, does not interest him. The actual difference of magnitude between profit and surplus value, not merely between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, in the various spheres of production now completely conceals the true nature and origin of profit, not only from the capitalist, who has a special interest in deceiving himself on this score, but also from the labourer. The transformation of values into prices of production serves to obscure the basis for determining value itself. Finally, since the mere transformation of surplus value into profit distinguishes the portion of the value of a commodity forming the profit from the portion forming its cost price, it is natural that the conception of value should elude the capitalist at this juncture, for he does not see the total labour put into the commodity, but only that portion of the total labour for which he has paid in the shape of means of production, be they living or not, so that his profit appears to him as something outside the inherent value of the commodity. Now, this idea is fully confirmed, fortified, and ossified in that, from the standpoint of his particular sphere of production, the profit added to the cost price is not actually determined by the limits of the formation of value within his own sphere, but through completely outside influences. The fact that this intrinsic connection is here revealed for the first time, that up to the present time political economy, as we shall see in the following and in Volume 4, either forcibly abstracted itself from the distinction between surplus value and profit and their rates, so it could retain value determination as a basis, or else abandoned this value determination, and with it all vestiges of a scientific approach, in order to cling to the differences that strike the eye in this phenomenon. This confusion of the theorists best illustrates the utter incapacity of the practical capitalist, blinded by competition as he is, and incapable of penetrating its phenomena, to recognize the inner essence and inner structure of this process behind its outer appearance. In fact, all the laws evolved in Part 1 concerning the rise and fall of the rate of profit have the following twofold meaning. 1. On the one hand, they are the laws of the general rate of profit. In view of the many different causes which make the rate of profit rise or fall, one would think, after everything that has been said and done, that the general rate of profit must change every day. But a trend in one sphere of production compensates for that in another. Their effects cross and paralyze one another. We shall later examine to which side these fluctuations ultimately gravitate. But they are slow. The suddenness, multiplicity, and different duration of the fluctuations in the individual spheres of production make them compensate for one another in the order of their succession in time, a fall in prices following a rise, and vice versa, so that they remain limited to local, that is, individual spheres. Finally, the various local fluctuations neutralize one another. Within each individual sphere of production there take place changes, that is, deviations from the general rate of profit, which counterbalance one another in a definite time on the one hand, and thus have no influence upon the general rate of profit, and which, on the other, do not react upon it, because they are balanced by other simultaneous local fluctuations. Since the general rate of profit is not only determined by the average rate of profit in each sphere, but also by the distribution of the total social capital among the different individual spheres, and since this distribution is continually changing, it becomes another constant cause of change in the general rate of profit. But it is a cause of change which mostly paralyzes itself, owing to the uninterrupted and many-sided nature of this movement. 2. Within each sphere there is some room for play for a longer or shorter space of time, in which the rate of profit of this sphere may fluctuate, before this fluctuation consolidates sufficiently after rising or falling to gain time for influencing the general rate of profit, and therefore assuming more than local importance. The laws of the rate of profit, as developed in Part 1 of this book, likewise remain applicable within these limits of space and time. The theoretical conception concerning the first transformation of surplus value into profit, that every part of a capital yields a uniform profit, expresses a practical fact. Whatever the composition of an industrial capital, whether it sets in motion 1/4 of congealed labour and 3/4 of living labour, or 3/4 of congealed labour and 1/4 of living labour, whether in one case it absorbs 3 times as much surplus labour, or produces 3 times as much surplus value than in another, in either case it yields the same profit, given the same degree of labour exploitation, and leaving aside individual differences, which, incidentally, disappear, because we are dealing in both cases with the average composition of the entire sphere of production. The individual capitalist, or all the capitalists in each individual sphere of production, whose outlook is limited, rightly believes that his profit is not derived solely from the labour employed by him, or in his line of production. This is quite true as far as his average profit is concerned. To what extent this profit is due to the aggregate exploitation of labour on the part of the total social capital, that is, by all his capitalist colleagues, this interrelation is a complete mystery to the individual capitalist. All the more so, since no bourgeois theorists, the political economists, have so far revealed it. A saving of labour, not only labour necessary to produce a certain product, but also the number of employed labourers, and the employment of more congealed labour, constant capital, appear to be very sound operations from the economic standpoint, and do not seem to exert the least influence on the general rate of profit and the average profit. How could living labour be the sole source of profit, in view of the fact that a reduction in the quantity of labour required for production appears not to exert any influence on profit? Moreover, it even seems, in certain circumstances, to be the nearest source of an increase of profits, at least for the individual capitalist. If in any particular sphere of production there is a rise or fall of the portion of the cost price which represents the value of constant capital, this portion comes from the circulation, and, either enlarged or reduced, passes from the very outset into the process of production of the commodity. If, on the other hand, the same number of labourers produces more or less in the same time, so that the quantity of labor required for the production of a definite quantity of commodities varies while the number of laborers remains the same, that portion of the cost price which represents the value of the variable capital may remain the same, that is, contribute the same amount to the cost price of the total product. But every one of the individual commodities whose sum makes up the total product shares in more or less labor, paid and therefore also unpaid, and shares consequently in the greater or smaller outlay for this labor, that is, a larger or smaller portion of the wage. The total wages paid by the capitalist remain the same, but wages differ if calculated per piece of the commodity. Thus there is a change in this portion of the cost price of the commodity. But no matter whether the cost price of the individual commodity, or perhaps the cost price of the sum of commodities produced by a capital of a given magnitude, rises or falls, be it due to such changes in its own value or in that of its elements, the average profit of, for example, 10% remains 10%. Still, 10% of an individual commodity may represent very different amounts, depending on the change of magnitude caused in the cost price of the individual commodity by such changes of value as we have assumed. So far as the variable capital is concerned, and this is most important because it is the source of surplus value, and because anything which conceals its relation to the accumulation of wealth by the capitalist serves to mystify the entire system, matters get cruder or appear to the capitalist in the following light. A variable capital of £100 represents the weekly wage of, say, 100 labourers. If these 100 labourers weekly produce 200 pieces of a commodity, equals 200 total capital, in a given working time, then one total capital, abstracted from that portion of its cost price which is added by the constant capital, costs £100 over 200, equals 10 shillings, since £100 equals 200 total capital. Now suppose that a change occurs in the productiveness of labour. Suppose it doubles, so that the same number of labourers now produces twice 200 total capital in the time which it previously took to produce 200 total capital. In that case, considering only that part of the cost price which consists of wages, one total capital equals £100 over 400, equals 5 shillings, since now £100 equals 400 total capital. Should the productiveness decrease one half, the same labour would produce only 200 total capital over 2, and since £100 equals 200 total capital over 2, one total capital equals £200 over 2 equals £1. The changes in the labour time required for the production of the commodities, and hence the changes in their value, thus appear in regard to the cost price, and hence to the price of production, as a different distribution of the same wage for more or fewer commodities, depending on the greater or smaller quantity of commodities produced in the same working time for the same wage. What the capitalist, and consequently also the political economist, see is that the part of the paid labour per piece of commodity changes with the productivity of labour, and that the value of each piece also changes accordingly. What they do not see is that the same applies to unpaid labour contained in every piece of the commodity, and this is perceived so much less, since the average profit actually is only accidentally determined by the unpaid labour absorbed in the sphere of the individual capitalist. It is only in such crude and meaningless form that we can glimpse that the value of commodities is determined by the labour contained in them. Chapter 10. Equalization of the general rate of profit through competition. Market prices and market values. Surplus profit. The capital invested in some spheres of production has a mean or average composition. That is, it has the same or almost the same composition as the average social capital. In these spheres, the price of production is exactly or almost the same as the value of the produced commodity expressed in money. If there were no other way of reaching a mathematical limit, this would be the one. Competition so distributes the social capital among the various spheres of production that the prices of production in each sphere take shape according to the model of the prices of production in these spheres of average composition. That is, they equal K plus Kp prime, cost price plus the average rate of profit multiplied by the cost price. This average rate of profit, however, is the percentage of profit in that sphere of average composition in which profit, therefore, coincides with surplus value. Hence the rate of profit is the same in all spheres of production, for it is equalized on the basis of those average spheres of production which have the average composition of capital. Consequently, the sum of the profits in all spheres of production must equal the sum of the surplus values, and the sum of the prices of production of the total social product must equal the sum of its value. But it is evident that the balance among spheres of production of different composition must tend to equalize them with the spheres of average composition, be it exactly or only approximately the same as the social average. Between the spheres more or less approximating the average, there is again a tendency toward equalization, seeking the ideal average, that is, an average that does not really exist. That is, a tendency to take this ideal as a standard. In this way, the tendency necessarily prevails to make the prices of production merely converted forms of value, or to turn profits into mere portions of surplus value. However, these are not distributed in proportion to the surplus value produced in each special sphere of production, but rather in proportion to the mass of capital employed in each sphere, so that equal masses of capital, whatever their composition, receive equal aliquot shares of the total surplus value produced by the total social capital. In the case of capitals of average or approximately average composition, the price of production is thus the same or almost the same as the value, and the profit the same as the surplus value produced by them. All other capitals, of whatever composition, tend toward this average under pressure of competition. But since the capitals of average composition are of the same or approximately the same structure as the average social capital, all capitals have the tendency, regardless of the surplus value produced by them, to realize the average profit rather than their own surplus value in the price of their commodity, that is, to realize the prices of production. On the other hand, it may be said that wherever an average profit, and therefore a general rate of profit, is produced, no matter by what means, such an average profit cannot be anything but the profit on the average social capital, whose sum is equal to the sum of surplus value. Moreover, the prices obtained by adding this average profit to the cost prices cannot be anything but the values transmuted into prices of production. Nothing would be altered if capitals in certain spheres of production would not, for some reason, be subject to the process of equalization. The average profit would then be computed on that portion of the social capital which enters the equalization process. It is evident that the average profit can be nothing but the total mass of surplus values allotted to the various quantities of capital proportionally to their magnitudes in their different spheres of production. It is the total realized unpaid labor. And this total mass, like the paid congealed or living labor, obtains in the total mass of commodities and money that falls to the capitalists. The really difficult question is this: how is this equalization of profits into a general rate of profit brought about, since it is obviously a result rather than a point of departure? To begin with, an estimate of the values of commodities, for instance in terms of money, can obviously only be the result of their exchange. If, therefore, we assume such an estimate, we must regard it as the outcome of an actual exchange of commodity value for commodity value. But how does this exchange of commodities at their real value come about? Let us first assume that all commodities in the different branches of production are sold at their real values. What would then be the outcome? According to the foregoing, very different rates of profit would then reign in the various spheres of production. It is prima facie two entirely different matters whether commodities are sold at their values, that is, exchanged in proportion to the value contained in them at prices corresponding to their value, or whether they are sold at such prices that their sale yields equal profits for equal masses of the capital advance for their respective production. The fact that capitals employing unequal amounts of living labor produce unequal amounts of surplus value presupposes, at least to a certain extent, that the degree of exploitation or the rate of surplus value are the same, or that any existing differences in them are equalized by real or imaginary, conventional, grounds of compensation. This would assume competition among laborers, and equalization through their continual migration from one sphere of production to another. Such a general rate of surplus value, viewed as a tendency like all other economic laws, has been assumed by us for the sake of theoretical simplification, but in reality it is an actual premise of the capitalist mode of production, although it is more or less obstructed by practical frictions causing more or less considerable local differences, such as the settlement laws for farm labourers in Britain. But in theory, it is assumed that the laws of capitalist production operate in their pure form. In reality, there exists only approximation, but this approximation is the greater the more developed the capitalist mode of production, and the less it is adulterated and amalgamated with survivals of former economic conditions. The whole difficulty arises from the fact that commodities are not exchanged simply as commodities, but as products of capitals, which claim participation in the total amount of surplus value, proportional to their magnitude, or equal if they are of equal magnitude. And this claim is to be satisfied by the total price for commodities produced by a given capital in a certain space of time. This total price is, however, only the sum of the prices of the individual commodities produced by this capital. The punctum saliens, salient point, will be best brought if we approach the matter as follows. Suppose the labourers themselves are in possession of their respective means of production and exchange their commodities with one another. In that case, these commodities would not be products of capital. The value of the various means of labour and raw materials would differ in accordance with the technical nature of the labours performed in the different branches of production. Furthermore, aside from the unequal value of the means of production employed by them, they would require different quantities of means of production for given quantities of labour, depending on whether a certain commodity can be finished in 1 hour, another in 1 day, and so forth. Also, suppose the labourers work an equal average length of time, allowing for compensations that arise from the different labour intensities, etc. In such a case, 2 labourers would, first, both have replaced their outlays, the cost prices of the consumed means of production, in the commodities which make up the product of their day's work. These outlays would differ, depending on the technical nature of their labour. Secondly, both of them would have created equal amounts of new value, namely the working day added by them to the means of production. This would comprise their wages plus the surplus value, the latter representing surplus labour over and above their necessary wants, the product of which would, however, belong to them. To put it the capitalist way, both of them receive the same wages plus the same profit, or the same value, expressed, say, by the product of a 10-hour working day. But in the first place, the values of their commodities would have to differ. In commodity 1, for instance, the portion of value corresponding to the consumed means of production might be higher than in commodity 2, and, to introduce all possible differences, we might assume right now that commodity 1 absorbs more living labour, and consequently requires more labour time to be produced than commodity 2. The values of commodity 1 and 2 are, therefore, very different. So are the sums of the values of the commodities, which represent the product of the labour performed by labourers 1 and 2 in a given time. The rates of profit would also differ considerably for 1 and 2 if we take the rate of profit to be the proportion of the surplus value to the total value of the invested means of production. The means of subsistence daily consumed by 1 and 2 during production, which take the place of wages, here form the part of the invested means of production ordinarily called variable capital. But for equal working periods, the surplus values would be the same for 1 and 2, or more precisely, since 1 and 2 each receive the value of the product of a day's work, both of them receive equal values after the value of the invested constant elements has been deducted, and one portion of those equal values may be regarded as a substitute for the means of subsistence consumed in production, and the other as surplus value in excess of it. If labourer 1 has greater expenses, they are made good by a greater portion of the value of his commodity, which replaces this constant part, and he therefore has to reconvert a larger portion of the total value of his product into the material elements of this constant part, while labourer 2, though receiving less for this, has so much less to reconvert. In these circumstances, a difference in the rates of profit would therefore be immaterial, just as it is immaterial to the wage labourer today what rate of profit may express the amount of surplus value filched from him, and just as in international commerce the difference in the various national rates of profit is immaterial to commodity exchange. The exchange of commodities at their values, or approximately at their values, thus requires a much lower stage than their exchange at their prices of production, which requires a definite level of capitalist development. Whatever the manner in which the prices of various commodities are first mutually fixed or regulated, their movements are always governed by the law of value. If the labour time required for their production happens to shrink, prices fall. If it increases, prices rise, provided other conditions remain the same. Apart from the domination of prices and price movement by the law of value, it is quite appropriate to regard the values of commodities as not only theoretically but also historically prior to the prices of production. This applies to conditions in which the labourer owns his means of production, and this is the condition of the landowning farmer living off his own labour, and the craftsman in the ancient as well as in the modern world. This agrees also with the view we expressed previously that the evolution of products into commodities arises through exchange between different communities, not between the members of the same community. It holds not only for this primitive condition, but also for subsequent conditions based on slavery and serfdom, and for the guild organization of handicrafts, so long as the means of production involved in each branch of production can be transferred from one sphere to another only with difficulty, and therefore the various spheres of production are related to one another within certain limits as foreign countries or communist communities. For prices at which commodities are exchanged to approximately correspond to their values, nothing more is necessary than 1. For the exchange of the various commodities to cease being purely accidental or only occasional. 2. So far as direct exchange of commodities is concerned, for these commodities to be produced on both sides in approximately sufficient quantities to meet mutual requirements, something learned from mutual experience in trading, and therefore a natural outgrowth of continued trading. And 3, so far as selling is concerned, for no natural or artificial monopoly to enable either of the contracting sides to sell commodities above their value, or to compel them to undersell. By accidental monopoly, we mean a monopoly which a buyer or seller acquires through an accidental state of supply and demand. The assumption that the commodities of the various spheres of production are sold at their value merely implies, of course, that their value is the centre of gravity around which their prices fluctuate, and their continual rises and drops tend to equalize. There is also the market value, of which later, to be distinguished from the individual value of particular commodities produced by different producers. The individual value of some of these commodities will be below their market value. That is, less labour time is required for their production than expressed as the market value, while that of others will exceed the market value. On the one hand, market value is to be viewed as the average value of commodities produced in a single sphere, and on the other, as the individual value of the commodities produced under average conditions of their respective sphere and forming the bulk of the products of that sphere. It is only in extraordinary combinations that commodities produced under the worst, or the most favourable, conditions regulate the market value, which, in turn, forms the centre of fluctuation for market prices. The latter, however, are the same for commodities of the same kind. If the ordinary demand is satisfied by the supply of commodities of average value, hence of a value midway between the two extremes, then the commodities whose individual value is below the market value realize an extra surplus value or surplus profit, while those whose individual value exceeds the market value are unable to realize a portion of the surplus value contained in them. It does no good to say that the sale of commodities produced under the least favourable conditions proves that they are required to satisfy the demand. If, in the assumed case, the price were higher than the average market value, the demand would be smaller. At a certain price, a commodity occupies just so much place on the market. This place remains the same in case of a price change, only if the higher price is accompanied by a drop in the supply of the commodity, and a lower price by an increase of supply. And if the demand is so great that it does not contract, when the price is regulated by the value of commodities produced under the least favourable conditions, then these determine the market value. This is not possible unless demand is greater than usual, or if supply drops below the usual level. Finally, if the mass of the produced commodities exceeds the quantity disposed of at average market values, the commodities produced under the most favourable conditions regulate the market value. They may, for example, be sold exactly or approximately at their individual value, in which case the commodities produced under the least favourable conditions may not even realize their cost price, while those produced under average conditions realize only a portion of the surplus value contained in them. What has been said here of market value applies to the price of production as soon as it takes the place of market value. The price of production is regulated in each sphere, and likewise regulated by special circumstances. And this price of production is, in its turn, the centre around which the daily market prices fluctuate, and tend to equalize one another within definite periods. See Ricardo on determining the price of production through those working under the least favourable conditions. No matter how the prices are regulated, we arrive at the following. 1. The law of value dominates price movements with reductions or increases in required labour time, making prices of production fall or rise. It is in this sense that Ricardo, who doubtlessly realized that his prices of production deviated from the value of commodities, says that, quote, "The inquiry to which I wish to draw the reader's attention relates to the effect of the variations in the relative value of commodities, and not in their absolute value." Unquote. 2. The average profit determining the prices of production must always be approximately equal to that quantity of surplus value which falls to the share of individual capital in its capacity of an aliquot part of the total social capital. Suppose that the general rate of profit, and therefore the average profit, are expressed by money value greater than the money value of the actual average surplus value. So far as the capitalists are concerned, it is then immaterial whether they reciprocally charge 10 or 15% profit. Neither of these percentages covers more actual commodity value than the other, since the overcharge in money is mutual. As for the labourer, the assumption being that he receives his normal wage, and the rise in the average profit does not therefore imply an actual deduction from his wage, that is, it expresses something entirely different from the normal surplus value of the capitalist, the rise in commodity prices caused by an increase of the average profit must correspond to the rise of the money expression of the variable capital. Such a general nominal increase in the rate of profit and the average profit above the limit provided by the ratio of the actual surplus value to the total invested capital is not, in effect, possible without causing an increase in wages, and also an increase in the prices of commodities forming the constant capital. The reverse is true in case of a reduction. Since the total value of the commodities regulates the total surplus value, and this in turn regulates the level of average profit, and thereby the general rate of profit, as a general law, or a law governing fluctuations, it follows the law of value regulates the prices of production. What competition, first in a single sphere, achieves is a single market value and market price derived from the various individual values of commodities, and it is competition of capitals in different spheres which first brings out the price of production, equalizing the rates of profit in the different spheres. The latter process requires a higher development of capitalist production than the previous one. For commodities of the same sphere of production, the same kind, and approximately the same quality, to be sold at their values, the following two requirements are necessary. First requirement: the different individual values must be equalized at one social value, the aforementioned market value, and this implies competition among producers of the same kind of commodities, and likewise the existence of a common market in which they offer their articles for sale. For the market price of identical commodities, each, however, produced under different individual circumstances, to correspond to the market value and not to deviate from it either by rising above or falling below it, it is necessary that the pressure exerted by different sellers upon one another be sufficient to bring enough commodities to market to fill the social requirements, that is, a quantity for which society is capable of paying the market value. Should the mass of products exceed this demand, the commodities would have to be sold below their market value, and conversely, above their market value if the mass of products were not large enough to meet the demand, or, what amounts to the same, if the pressure of competition among sellers were not strong enough to bring this mass of products to market. Should the market value change, this would also entail a change in the conditions on which the total mass of commodities could be sold. Should the market value fall, this would entail a rise in the average social demand, this always taken to mean the effective demand, which could, within certain limits, absorb larger masses of commodities. Should the market value rise, this would entail a drop in the social demand, and a smaller mass of commodities would be absorbed. Hence, if supply and demand regulate the market price, or rather the deviations of the market price from the market value, then in turn the market value regulates the ratio of supply to demand, or the centre round which fluctuations of supply and demand cause market prices to oscillate. Looking closer, we find that the conditions applicable to the value of an individual commodity are here reproduced as conditions governing the value of the aggregate of a certain kind of commodity. Capitalist production is mass production from the very outset. But even in other, less developed modes of production, that which is produced in relatively small quantities as a common product by small scale, even if numerous producers, is concentrated in large quantities, at least in the case of the vital commodities, in the hands of relatively few merchants. The latter accumulate them and sell them as the common product of an entire branch of production, or of a more or less considerable contingent of it. It should be here noted in passing that the social demand, that is, the factor which regulates the principle of demand, is essentially subject to the mutual relationship of the different classes and their respective economic position, notably, therefore, to, firstly, the ratio of total surplus value to wages, and secondly, to the relation of the various parts into which surplus value is split up, profit, interest, ground rent, taxes, etc. And this again shows how absolutely nothing can be explained by the relation of supply to demand before ascertaining the basis on which this relation rests. Although both commodity and money represent a unity of exchange value and use value, we have already seen that in buying and selling, both of these functions are polarized at the two extremes. The commodity seller, representing the use value, and the money buyer, representing the exchange value. One of the first premises of selling was that a commodity should have use value, and should therefore satisfy a social need. The other premise was that the quantity of labor contained in the commodity should represent socially necessary labor, that is, its individual value, and what amounts to the same under the present assumption its selling price, should coincide with its social value. Let us apply this to the mass of commodities available in the market, which represents the product of a whole sphere. The matter will be most readily pictured by regarding this whole mass of commodities produced by one branch of industry as one commodity, and the sum of the prices of the many identical commodities as one price. Then, whatever has been said of a single commodity applies literally to the mass of commodities of an entire branch of production available in the market. The requirement that the individual value of a commodity should correspond to its social value is now realized, or further determined, in that the mass contains social labor necessary for its production, and that the value of this mass is equal to its market value. Case 1. Now suppose that the bulk of these commodities is produced under approximately similar normal social conditions, so that this value is at the same time the individual value of the individual commodities which make up this mass. If a relatively small portion of these commodities may now have been produced below and another above these conditions, so that the individual value of one portion is greater and that of the other smaller than the average value of the bulk of the commodities, but in such proportions that these extremes balance one another, so that the average value of the commodities at these extremes is equal to the value of commodities in the center, then the market value is determined by the value of the commodities produced under average conditions. The value of the entire mass of commodities is equal to the actual sum of the values of all individual commodities taken together, whether produced under average conditions or under conditions above or below the average. In that case, the market value, or social value of the mass of commodities, the necessary labor time contained in them, is determined by the value of the preponderant mean mass. Case 2. Suppose, on the contrary, that the total mass of the commodities in question brought to market remains the same, while the value of the commodities produced under less favorable conditions fails to balance out the value of commodities produced under more favorable conditions, so that the part of the mass produced under less favorable conditions forms a relatively weighty quantity as compared with the average mass and with the other extreme. In that case, the mass produced under less favorable conditions regulates the market or social value. Case 3. Suppose, finally, that the mass of commodities produced under better than average conditions considerably exceeds that produced under worse conditions, and is large even compared with that produced under average conditions. In that case, the part produced under the most favorable conditions determines the market value. We ignore here the overstocked market, in which the part produced under most favorable conditions always regulates the market price. We are not dealing here with the market price, insofar as it differs from the market value, but with the various determinations of the market value itself. Footnote. The controversy between Storch and Ricardo with regard to ground rent, a controversy pertaining only to the subject. In fact, the two opponents pay no attention to one another, whether the market value, or rather what they call market price and price of production respectively, was regulated by the commodities produced under unfavourable conditions, Ricardo, on the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, London, 1821, or by those produced under favourable conditions, Storch, Course of Political Economy, or Exposition of the Principles which Determine the Prosperity of the Nations, Volume 2, St. Petersburg, 1815. Resolves itself, in the final analysis, in that both are right and both wrong, and that both of them have failed to consider the average case. Compare Corbett, An Inquiry into the Causes and Modes of the Wealth of Individuals, London, 1841, on the cases in which the price is regulated by commodities produced under the most favourable conditions, and compare this. Quote, "It is not meant to be asserted by him, Ricardo, that two particular lots of two different articles, as a hat and a pair of shoes, exchange with one another when those two particular lots were produced by equal quantities of labour. By commodity we must here understand the description of commodity, not a particular individual hat, pair of shoes, etc. The whole labour which produces all the hats in England is to be considered to this purpose as divided among all the hats. This seems to me not to have been expressed at first and in the general statement of this doctrine." Unquote. Observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, etc., London, 1821. End of footnote. In fact, strictly speaking, which of course occurs in reality only in approximation and with 1,000 modifications, the market value of the entire mass, regulated as it is by the average values, is, in case 1, equal to the sum of their individual values, although in the case of the commodities produced at the extremes, this value is represented as an average value which is forced upon them. Those who produce at the worst extreme must then sell their commodities below the individual value. Those producing at the best extreme sell them above it. In case 2, the individual lots of commodity values produced at the two extremes do not balance one another. Rather, the lot produced under the worst conditions decides the issue. Strictly speaking, the average price, or the market value of each individual commodity, or each aliquot part of the total mass, would now be determined by the total value of the mass as obtained by adding up the values of the commodities produced under different conditions, and in accordance with the aliquot part of this total value falling to the share of each individual commodity. The market value thus obtained would exceed the individual value not only of the commodities belonging to the favourable extreme, but also of those belonging to the average lot. Yet it would still be below the individual value of those commodities produced at the unfavourable extreme. How close the market value approaches or finally coincides with the latter would depend entirely on the volume occupied by commodities produced at the unfavourable extreme of the commodity sphere in question. If demand is only slightly greater than supply, the individual value of the unfavourably produced commodities regulates the market price. Finally, if the lot of commodities produced at the favourable extreme occupies greater place than the other extreme, and also than the average lot, as it does in case 3, then the market value falls below the average value. The average value computed by adding the sums of values at the two extremes and at the middle, stands here below the value of the middle, which it approaches, or vice versa, depending on the relative place occupied by the favourable extreme. Should demand be weaker than supply, the favourably situated part, whatever its size, makes room for itself forcibly by paring its price down to its individual value. The market value cannot ever coincide with this individual value of the commodities produced under the most favourable conditions, except when supply far exceeds demand. This mode of determining market values, which we have here outlined abstractly, is promoted in the real market by competition among the buyers, provided the demand is large enough to absorb the mass of commodities at values so fixed. And this brings us to the other point. Second requirement. To say that a commodity has a use value is merely to say that it satisfies some social want. So long as we dealt with individual commodities only, we could assume that there was a need for a particular commodity, its quantity already implied by its price, without inquiring further into the quantity required to satisfy this want. This quantity is, however, of essential importance. As soon as the product of an entire branch of production is placed on one side and the social need for it on the other, it then becomes necessary to consider the extent, that is, the amount, of this social want. In the foregoing determinations of market value, it was assumed that the mass of the produced commodities is given, that is, remains the same, and that there is a change only in the proportions of its constituent elements, which are produced under different conditions, and that, hence, the market value of the same mass of commodities is differently regulated. Suppose this mass corresponds in size to the usual supply, leaving aside the possibility that a portion of the produced commodities may be temporarily withdrawn from the market. Should demand for this mass now also remain the same, this commodity will be sold at its market value, no matter which of the three aforementioned cases regulates this market value. This mass of commodities does not merely satisfy a need, but satisfies it to its full social extent. Should their quantity be smaller or greater, however, than the demand for them, there will be deviations of the market price from the market value. And the first deviation is that if the supply is too small, the market value is always regulated by the commodities produced under the least favourable circumstances, and if the supply is too large, always by the commodities produced under the most favourable conditions. That therefore it is one of the extremes which determines the market value, in spite of the fact that in accordance with the mere proportion of the commodity masses produced under different conditions, a different result should obtain. If the difference between demand and the available quantity of the product is more considerable, the market price will likewise be considerably above or below the market value. Now the difference between the quantity of the produced commodities and that quantity of them at which they are sold at market value may be due to two reasons. Either the quantity itself changes, becoming too small or too large, so that reproduction would have taken place on a different scale than that which regulated the given market value. In that case, the supply changed, although demand remained the same, and there was therefore relative overproduction or underproduction. Or else reproduction and thus supply remained the same, while demand shrank or increased, which may be due to several reasons. Although the absolute magnitude of the supply was the same, its relative magnitude, its magnitude relative to or measured by the demand, had changed. The effect is the same as in the first case, but in the reverse direction. Finally, if changes take place on both sides, but either in reverse directions, or if in the same direction, then not to the same extent, if, therefore, there are changes on both sides, but these alter the former proportion between the two sides, then the final result must always lead to one of the two aforementioned cases. The real difficulty in formulating the general definition of supply and demand is that it seems to take on the appearance of a tautology. First, consider the supply, the product available in the market, or that which can be delivered to it. To avoid dwelling upon useless detail, we shall here consider only the mass annually reproduced in every given branch of production, and ignore the greater or lesser faculty possessed by the different commodities to be withdrawn from the market and stored away for consumption, say, until next year. This annual reproduction is expressed by a certain quantity, in weight or numbers, depending on whether this mass of commodities is measured in discrete elements or continuously. They are not only use values satisfying human wants, but these use values are available in the market in definite quantities. Secondly, however, this quantity of commodities has a specific market value, which may be expressed by a multiple of the market value of the commodity, or of its measure, which serves as a unit. Thus, there is no necessary connection between the quantitative volume of the commodities in the market and their market value, since, for instance, many commodities have a specifically high value, and others a specifically low value, so that a given sum of values may be represented by a very large quantity of one commodity and a very small quantity of another. There is only the following connection between the quantity of the articles available in the market and the market value of these articles. On a given basis of labor productivity, the production of a certain quantity of articles in every particular sphere of production requires a definite quantity of social labor time, although this proportion varies in different spheres of production, and has no inner relation to the usefulness of these articles or the special nature of their use values. Assuming all other circumstances to be equal, and a certain quantity A of some commodity to cost B labor time, a quantity Na of the same commodity will cost Nb labor time. Further, if society wants to satisfy some want, and have an article produced for this purpose, it must pay for it. Indeed, since commodity production necessitates a division of labor, society pays for this article by devoting a portion of the available labor time to its production. Therefore, society buys it with a definite quantity of its disposable labor time. That part of society which, through the division of labor, happens to employ its labor in producing this particular article, must receive an equivalent in social labor incorporated in articles which satisfy its own wants. However, there exists an accidental rather than a necessary connection between the total amount of social labor applied to a social article, that is, between the aliquot part of society's total labor power allocated to producing this article, or between the volume which the production of this article occupies in total production, on the one hand, and the volume whereby society seeks to satisfy the want gratified by the article in question, on the other. Every individual article, or every definite quantity of a commodity may indeed contain no more than the social labor required for its production, and from this point of view the market value of this entire commodity represents only necessary labour, but if this commodity has been produced in excess of the existing social needs, then so much of the social labour time is squandered, and the mass of the commodity comes to represent a much smaller quantity of social labour in the market than is actually incorporated in it. It is only where production is under the actual predetermining control of society that the latter establishes a relation between the volume of social labour time applied in producing definite articles and the volume of the social want to be satisfied by these articles. For this reason, these commodities must be sold below their market value, and a portion of them may even be altogether unsaleable. The reverse applies if the quantity of social labour employed in the production of a certain kind of commodity is too small to meet the social demand for that commodity. But if the quantity of social labour expended in the production of a certain article corresponds to the social demand for that article, so that the produced quantity corresponds to the usual scale of reproduction, and the demand remains unchanged, then the article is sold at its market value. The exchange or sale of commodities at their value is the rational state of affairs, that is, the natural law of their equilibrium. It is this law that explains the deviations, and not vice versa, the deviations that explain the law. Now let us look at the other side, the demand. Commodities are bought either as means of production or means of subsistence to enter productive or individual consumption. It does not alter matters that some commodities may serve both purposes. There is, then, a demand for them on the part of producers, here capitalists, since we have assumed that means of production have been transformed into capital, and of consumers. Both appear at first sight to presuppose a given quantity of social want on the side of demand, corresponding on the other side to a definite quantity of social output in the various lines of production. If the cotton industry is to accomplish its annual reproduction on a given scale, it must have the usual supply of cotton, and, other circumstances remaining the same, an additional amount of cotton corresponding to the annual extension of reproduction caused by the accumulation of capital. This is equally true with regard to means of subsistence. The working class must find at least the same quantity of necessities on hand if it is to continue living in its accustomed average way, although they may be more or less differently distributed among the different kinds of commodities. Moreover, there must be an additional quantity to allow for the annual increase of population. The same, with more or less modification, applies to other classes. It would seem, then, that there is on the side of demand a certain magnitude of definite social wants which require for their satisfaction a definite quantity of a commodity on the market. But quantitatively, the definite social wants are very elastic and changing. Their fixedness is only apparent. If the means of subsistence were cheaper, or money wages higher, the labourers would buy more of them, and a greater social need would arise for them, leaving aside the paupers, etc., whose demand is even below the narrowest limits of their physical wants. On the other hand, if cotton were cheaper, for example, the capitalists' demand for it would increase, more additional capital would be thrown into the cotton industry, etc. We must never forget that the demand for productive consumption is, under our assumption, a demand of the capitalist, whose essential purpose is the production of surplus value, so that he produces a particular commodity to this sole end. Still, this does not hinder the capitalist, so long as he appears in the market as a buyer of, say, cotton, from representing the need for this cotton, just as it is immaterial to the seller of cotton whether the buyer converts it into shirting or gun cotton, or whether he intends to turn it into wads for his own and the world's ears. But this does exert a considerable influence on the kind of buyer the capitalist is. His demand for cotton is substantially modified by the fact that it disguises his real need for making profit. The limits within which the need for commodities in the market, the demand, differs quantitatively from the actual social need, naturally vary considerably for different commodities. What I mean is the difference between the demanded quantity of commodities and the quantity which would have been in demand at other money prices or other money or living conditions of the buyers. Nothing is easier than to realize the inconsistencies of demand and supply, and the resulting deviation of market prices from market values. The real difficulty consists in determining what is meant by the equation of supply and demand. Supply and demand coincide when their mutual proportions are such that the mass of commodities of a definite line of production can be sold at their market value, neither above nor below it. That is the first thing we hear. The second is this: if commodities are sold at their market values, supply and demand coincide. If supply equals demand, they cease to act, and for this very reason commodities are sold at their market values. Whenever two forces operate equally in opposite directions, they balance one another, exert no outside influence, and any phenomena taking place in these circumstances must be explained by causes other than the effect of these two forces. If supply and demand balance one another, they cease to explain anything, do not affect market values, and therefore leave us so much more in the dark about the reasons why the market value is expressed in just this sum of money and no other. It is evident that the real inner laws of capitalist production cannot be explained by the interaction of supply and demand, quite aside from a deeper analysis of these two social motive forces, which would be out of place here. Because these laws cannot be observed in their pure state until supply and demand cease to act, that is, are equated. In reality, supply and demand never coincide, or if they do, it is by mere accident, hence scientifically equals zero, and to be regarded as not having occurred. But political economy assumes that supply and demand coincide with one another. Why? To be able to study phenomena in their fundamental relations, in the form corresponding to their conception, that is to study them independent of the appearances caused by the movement of supply and demand. The other reason is to find the actual tendencies of their movements and to some extent record them. Since the inconsistencies are of an antagonistic nature, and since they continually succeed one another, they balance out one another through their opposing movements and their mutual contradiction. Since, therefore, supply and demand never equal one another in any given case, their differences follow one another in such a way, and the result of a deviation in one direction is that it calls forth a deviation in the opposite direction, that supply and demand are always equated when the whole is viewed over a certain period, but only as an average of past movements, and only as the continuous movement of their contradiction. In this way, the market prices which have deviated from the market values adjust themselves as viewed from the standpoint of their average number, to equal the market values, in that deviations from the latter cancel each other as plus and minus. And this average is not merely of theoretical, but also of practical importance to capital, whose investment is calculated on the fluctuations and compensations of a more or less fixed period. On the one hand, the relation of demand and supply, therefore, only explains the deviations of market prices from market values. On the other, it explains the tendency to eliminate these deviations, that is, to eliminate the effect of the relation of demand and supply. Such exceptions as commodities, which have a price without having a value, are not considered here. Supply and demand may eliminate the effect caused by their difference in many different ways. For instance, if the demand, and consequently the market price, fall, capital may be withdrawn, thus causing supply to shrink. It may also be that the market value itself shrinks and balances with the market price as a result of inventions which reduce the necessary labor time. Conversely, if the demand increases, and consequently the market price rises above the market value, this may lead to too much capital flowing into this line of production, and production may swell to such an extent that the market price will even fall below the market value. Or it may lead to a price increase, which cuts the demand. In some lines of production, it may also bring about a rise in the market value itself for a shorter or longer period, with a portion of the desired products having to be produced under worse conditions during this period. Supply and demand determine the market price, and so does the market price and the market value in the further analysis determine supply and demand. This is obvious in the case of demand, since it moves in a direction opposite to prices, swelling when prices fall, and vice versa. But this is also true of supply, because the prices of means of production incorporated in the offered commodities determine the demand for these means of production, and thus the supply of commodities, whose supply embraces the demand for these means of production. The prices of cotton are determinants in the supply of cotton goods. To this confusion, determining prices through demand and supply, and at the same time determining supply and demand through prices, must be added that demand determines supply, just as supply determines demand, and production determines the market, as well as the market determines production. Footnote. The following subtlety from Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, etc., London, 1821, is sheer nonsense. Quote, where the quantity of wages, capital, and land required to produce an article are become different from what they were, that which Adam Smith calls the natural price of it is also different, and that price, which was previously its natural price, becomes, with reference to this alteration, its market price, because though neither the supply nor the quantity wanted may have been changed, note, both of them change here, simply because the market value, or in the case of Adam Smith, the price of production, changes in consequence of a change of value. That supply is not now exactly enough for those persons who are able and willing to pay what is now the cost of production, but is either greater or less than that, so that the proportion between the supply and what is, with reference to the new cost of production, the effectual demand, is different from what it was. An alteration in the rate of supply will then take place, if there is no obstacle in the way of it, and at last bring the commodity to its new natural price. It may then seem good to some persons to say that as the commodity gets to its natural price by an alteration in its supply, the natural price is as much owing to one proportion between the demand and supply as the market price is to another, and consequently that the natural price, just as much as the market price, depends on the proportion that demand and supply bear to each other." Unquote. Malthus comments in his Principles of Political Economy, London 1820, "The great principle of demand and supply is called into action to determine what Adam Smith calls natural prices as well as market prices." Unquote. The good man, in Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, etc., does not grasp the fact that it is precisely the change in the cost of production, and thus in the value, which caused a change in the demand, in the present case, and thus in the proportion between demand and supply, and that this change in the demand may bring about a change in the supply. This would prove just the reverse of what our good thinker wants to prove. It would prove that the change in the cost of production is by no means due to the proportion of demand and supply, but rather regulates this proportion. End of footnote. Even the ordinary economist, see next footnote, agrees that the proportion between supply and demand may vary in consequence of a change in the market value of commodities, without a change being brought about in demand or supply by extraneous circumstances. Even he must admit that whatever the market value, supply and demand must coincide in order for it to be established. In other words, the ratio of supply to demand does not explain the market value, but conversely the latter rather explains the fluctuations of supply and demand. The author of the Observations continues, after the passage quoted, in the footnote, "This proportion between demand and supply, however, if we still mean by demand and natural price what we meant just now when referring to Adam Smith, must always be a proportion of equality, for it is only when the supply is equal to the effectual demand, that is, to that demand which will neither more nor less than pay the natural price, that the natural price is in fact paid. Consequently, there may be two very different natural prices at different times for the same commodity, and yet the proportion which the supply bears to the demand be in both cases the same, namely, the proportion of equality." End of footnote. It is admitted, then, that with two different natural prices of the same commodity at different times, demand and supply are always able to, and must, balance one another if the commodity is to be sold at its natural price in both instances. Since there is no difference in the ratio of supply to demand in either case, but a difference in the magnitude of the natural price itself, it follows that this price is obviously determined independently of demand and supply, and thus that it can least of all be determined by them. For a commodity to be sold at its market value, that is, proportionally to the necessary social labour contained in it, the total quantity of social labour used in producing the total mass of this commodity must correspond to the quantity of the social want for it, that is, the effective social want. Competition, and the fluctuations of market prices which correspond to the fluctuations of demand and supply, tend continually to reduce to this scale the total quantity of labour devoted to each kind of commodity. The proportion of supply and demand recapitulates first the relation of use value to exchange value, of commodity to money, and of buyer to seller, and second, that of producer to consumer, although both of them may be represented by third parties, the merchants. In considering buyer and seller, it suffices to counterpose them individually in order to present their relationship. 3 individuals are enough for the complete metamorphosis of a commodity, and therefore for the process of sale and purchase taken as a whole. A converts his commodity into the money of B, to whom he sells his commodity, and reconverts his money again into commodities, when he uses it to make purchases from C. The whole process takes place among these 3. Further, in the study of money it had been assumed that the commodities are sold at their values, because there was absolutely no reason to consider prices divergent from values, it being merely a matter of changes of form which commodities undergo in their transformation into money and their reconversion from money into commodities. As soon as a commodity has been sold, and a new commodity bought with the receipts, we have before us the entire metamorphosis. And to this process as such, it is immaterial whether the price of the commodity lies above or below its value. The value of the commodity remains important as a basis, because the concept of money cannot be developed on any other foundation, and price, in its general meaning, is but value in the form of money. At any rate, it is assumed in the study of money as a medium of circulation that there is not just one metamorphosis of a certain commodity. It is rather the social interrelation of these metamorphoses which is studied. Only thus do we arrive at the circulation of money and the development of its function as a medium of circulation. But however important this connection may be for the conversion of money into a circulating medium, and for its resulting change of form, it is of no moment to the transaction between individual buyers and sellers. In the case of supply and demand, however, the supply is equal to the sum of sellers or producers of a certain kind of commodity, and the demand equals the sum of buyers or consumers, both productive and individual, of the same kind of commodity. The sums react on one another as units, as aggregate forces. The individual counts here only as part of a social force, as an atom of the mass, and it is in this form that competition brings out the social character of production and consumption. The side of competition, which happens for the moment to be weaker, is also the side in which the individual acts independently of, and often directly against, the mass of his competitors, and precisely in this manner is the dependence of one upon the other impressed upon them, while the stronger side acts always more or less as a united whole against its antagonist. If the demand for this particular kind of commodity is greater than the supply, one buyer outbids another, within certain limits, and so raises the price of the commodity for all of them above the market value, while on the other hand, the sellers unite in trying to sell at a high market price. If, conversely, the supply exceeds the demand, one begins to dispose of his goods at a cheaper rate, and the others must follow, while the buyers unite in their efforts to depress the market price as much as possible below the market value. The common interest is appreciated by each only so long as he gains more by it than without it, and unity of action ceases the moment one or the other side becomes the weaker, when each tries to extricate himself on his own as advantageously as he possibly can. Again, if one produces more cheaply and can sell more goods, thus possessing himself of a greater place in the market by selling below the current market price or market value, he will do so, and will thereby begin a movement which gradually compels the others to introduce the cheaper mode of production, and one which reduces the socially necessary labour to a new and lower level. If one side has the advantage, all belonging to it gain. It is as though they exerted their common monopoly. If one side is weaker, then one may try, on his own part, to become the stronger. For instance, one who works with lower costs of production, or at least to get off as lightly as possible, and in such cases, each for himself and the devil take the hindmost, although his actions affect not only himself, but also all his boon companions. Footnote: if each man of a class could never have more than a given share or aliquot part of the gains and possessions of the whole, he would readily combine to raise the gain. He does it as soon as the proportion of demand to supply permits it. This is monopoly. But where each man thinks that he may anyway increase the absolute amount of his own share, though by a process which lessens the whole amount, he will often do it. This is competition. An inquiry into those principles respecting the nature of demand, etc. London, 1821. End of footnote. Demand and supply imply the conversion of value into market value, and so far as they proceed on a capitalist basis, so far as the commodities are products of capital, they are based on capitalist production processes, that is, on quite different relationships than the mere purchase and sale of goods. Here it is not a question of the formal conversion of the value of commodities into prices, that is, not of a mere change of form. It is a question of definite deviations in quantity of the market prices from the market values, and, further, from the prices of production. In simple purchase and sale, it suffices to have the producers of commodities as such counterposed to one another. In further analysis, supply and demand presuppose the existence of different classes and sections of classes which divide the total revenue of a society and consume it among themselves as revenue, and therefore make up the demand created by revenue. While on the other hand, it requires an insight into the overall structure of the capitalist production process for an understanding of the supply and demand created among themselves by producers as such. Under capitalist production, it is not merely a matter of obtaining an equal mass of value in another form, be it that of money or some other commodity. For a mass of values thrown into circulation in the form of a commodity, but it is rather a matter of realizing as much surplus value or profit on capital advance for production as any other capital of the same magnitude, or pro rata to its magnitude, in whichever line it is applied. It is therefore a matter, at least as a minimum, of selling the commodities at prices which yield the average profit, that is, at prices of production. In this form, capital becomes conscious of itself as a social power, in which every capitalist participates proportionally to his share in the total social capital. First, capitalist production is in itself indifferent to the particular use value and distinctive features of any commodity it produces. In every sphere of production, it is only concerned with producing surplus value and appropriating a certain quantity of unpaid labor incorporated in the product of labor. And it is likewise in the nature of the wage labor subordinated by capital that it is indifferent to the specific character of its labor, and must submit to being transformed in accordance with the requirements of capital, and to being transferred from one sphere of production to another. Second, one sphere of production is, in fact, just as good or just as bad as another. Every one of them yields the same profit, and every one of them would be useless if the commodities it produced did not satisfy some social need. Now, if the commodities are sold at their values, then, as we have shown, very different rates of profit arise in the various spheres of production, depending on the different organic composition of the masses of capital invested in them. but capital withdraws from a sphere with a low rate of profit and invades others, which yield a higher profit. Through this incessant outflow and influx, or, briefly, through its distribution among the various spheres, which depends on how the rate of profit falls here and rises there, it creates such a ratio of supply to demand that the average profit in the various spheres of production becomes the same, and values are, therefore, converted into prices of production. Capital succeeds in this equalization, to a greater or lesser degree, depending on the extent of capitalist development in the given nation, that is, on the extent the conditions in the country in question are adapted for the capitalist mode of production. With the progress of capitalist production, it also develops its own conditions, and subordinates to its specific character and its inherent laws all the social prerequisites on which the production process is based. The incessant equilibration of constant divergences is accomplished so much more quickly, 1, the more mobile the capital, that is, the more easily it can be shifted from one sphere and from one place to another. 2, the more quickly labour power can be transferred from one sphere to another, and from one production locality to another. The first condition implies complete freedom of trade within the society and the removal of all monopolies, with the exception of the natural ones, those, that is, which naturally arise out of the capitalist mode of production. It implies, furthermore, the development of the credit system, which concentrates the inorganic mass of the disposable social capital vis-à-vis the individual capitalist. Finally, it implies the subordination of the various spheres of production to the control of capitalists. This last implication is included in our premises, since we assume that it was a matter of converting values into prices of production in all capitalistically exploited spheres of production. But this equilibration itself runs into greater obstacles whenever numerous and large spheres of production not operated on a capitalist basis, such as soil cultivation by small farmers, filter in between the capitalist enterprises and become linked with them. A great density of population is another requirement. The second condition implies the abolition of all laws preventing the labourers from transferring from one sphere of production to another and from one local centre of production to another, indifference of the labourer to the nature of his labour, the greatest possible reduction of labour in all spheres of production to simple labour, the elimination of all vocational prejudices among labourers, and last but not least, a subjugation of the labourer to the capitalist mode of production. Further reference to this belongs to a special analysis of competition. It follows from the foregoing that in each particular sphere of production the individual capitalist, as well as the capitalists as a whole, take direct part in the exploitation of the total working class by the totality of capital, and in the degree of that exploitation, not only out of general class sympathy, but also for direct economic reasons. For, assuming all other conditions, among them the value of the total advanced constant capital, to be given, the average rate of profit depends on the intensity of exploitation of the sum total of labour by the sum total of capital. The average profit coincides with the average surplus value produced for each 100 of capital, and so far as the surplus value is concerned, the foregoing statements apply as a matter of course. In the case of the average profit, the value of the advanced capital becomes an additional element determining the rate of profit. In fact, the direct interest taken by the capitalist, or the capital, of any individual sphere of production in the exploitation of labourers who are directly employed, is confined to making an extra gain, a profit exceeding the average, either through exceptional overwork, or reduction of the wage below the average, or through the exceptional productivity of the labour employed. Aside from this, a capitalist who would not in his line of production employ any variable capital, and therefore any labourer, in reality an exaggerated assumption, would nonetheless be as much interested in the exploitation of the working class by capital, and would derive his profit quite as much from unpaid surplus labour as, say, a capitalist who would employ only variable capital, another exaggeration, and who would thus invest his entire capital in wages. But the degree of exploitation of labour depends on the average intensity of labour if the working day is given, and on the length of the working day if the intensity of exploitation is given. The degree of exploitation of labour determines the rate of surplus value, and therefore the mass of surplus value for a given total mass of variable capital, and consequently the magnitude of the profit. The individual capitalist, as distinct from his sphere as a whole, has the same special interest in exploiting the labourers he personally employs as the capital of a particular sphere, as distinct from the total social capital, has in exploiting the labourers directly employed in that sphere. On the other hand, every particular sphere of capital and every individual capitalist has the same interest in the productivity of the social labour employed by the sum total of capital. For two things depend on this productivity. First, the mass of use values in which the average profit is expressed, and this is doubly important, since this average profit serves as a fund for the accumulation of new capital and as a fund for revenue to be spent for consumption. Second, the value of the total capital invested, constant and variable, which, the amount of surplus value or profit for the whole capitalist class being given, determines the rate of profit, or the profit on a certain quantity of capital. The special productivity of labour in any particular sphere or in any individual enterprise of this sphere is of interest only to those capitalists who are directly engaged in it, since it enables that particular sphere, vis-à-vis the total capital, or that individual capitalist, vis-à-vis his sphere, to make an extra profit. Here, then, we have a mathematically precise proof why capitalists form a veritable Freemason society vis-à-vis the whole working class, while there is little love lost between them in competition among themselves. The price of production includes the average profit. We call it price of production. It is really what Adam Smith calls natural price, Ricardo calls price of production or cost of production, and the physiocrats call prix nécessaire, because in the long run it is a prerequisite of supply, of the reproduction of commodities in every individual sphere. But none of them has revealed the difference between price of production and value. We can well understand why the same economists who oppose determining the value of commodities by labour time, that is, by the quantity of labour contained in them, why they always speak of prices of production as centres around which market prices fluctuate. They can afford to do it because the price of production is an utterly external and prima facie meaningless form of the value of commodities, a form as it appears in competition, and therefore in the mind of the vulgar capitalist, and consequently in that of the vulgar economist. our analysis has revealed how the market value, and everything said concerning it applies with appropriate modifications to the price of production, embraces a surplus profit for those who produce in any particular sphere of production under the most favourable conditions. With the exception of crises and of overproduction in general, this applies to all market prices, no matter how much they may deviate from market values or market prices of production. For the market price signifies that the same price is paid for commodities of the same kind, although they may have been produced under very different individual conditions, and hence may have different cost prices. We do not speak at this point of any surplus profits due to monopolies in the usual sense of the term, whether natural or artificial. A surplus profit may also arise if certain spheres of production are in a position to evade the conversion of the values of their commodities into prices of production, and thus the reduction of their profits to the average profit. We shall devote more attention to the further modifications of these two forms of surplus profit in the part dealing with ground rent. Chapter 11. Effects of general wage fluctuations on prices of production. Let the average composition of social capital, case 1, be 80C plus 20V, and the profit 20%. The rate of surplus value is then 100%. A general increase of wages, all else remaining the same, is tantamount to a reduction in the rate of surplus value. In the case of average capital, profit P and surplus value S are identical. Let wages rise 25%. Then the same quantity of labour, formerly set in motion with 20, will cost 25. We shall then have a turnover value of 80C plus 25V plus 15P instead of 80C plus 20V plus 20P. As before, the labour set in motion by the variable capital produces a value of 40. If V, variable capital, rises from 20 to 25, the surplus S, or profit P, will amount to only 15. The profit of 15 on a capital of 105 is 14 2/7%, and this would be the new average rate of profit, P prime. Since the price of production of commodities produced by the average capital coincides with their value, the price of production of these commodities would have remained unchanged. A wage increase would therefore have caused a drop in profit, but no change in the value and price of the commodities. Formerly, as long as the average profit was 20%, the price of production of commodities produced in one period of turnover was equal to their cost price plus a profit of 20% on this cost price, or K plus 20K over 100, which equals K plus KP prime. In this formula, K is a variable magnitude, changing in accordance with the value of the means of production that go into the commodities, and with the amount of depreciation given up by the fixed capital to the product. The price of production would then amount to K plus 14 2/7 K over 100. Let us now select case 2, a capital whose composition is lower than the original composition of the average social capital of 80C plus 20V, which is now changed into 76 4/21 C plus 23 17/21 V. Say 50C plus 50V. In this case, the price of production of the annual product before the wage increase would have been 50C plus 50V plus 20P equals 120. Assuming, for the sake of simplicity, that the entire fixed capital passes through depreciation into the product, and that the period of turnover is the same as in case 1. For the same quantity of labour set in motion, a wage increase of 25% means an increase of the variable capital from 50 to 62.5. If the annual product were sold at the former price of production of 120, this would give us 50C plus 62.5V plus 7.5P, or a rate of profit of 6 2/3%. But the new average rate of profit is 14 2/7%, and since we assume all other circumstances to remain the same, the capital of 50C plus 62.5V must also make this profit. Now a capital of 112.5 makes a profit of 16 1/14 at a rate of profit of 14 2/7%. Therefore, the price of production of the commodities produced by this capital is now 50C plus 62.5V plus 16.25P equals 128 8/14. Owing to a wage rise of 255, the price of production of the same quantity of the same commodities, therefore, has here risen from 120 to 128 8/14, or more than 7%. Conversely, suppose we take as case 3 a sphere of production of a higher composition than the average capital, say 92C plus 8V. The original average profit in this case would still be 20, and if we again assume that the entire fixed capital passes into the annual product and that the period of turnover is the same as in cases 1 and 2, the price of production of the commodity is here also 120. Owing to the rise in wages of 25%, the variable capital for the same quantity of labour rises from 8 to 10. The cost price of the commodities from 100 to 102, while the average rate of profit falls from 20% to 14 2/7%. But 100 to 14 2/7 equals 102 to 14 4/7. The profit, now falling to the share of 102, is therefore 14 4/7. For this reason, the total product sells at K plus Kp prime equals 102 plus 14 4/7 equals 116 4/7. The price of production has therefore fallen from 120 to 116 4/7, or by 3 3/7. Consequently, if wages are raised 25%, 1. The price of production of the commodities of a capital of average social composition does not change. 2. The price of production of the commodities of a capital of lower composition rises, but not in proportion to the fall in profit. 3. The price of production of the commodities of a capital of higher composition falls, but also not in the same proportion as profit. Since the price of production of the commodities of the average capital remain the same, equal to the value of the product, the sum of the prices of production of the products of all capitals remain the same as well, and equal to the sum total of the values produced by the aggregate capital. The increase on one side and the decrease on the other balance for the aggregate capital on the level of the average social capital. If the price of production rises in case 2 and falls in case 3, these opposite effects alone, which are brought about by a fall in the rate of surplus value or by a general wage increase, show that this cannot be a matter of compensation in the price for the rise in wages, since the fall in the price of production in case 3 cannot compensate the capitalist for the fall in profit, and since the rise of the price in case 2 does not prevent a fall in profit. Rather, in either case, whether the price rises or falls, the profit remains the same as that of the average capital, in which case the price remains unchanged. It is the same average profit which has fallen by 5 5/7, or somewhat over 25% in the case of 2 as well as 3. It follows from this that if the price did not rise in 2 and fall in 3, 2 would have to sell below and 3 above the new reduced average profit. It is self-evident that, depending on whether 50, 25, or 10 per 100 units of capital are laid out for wages, the effect of a wage increase on a capitalist who has invested 1/10 of his capital in wages must be quite different from that on one who has invested 1/4 or 1/2. An increase in the price of production on the one side, a fall on the other, depending on a capital being below or above the average social composition, occurs solely by virtue of the process of levelling the profit to the new reduced average profit. How would a general reduction in wages and a corresponding general rise of the rate of profit, and thus of the average profit, now affect the prices of production of commodities produced by capitals deviating in opposite directions from the average social composition? We have but to reverse the foregoing exposition to obtain the result, which Ricardo fails to analyze. Case 1. Average capital equals 80C plus 20V equals 100. Rate of surplus value equals 100%. Price of production equals value of commodities equals 80C plus 20V plus 20P equals 120. Rate of profit equals 20%. Suppose wages fall by 1/4. Then the same constant capital is set in motion by 15V instead of 20V. Then the value of commodities equals 80C plus 15V plus 25P equals 120. The quantity of labour performed by V remains unchanged, except that the value newly created by it is distributed differently between the capitalist and the labourer. The surplus value rises from 20 to 25, and the rate of surplus value from 20 over 20 to 25 over 15, or from 100% to 166 2/3%. The profit on 95 now equals 25, so that the rate of profit per 100 equals 26 6/19. The new composition of the capital in percent is now 84 4/19 C plus 15 15/19 V equals 100. Case 2. Lower composition. Originally 50C plus 50V, as above. Due to the fall of wages by 1/4, V is reduced to 37.5, and consequently the advanced total capital to 50C plus 37.5V equals 87.5. If we apply the new rate of profit of 26 6/19% to this, we get 100 to 26 6/19 equals 87.5 to 23 1/38. The same mass of commodities, which formerly cost 120, now costs 87.5 plus 23 1/38, equals 110 10/19, this being a price reduction of almost 10%. Case 3. Higher composition. Originally 92C plus 8V equals 100. The reduction of wages by 1/4 reduces 8V to 6V, and the total capital to 98. Consequently, 100 to 26 6/19 equals 98 to 25 16/19. The price of production of the commodity, formerly 100 plus 20 equals 120, is now, after the fall in wages, 98 plus 25 15/19 equals 123 15/19, this being a rise of almost 4. It is evident, therefore, that we have but to follow the same development in the opposite direction, with the appropriate modifications. That a general reduction of wages is attended by a general rise of surplus value, of the rate of surplus value, and other circumstances remaining the same, of the rate of profit, even if expressed in a different proportion. A fall in the prices of production for commodities produced by capitals of lower composition, and a rise in the prices of production for commodities produced by capitals of higher composition. The result is just the reverse of that observed for a general rise of wages. Footnote. It is very peculiar that Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, London 1821, who naturally proceeds differently from us, since he did not understand the levelling of values to prices of production, did not once consider this eventuality, but only the first case, that of a wage rise and its influence on the prices of production of commodities, and the servum pecus imitatorum, the slavish herd of imitators, Horace, Epistles, Book 1, Epistle 19, did not even attempt to make this extremely self-evident, actually tautological, practical application. End of footnote. In both cases, rise or fall of wages, it is assumed that the working day remains the same, and also the prices of the means of subsistence. In these circumstances, a fall in wages is possible only if they stood higher than the normal price of labour, or if they are depressed below this price. The way in which the matter is modified, if the rise or fall of wages is due to a change in value, and consequently the price of production of commodities usually consumed by the labourer, will be analysed at some length in the part dealing with ground rent. At this point, however, the following remarks are to be made once and for all. Should the rise or fall in wages be due to a change in the value of the necessities of life, a modification of the foregoing findings can take place only to the extent that commodities, whose change of price raises or lowers the variable capital, also go into the constant capital as constituent elements, and therefore affect more than just the wages alone. But if they affect only wages, the above analysis contains all that needs to be said. In this entire chapter, the establishment of the general rate of profit and the average profit, and consequently the transmutation of values into prices of production, are assumed as given. The question merely was how a general rise or fall in wages affected the assumed prices of production of commodities. This is but a very secondary question compared with the other important points analysed in this part. But it is the only relevant question treated by Ricardo, and, as we shall see, he treated it one-sidedly and unsatisfactorily. Chapter 12. Supplementary Remarks. Section 1. Causes implying a change in the price of production. There are just two causes that can change the price of production of a commodity. First, a change in the general rate of profit. This can solely be due to a change in the average rate of surplus value, or, if the average rate of surplus value remains the same, to a change in the ratio of the sum of the appropriated surplus values to the sum of the advanced total social capital. If the change in the rate of surplus value is not due to a depression of wages below normal or their rise above normal, and movements of that kind are to be regarded merely as oscillations, it can only occur either through a rise or fall in the value of labour power, the one being just as impossible as the other unless there is a change in the productivity of the labour-producing means of subsistence, that is, in the value of commodities consumed by the labourer, or through a change in the proportion of the sum of appropriated surplus values to the advanced total capital of society. Since the change in this case is not caused by the rate of surplus value, it must be caused by the total capital, or rather its constant part. The mass of this part, technically considered, increases or decreases in proportion to the quantity of labour power bought by the variable capital, and the mass of its value thus increases or decreases with the increase or decrease of its own mass. It also increases or decreases, therefore, proportionately to the mass of the value of the variable capital. If the same labour sets more constant capital in motion, it has become more productive. If the reverse, then less productive. Thus, there has been a change in the productivity of labour, and there must have occurred a change in the value of certain commodities. The following law, then, applies to both cases. If the price of production of a commodity changes in consequence of a change in the general rate of profit, its own value may have remained unchanged. However, a change must have occurred in the value of other commodities. Second, the general rate of profit remains unchanged. In this case, the price of production of a commodity can change only if its own value has changed. This may be due to more or less labour being required to reproduce the commodity in question, either because of a change in the productivity of labour which produces this commodity in its final form, or of the labour which produces those commodities that go into its production. The price of production of cotton yarn may fall, either because raw cotton is produced cheaper than before, or because the labour of spinning has become more productive due to improved machinery. The price of production, as we have seen, equals K plus P, equal to cost price plus profit. This, however, equals K plus Kp prime, in which K, the cost price, is a variable magnitude, which changes for different spheres of production and is everywhere equal to the value of the constant and variable capital consumed in the production of the commodity, and P prime is the average rate of profit in percentage form. If K equals 200 and P prime equals 20%, the price of production K plus Kp prime equals 200 plus 200 times 20 over 100 equals 200 plus 40 equals 240. This price of production may clearly remain the same in spite of a change in the value of the commodities. All changes in the price of production of commodities are reduced, in the last analysis, to changes in value. But not all changes in the value of commodities need express themselves in changes in the price of production. The price of production is not determined by the value of any one commodity alone, but by the aggregate value of all commodities. A change in commodity A may therefore be balanced by an opposite change in commodity B, so that the general relation remains the same. Section 2. Price of production of commodities of average composition. We have seen how a deviation in prices of production from values arises from 1. Adding the average profit instead of the surplus value contained in the commodity to its cost price. 2. The price of production, which so deviates from the value of a commodity entering into the cost price of other commodities as one of its elements, so that the cost price of a commodity may already contain a deviation from value in those means of production consumed by it, quite aside from a deviation of its own, which may arise through a difference between the average profit and the surplus value. It is therefore possible that even the cost price of commodities produced by capitals of average composition may differ from the sum of the values of the elements which make up this component of their price of production. Suppose the average composition is 80C plus 20V. Now it is possible that in the actual capitals of this composition 80C may be greater or smaller than the value of the constant capital C, because this C may be made up of commodities whose price of production differs from their value. In the same way, 20V might diverge from its value if the consumption of the wage includes commodities whose price of production diverges from their value, in which case the labourer would work a longer or shorter time to buy them back, to replace them, and would thus perform more or less necessary labour than would be required if the price of production of such necessities of life coincided with their value. However, this possibility does not detract in the least from the correctness of the theorems demonstrated which hold for commodities of average composition. The quantity of profit falling to these commodities is equal to the quantity of surplus value contained in them. For instance, in a capital of the given composition 80C plus 20V, the most important thing in determining surplus value is not whether these figures are expressions of actual values, but how they are related to one another. That is, whether V equals 1/5 of the total capital and C equals 4/5. Whenever this is the case, the surplus value produced by V is, as was assumed, equal to the average profit. On the other hand, since it equals the average profit, the price of production equals cost price plus profit, equals K plus P, equals K plus S. That is, in practice, it is equal to the value of the commodity. This implies that a rise or fall in wages would not change the price of production, K plus P, any more than it would change the value of the commodities, and would merely effect a corresponding opposite movement, a fall or a rise, in the rate of profit. For if a rise or fall of wages were here to bring about a change in the price of commodities, the rate of profit in these spheres of average composition would rise above or fall below the level prevailing in other spheres. The sphere of average composition maintains the same level of profit as the other spheres only so long as the price remains unchanged. The practical result is therefore the same as it would be if its products were sold at their real value. For if commodities are sold at their actual values, it is evident that, other conditions being equal, a rise or fall in wages will cause a corresponding fall or rise in profit, but no change in the value of commodities, and that under all circumstances a rise or fall in wages can never affect the value of commodities, but only the magnitude of the surplus value. Section 3. The capitalist's grounds for compensating. It has been said that competition levels the rates of profit of the different spheres of production into an average rate of profit, and thereby turns the values of the products of these different spheres into prices of production. This occurs through the continual transfer of capital from one sphere to another in which, for the moment, the profit happens to lie above average. The fluctuations of profit caused by the cycle of fat and lean years succeeding one another in any given branch of industry within given periods must, however, receive due consideration. This incessant outflow and inflow of capital between the different spheres of production creates trends of rise and fall in the rate of profit, which equalize one another more or less, and thus have a tendency to reduce the rate of profit everywhere to the same common and general level. This movement of capitals is primarily caused by the level of market prices, which lift profits above the general average in one place and depress them below it in another. Merchants' capital is left out of consideration, as it is irrelevant at this point, for we know from the sudden paroxysms of speculation appearing in certain popular articles that it can withdraw masses of capital from one line of business with extraordinary rapidity, and throw them with equal rapidity into another. Yet with respect to each sphere of actual production, industry, agriculture, mining, etc., the transfer of capital from one sphere to another offers considerable difficulties, particularly on account of the existing fixed capital. Experience shows, moreover, that if a branch of industry, such as, say, the cotton industry, yields unusually high profits at one period, it makes very little profit, or even suffers losses, at another, so that in a certain cycle of years the average profit is much the same as in other branches. And capital soon learns to take this experience into account. What competition does not show, however, is the determination of value which dominates the movement of production, and the values that lie beneath the prices of production, and that determine them in the last instance. Competition, on the other hand, shows 1. The average profits, which are independent of the organic composition of capital in the different spheres of production, and therefore also of the mass of living labour appropriated by any given capital in any given sphere of exploitation. 2. The rise and fall of prices of production caused by changes in the level of wages, a phenomenon which at first glance completely contradicts the value relation of commodities. And 3. The fluctuations of market prices, which reduce the average market price of commodities in a given period of time, not to the market value, but to a very different market price of production, which diverges considerably from this market value. All these phenomena seem to contradict the determination of value by labour time as much as the nature of surplus value consisting of unpaid surplus labour. Thus everything appears reversed in competition. The final pattern of economic relations as seen on the surface, in their real existence and consequently in the conceptions by which the bearers and agents of these relations seek to understand them, is very much different from, and indeed quite the reverse of, their inner but concealed essential pattern, and the conception corresponding to it. Further, as soon as capitalist production reaches a certain level of development, the equalization of the different rates of profit in individual spheres to general rate of profit no longer proceeds solely through the play of attraction and repulsion by which market prices attract or repel capital. After average prices and their corresponding market prices become stable for a time, it reaches the consciousness of the individual capitalists that this equalization balances definite differences, so that they include these in their mutual calculations. The differences exist in the mind of the capitalists, and are taken into account as grounds for compensating. Average profit is the basic conception, the conception that capitals of equal magnitude must yield equal profits in equal time spans. This again is based on the conception that the capital in each sphere of production must share pro rata to its magnitude in the total surplus value squeezed out of the labourers by the total social capital, or that every individual capital should be regarded merely as a part of the total social capital, and every capitalist actually as a shareholder in the total social enterprise, each sharing in the total profit pro rata to the magnitude of his share of capital. This conception serves as a basis for the capitalist's calculations. For instance, that a capital whose turnover is slower than another's because its commodities take longer to be produced or because they are sold in remoter markets, nevertheless charges the profit it loses in this way and compensates itself by raising the price. Or else that investments of capital in lines exposed to greater hazards, for instance in shipping, are compensated by higher prices. As soon as capitalist production, and with it the insurance business, are developed, the hazards are, in effect, made equal for all spheres of production. Compare Corbett. But the more hazardous lines pay higher insurance rates and recover them in the prices of their commodities. In practice, all this means that every circumstance which renders one line of production, and all of them are considered equally necessary within certain limits, less profitable, and another more profitable, is taken into account once and for all as valid ground for compensation, without always requiring the renewed action of competition to justify the motives or factors for calculating this compensation. The capitalist simply forgets, or rather fails to see, because competition does not point it out to him, that all these grounds for compensation, mutually advanced by capitalists in calculating the prices of commodities of different lines of production, merely come down to the fact that they all have an equal claim, pro rata to the magnitude of their respective capitals, to the common loot, the total surplus value. It rather seems to them that since the profit pocketed by them differs from the surplus value they appropriated, these grounds for compensation do not level out their participation in the total surplus value, but create the profit itself, which seems to be derived from the additions made on one or another ground to the cost price of their commodities. In other respects, the statements made in Chapter 7 concerning the capitalist's assumptions as to the source of surplus value apply also to average profit. The present case appears different only insofar as a saving in cost price depends on individual business acumen, alertness, etc., assuming the market price of commodities and the exploitation of labour to be given.